Good morning. Welcome to the Klickitat County Commissioners Thursday Workshop. We'll be starting with budgets this morning, and all three commissioners are present.
Good morning, commissioners. So today we're going to start in on the expense side of the budget. We will lead off with a couple of elected officials workshops. Heather will go first, and then the treasurer, Greg Gallagher, second. Unfortunately, we were having printer issues this morning. It's not configured, so I was not able to print out some of the added documents for you, but I will screen share them as we are on each department or office so that you can see them. Where we left off, yes, on Tuesday was roughly $2.8 million deficit that we need to try and address. And that's mostly the general fund there.
I thought that we put the landfill at 8.7 and that took us to 2.5.
That could be correct, yes.
Okay.
That my memory lapse. So
It was
That's where we ended.
confusing at the end.
okay, perfect. Even better, 2.5. So, just a little recap, the board had directed department and offices as status quo budgets, meaning relatively operating the same as they have in prior years. Auditor Joby had sent out the call for budgets in regards to status quo. That was the directive from the board. This year, due to starting late, the lack of bandwidth that I had, I did not reach out to directors and electeds if I saw something blaring. I let them reach out to me and help them if they had any questions. But in prior years, I would reach out if I saw something and ask what was going on, if they needed assistance, and help them with their presentation if they requested that assistance, or just talk about if they couldn't meet the directive. Like I said, this year I let them come to me, and many did, and we talked through some of the issues. But other than that, you would also see my comments within the smart sheets in regards to anything that I may have questioned, or the interaction that I had between directors or elected officials in regards to their budgets. Does the board have any questions so far? I don't think so.
I do have one question, and it's, I guess I'd say it's pertaining to last year and not this year, but it's kind of pertaining to this year potentially. The 1%. Can you take the 1% for the road fund, but not the general fund? Or for the general fund and not the road fund? Can you take it for one fund, but not the other?
I'm going to say I believe so. Assessor Billy?
That's a question that doesn't have to be answered today, but it's a question I'm going to want the answer to.
I believe
thought so.
Yes, because for the
Can
fact.
you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry about that. So I just caught the end of that. Is that the question was, can you take 1% of the road and not take 1% of the general, or vice versa?
Correct.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Good to know.
I thought that would be the case for the fact that we adopt them and hold separate hearings.
That
We
was
adopt
my
them separately.
interpretation of it. I just want to
Certify them
clarify.
separately. Because they are essentially two different taxing districts.
Yep.
Okay, so you can go on up. It won't reach.
Your budget books, by the way. a catch here, yeah, I had to have noticed it. So it's like you flip the page and it's always grabbing and I'm like, that's
By the way.
Amazon order. It's like, I need to take a file. and Look at me being frugal. I should run some tape around it is what I should do, but then if I have to open it again, it'd be a problem.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's start with questions that you have. Because I've presented what I've presented. I'm not sure any of us need me to just go through what I've already said. So if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. I do want to talk about the Veterans Fund and just some thoughts on that. But other than that, fire away.
Page 2.
Page 2 of-
Revenues.
Okay. I thought we
Okay.
were starting with expenses. But okay,
You're up.
revenues it is. Yes,
So, okay, on here you have, motor vehicle licensing for $289,000 was last year. There's nothing for this year, nothing for the
because we
future.
set up its own fund. So
Okay,
it's now in its own fund. That's why it's no longer in the general fund.
okay,
146.
all right, next question. The filing fees and records, $40,000 last year, were current year is 23,000 almost, and next year you're at 33. How did you get to the 33 number?
Recordings have declined mostly because the sales transactions went in the tank when the interest rates went so high. So
Okay, I just wanted it for the record. I had assumptions.
yes,
And is that the same with the other statutory certifications?
yeah, our recordings are just down.
Okay. All right. Those were my only questions
Okay.
on the.
Those
on
were
the
easy.
revenues. Well, it should be easy. Okay, this is page 3, professional services. You've got prior year of 97,000, current year of 63, and 105,000, and this year's amended 74, and next year's 105 with $30,000 increase. What is the increase set for?
Middle of the page.
Middle of
This
the
is,
page. The
Yeah.
professional services, that's for Teresa. She's our CPA that we use for helping with the annual report. This year was more expensive because we haven't paid the last of her bills. Was more expensive, and she just, like everybody else, increases her fees every year.
So this year, more expensive being 2024?
Yeah.
So why is it going up to 105?
Because the prior year actual was 97, and I think we under budgeted this year for what we expected. My senior accountant has been out on FMLA for several months, and we were originally thinking that she would be in a position to do a lot of the work that we wound up having the consultant do.
So I understand for this year, so you're gonna be able to eat that from 74 to 97 in your budget this year, or are you gonna need a budget supplement?
I'm hoping to be able to eat it, that the time that she's been out, the salary differential will cover that.
Okay.
Hang-
And then,
Hang on, if
Oh.
you're, before you leave this part.
I'm not leaving it.
Okay, go ahead then.
So then for next year, you're hoping that she's gonna be back, right? And then you still have your budgeting as if she'll be gone, right? For the 105?
I'm not budgeting as if she'll be gone. I'm budgeting as if we lost a year's worth of training on how to do things. I'm still expecting to have to heavily rely on our CPA next year. And some of that CPA coverage is outside of my office as well. She works very closely with Greg on the cash reconciliation piece, and that comes out of this budget as well. The cash reconciliation has become and Greg can speak to it, increasingly complicated with what the state auditors want.
I think the state auditors more complex. I don't see, other counties are now looking to get CDBG audited. I see this being a normal expense because it's becoming more complicated with more rules and more pieces.
Okay, so I guess you, last year to try to save money, you were assuming that we would use Teresa less
Mhm.
this year.
Yes,
That wasn't the case
that wasn't
because,
the case.
because you had a staff, your senior level accountant was out, and then next year you're assuming that that's not going to be the case again.
Right, I'm assuming that she is going to be in the office next year.
You're assuming that the accountant will be in the office next year,
The-
but we will still need Teresa as much as she was this year.
Yes, because we basically lost a year's worth of learning and experience in completing that report. So we will still need to lean on Teresa.
Okay, so Teresa's supposed to be training the senior accountant, and that didn't happen this year.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to understand it all. Communications, went, from 2,500 to 7,500. Current year, you're at $796. Where did the additional 5,000 in expenses come from? It's the next line down.
Right. You'll notice that if you look a couple lines down, we have communications in two more lines, the prepaid postage and the communications for recording. That's another 7,000 there that I didn't budget for next year. I just consolidated it. Because we're not spending out of those lines. I'm working on trying to clean up some of those items that we used to previously, for whatever reason, allocate out separately, but then not use.
Okay, so the previous year, we were at 4,600, 4,700. This year, we're currently at 1,000. And next year, you're at 75. So are you building in a buffer there, or where are we not?
So basically, I budgeted at the
Or you're adding postage to it?
that's postage and fax, telephone. Some of the communication, some of that postage has also moved to 146 to the licensing because that's our biggest user of postage.
Okay,
So that's, I mean, I could probably take the 3 out of it because I've probably rebudgeted that into 146, so I could cut that to 45. You want me to do that?
I'm still trying to piece it all together because we've got 5,000 more in the top, but then we've got 7,000 minus in prepaid and department. And then we've got the prepaid, the 212 at 9,700. And so is the 9,700 what you took out? I guess you already did that the year before.
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
So, okay,
What happened to bars 212 is, I think is
Bars-
the question.
212. That's, that all went into 146.
Okay, so that already came out last year.
But if you look at the auditor communications, the 4202, Department O, as it shows up on here,
Yep.
that was also a Department of Licensing. Because again, communications is all really sort of getting rolled up into one number now, not distinctly postage and, telephone. It's all just consolidated. So there were really at one point 2 Department of Licensing budget numbers in this. One has been moved out. The other one wasn't moved out, but it's not being used. So what I'm saying is that the number in 4202 that I moved to 4,200, I could take that out of next year's proposed 4,200. So reduce it by the 3K and make that 4,500 instead of 7,500 for postage because I've accounted for that postage
already
in
accounted for it elsewhere.
146.
Okay. Okay.
So we need to make a note of that when she comes back so she can change it.
Auditor repairs and maintenance, we spent 8,300, so this is 4,800. We spent 8,300 last year. This year we're at 2,000. Our current year expected was 1,000, so you'd already cut the fluff out, or we cut the fluff out the previous year. You're bringing that back up to 5,000. What is that primarily used for?
Copier repairs, car repairs. We had to replace a windshield this year. The regular maintenance on that, our maintenance agreement on the copier, the postage, or the sorter, the letter opener, the general office equipment, and a large part of recording is sort of split between the general auditor's department and the auditor's O&M. So the scanner, that kind of thing.
So some of this too, 2,300 you may have put here and you may have put it over into O&M, or half and half did, or. Okay, so I need to figure that one out. And then the miscellaneous, we're at 5,000 last year, 4,000 this year.
Okay, you have to remember though that this year is a half year.
Right,
So if you double it, I'm
That's-
not at 4,500, I'm at 9 grand.
so that's where you're coming up with the 10,000.
Yes.
Okay. So you think you're accurately,
But why did you go from 5 grand last year to 9 grand this year?
I'm not entirely sure. You know, training in my office, there are a lot of training opportunities. We're on the miscellaneous now, right?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, there's
Um,
miscellaneous training, but also just miscellaneous.
Yeah. And the miscellaneous training, as I bring in new finance staff, because election staff is obviously trained out of their own budget, but I have new recording staff. I have relatively new finance staff. So training is one of my bigger expenses. I think generally, and again, there's some cleanup that needs to happen in the bars numbers. Miscellaneous is subscriptions, miscellaneous is professional organizations, GFOA. I'm a member of GFOA. My accountant is a member of GFOA, WFOA. We've got several members that I wouldn't say arbitrarily, but kind of bounce back and forth depending on whether or not they get put in 4901 or 4902. I'm working on cleaning that up and making things consistent so that we can better track those numbers, those actual expenditures. So I have to just kind of look at it as a cumulative, and I could put it all in one or separate it. But I can come back with details of those transactions if you'd like, but I don't have in front of me a list of everything that hit those numbers.
Well, I guess just looking at it, you've got previous year, 5,000 and 5,000 between the two of them. So that's 10,000 total. And for this year, you're looking at 20,000. And so I'm just trying to make sure that it wasn't, you were actually looking at all the trainings and everything and your expectation. You just didn't put a number in there.
I looked at it based on, doubling what we've spent this year. And again, the miscellaneous has a lot to do with who the bodies are in my office and what their skill set is and what their training needs are.
I guess my last question, do you think you're going to come in under budget this year?
In which budget?
This budget?
No, I don't.
And is that primarily
I am
professional
tracking it
services?
really closely. Professional services is a lot of it.
Right.
Salaries are the other. And any room that I have in the operating, I'm likely going to need to move into salaries and from the bottom to the top.
You're gonna move to the bottom of the top, even though you've got the person who's been on FMLA and you were expecting to move that from the top to the bottom?
I see the circular argument. Um, it's really close. We're really close on it right now. The fact that I have the person out has helped with that budget. One of the things that I discovered this year in doing this year's budget, because part of my salary, part of the recording staff salary, part of the senior accountants and part of my chief deputy's salaries are allocated to other funds, not in fixed percentages, but in actual time spent. That when I was adjusting for those salaries in various pieces, it shifted the adjustment for benefits in those pieces, and I don't allocate benefits. All of the benefits come out of this budget. And so my budget calculations were undercalculated.
So your other funds will be better off, because why do all the benefits come out of this and not out of those funds? If there's time being associated to it.
As much as I hate this answer, it's because that's how we've always done it. I could allocate the benefits. We just haven't done it. So
Is there any benefit to doing it the other way? Because I know they have different revenue streams and different revenue sources. So I would hate to be putting general fund dollars in here when you could be allocating it somewhere else that has a different revenue stream that you might have cash on hand in that department. Does that make sense?
mhm.
So,
Some of it was my predecessor just allocated a certain flat number. I want to say it was like 2.17 hours or something along those lines every pay period to those other funds. It was just a flat allocation. When I came in, I decided to look at what those actual hours were. And I'm still trying to kind of, finesse what that number looks like. And so trying to allocate benefits to something that may or may not come to fruition, because like in elections, I can bill that out, right? So we can recoup that time.
that's what I'm wondering.
In
if you-
veterans, we don't.
Right.
In O&M, we don't. So, but if I'm going to allocate benefits to elections, then I need to allocate benefits to the other funds as well. I can't just cherry pick which ones I'm going to allocate those benefits to try to spare the general fund.
But if we did allocate benefits to elections, you could bill that out to the state. And so it would actually be a net increase for
For
the
the
county.
junior.
Or the junior taxing
Or the
districts or
juniors.
whatever. Yes, I can recoup those benefit costs from elections.
Okay.
But we're still, I'm not sure my way of doing it is necessarily the correct way of doing it. I'm not sure we're benefiting ourselves anymore by tracking actual hours versus
Just an
just
estimate.
flat
Yeah.
allocation. The flat allocation is certainly easier to estimate, the revenue and the expenditure side based on a known quantity. But is it undercutting revenues for elections if I'm not actually? So
Well, you're already undercutting revenues for elections if you're not allocating any benefits to it, correct?
but I'm not hitting the expenditure, so I'm not sure. I mean, if I incur 500 and bill 500, it's a net zero, right? So if I don't incur it and don't bill it, it's still a net zero.
Right, but we spent the money, and so it's net zero on that account. It's actually an expense on this account, which you're gonna be over budget on,
I didn't say I was going to be over budget.
potentially. Close. But I'm just saying, in it's more work to do it, on actuals, especially when you're budgeting, because you gotta use the previous year's actuals. I don't have any problem with making your estimate of this is, based on previous years, this is the allocation for revenue or for number of people. I just like to see the benefits included in it so that if you can build that out, which then doesn't
Yeah.
hit this fund.
Elections is also, I mean, if you look at my elections budget this year, it's a decrease. Or 2025's is a significant decrease from 2024's because we're anticipating
Not a presidential election year, right?
it's
5 elections.
that, you're right. This year we had 5 elections and we had a recount, which, brings in a little bit more, but also costs a little bit more. So we're going from 5 elections to what we're guessing is 3 elections, and I'm hoping is actually 2. So, if we only have, because when we bill out elections time, it's billed out in 2 ways. We bill out voter registration costs, and that will pick up time spent in elections. And then we bill out the actual election cost. So if I'm just billing, excuse me, if I'm just billing a flat amount to elections and it's, 4 hours a month, it takes a month and a half for elections, right? So we bill out my time at 6 hours because we only had 1 election, then we've incurred more costs than I can recover because I've still billed elections for my, 4 hours a month. Does that make sense?
You're looking at me?
Well,
It
yeah,
makes
'cause-
absolutely no sense. Don't ask me a question unless you want my answer.
I don't ever ask
I
a
guess,
question unless I want
guess
the
what
answer.
he's saying is, and correct me if I'm wrong, we would need to know what that benefit number would be. If we moved it to elections, are we dealing with $3,000 in benefits? Or are we dealing with $30,000 in benefits? Because whatever that number that could be reimbursed could lower your number on this page and save us $30,000 a year.
Right, no, I
$5,000.
understand that concept.
But then it becomes, if it's only 3,000, how much time did we spend to do that? And is it worth it?
And I'm suggesting that it's probably not worth the exercise, but I will go through the exercise if you'd like me to go through the exercise. I'm saying that elections is a highly volatile fund because it just, 5 elections versus 2 elections is a hugely different picture.
Right, but in the same regard, if we changed it and if it's $3,000, well, it might be $3,000 one year and only $1,500 the next year.
Right.
We understand it'd be volatile, but it's still $1,500.
And I'm also saying that
5,000 or 20,000 or who
I
knows?
have to bill it to O&M and I have to bill it to licensing and I have to bill it to veterans as well.
But is there a negative to that?
None of which bring in, O&M brings in a little bit of money. But
Right, but it's.
veterans doesn't
it's
have
whether
a
you
revenue
want-
source.
Whether we put 20 grand of landfill funds in there to pay your benefits on this page, or whether we put the 20 grand on the other pages, we're still putting in 20 grand.
That's what I'm saying.
But if we can get 5 of it back over here, it's 5 grand.
Okay.
So it's just a matter of, to me, it's what the number is and whether the man hours, woman hours to change it is worth the bang for the buck. And that's what I don't know.
And-
Based on next year's budget, I'm happy to go through the exercise and look at, take my real numbers from last year and this year and use those to
Yeah, because that would give us a good
extrapolate
estimate of an off
what-
election year number and.
what the benefit allocation would be. So what would hit other funds rather than the general fund?
Well, and I guess the difficult thing is this year would be your least cost, because if somebody's not working in elections, they're working over here in essence, right? And so if it's a heavy election year, you get to bill a good portion of that out, which helps out the general fund precipitously. For example, you have your prior year of 547,000 total cost. Your year to date was 6 months through, correct? That was.
Now, are
at the
you,
end.
you looking at the general fund or you're looking at elections?
I'm looking at the general fund. We're still on the same page.
Okay, all right.
So
This
we
number
were
is
at 2
830, so it's not 6 months.
We're current year is 299, 930.
Report was 830, but the number is June 30.
The number is June
June
30.
thirty. So it's, okay, so you went from 547 last year. This year, if you double that, it's gonna be 600,000. So you'll be right on, kind of pretty close on board. And you're gonna go from 616,000 to 768,000, a 24.5% increase.
Which is a decrease from the prior year's actuals.
We,
So if you look at the 2023 actuals, I was at 834.
2023 actuals, I see 547. Where are you getting 834
Oh, flip the page.
703.
total? I was looking at just the top section.
Okay, you're just looking at, okay.
So what you're doing
But you-
is you've kind of changed the way you do things because now you're adding the financial services to the top section rather than the financial services bottom section. Okay. And why was that change made?
Because we're not using them. We've got way too many, nobody is, they're not actually tracking all of these things on their timesheets. We've made, so if we're not using them, we don't need them. I don't know that I need to distinguish whether or not, you know, my AP person's wages. I mean, I have other ways to determine whether, you know, my wages are generated by AP or recording staff, or those of us who, you know, hit several different pieces. It just,
Yeah, I
there's a
know
lot of noise.
there's a lot of noise in here. And so when we're just looking at this, yeah, your previous year was 834. Your current year amended is 619, but your next year proposed is 772. So you're still a 24% increase. So which is the same as the top.
Right.
And I guess how do we get the 24% increase?
Because I'm
when we
worried that
cut
I
through
was
the
too
news.
lean in my cuts for this year,
Which is why you're likely going to need a supplemental.
which is why I potentially need a supplemental.
But if, I guess then I'm gonna throw out the question, if you're close and you're not quite sure.
But everybody's gonna get a step increase, but everybody's gonna get a step increase.
Do you have step increases figured into this budget? Okay,
Mhm.
that's good to know.
And
Does
COLAs-
everybody have step increases?
I do
figured
not have
into this
COLAs
budget?
and I have
Yes,
step
step.
increases.
Oh,
in.
okay, step increases, but not,
Not,
so you're saying,
So
so your number on regular wages being up 86,000 is just step increases?
Hmm?
For
That seems like a heck of a, yeah.
for clarification purposes, every year when the departments and offices submit, they fill out their wage and benefit personnel sheets. They factor in the step increases. There's a spot for them to put one wage and then the next wage.
I have 6 people coming out of this budget.
Right, well, that's my point, but 6 people that's still gonna add up into $15,000 a year raise in step. 6 divided by 85.
Well, but
That seems
again,
like
I'm
an
also
awful lot
saying
for a
that I
step
think that I
increase.
cut too much in wages and benefits when I did the current years.
But it's close.
It is close.
Is it $153,000 club?
If my senior accountant was here
Then you
and
would.
had been here, I would be in trouble. There would be insufficient amounts of money in wages.
Good point. I want to backpedal a little bit, back to the professional services line. We pay a CPA 105,000 a year, or maybe that's the plan. How many hours do they work for that $105,000 a year? What's the contracted? I mean, because I guess maybe I'm just looking at it that why is not somebody in your org chart a CPA, so we don't have to pay $105,000 a year?
Well, good luck trying to get a CPA.
With her background, she worked at the state auditor's office.
We had a CPA at one point, who did some significant stuff that had to be undone by this CPA when we had it. We've had,
So you had a CPA in your org chart at one point in time.
well, I've had two CPAs in my org chart I'm going into my 9th year with the county. There have been two CPAs.
But I guess my question lies, is there an org chart box on your org chart for CPA?
There is an org chart box for a potential CPA, yes.
But it
It's a
is,
senior accountant 1, 2, or chief accountant. The chief accountant is a CPA.
I guess my point is, do we have an org chart box for a CPA? Is that org chart box filled or not filled?
It is filled.
Just now with the CPA?
We don't pay enough to attract CPAs to that org chart box.
We can add probably 50 grand to whatever we pay and it'd still be cheaper than this, is my point. That's where I'm kind of coming, is whatever we pay in that org chart box, maybe it's 75 grand. I'd be happy to add 50 grand to it. It still saves me 50 grand. I'll pay them 125. Still saves me 50 grand. Right. I just don't believe there's potential for cost savings if we had somebody on board versus professional services, even if I have to pay them.
Now, keep in mind, though, you bring in an employee, we have benefits associated, so it's not just a strict wage number. You've got to look at the wage and the benefit as a cumulative number. And
As long as it's less than 105,000, it's cheaper.
would you look at 76 step 10 and tell me what that wage is? Because that's what the last CPA was at.
Got somebody in there.
No, you don't.
I have a senior accountant in that box. Now, if you'd like to pay for my senior accountant to get her CPA, I bet you I could sell that to her. And then we'd have a CPA in the box.
So what the CPA is doing that we hire out for, that's supposed to be training, that was supposed to train your senior accountant this year so that they could fill out all the stuff. And that didn't occur. So we've got to pay for it again, in essence, another year. Once that training is done, then will the amount we pay on the CPA go down?
Yes.
Or
When the senior accountant is better versed in what the annual report process looks like, then yes, that amount to the CPA will go down. I would likely still retain the CPA because the oversight is nice, the second pair of eyes, somebody who understands. And our annual reporting with this conversion for Kayenta, where we go from accrual to cash basis accounting, will simplify our annual reporting process hugely. But right now, at the end of the year, we do this whole unringing of the beginning and the end, and then re-ringing so that the next year looks like we had planned it to be. It's a very convoluted process.
You threw me off on hugely. I got hugely ringing around in my head going, is that even really a word?
If it isn't, it should be.
Sounds like a George Bush word. Strategery.
So it's 180,000 with benefits for the last CPA that we had in that position. That's what that cost.
Right, but what are we paying now for that position with benefits? 130, 40. My point is, if they were together, it would probably be a cost savings. Whether we want to go that route, I'm not here to argue.
And I don't disagree with you.
I think
You
the
just
reason
haven't
we
ever in
can't-
my tenure and talking from, 2000 and
We can't find unicorns because we won't pay for you.
yes.
But not paying for unicorns costs you more money because now you got to hire somebody else's unicorn. So you're not only paying them, they're paying their boss through the consulting firm, which is more money. And it's just bad financial management. That's all I'm pointing out.
I don't disagree that there's a better way to do some of these things, but I have to work with what I have to work with. So
I guess the the goal was that the call went out for come in with a budget that's a zero change budget. And the first one that we're starting with, and I'm sorry, you're first.
I'm not.
Shows the 24.7% increase when the call was for a zero change. I status quo.
Yeah, not status quo on dollars, status quo on doing this year what we did last.
Everything's going to cost more next year, so
Right.
status quo still has to incorporate some kind of increase.
Right. Well, and that's what I'm saying though, that your status quo has a $30,000 increase just in professional services and a $20,000 increase in miscellaneous. And I'm just trying to make sure I'm not attacking you in any way. I'm just trying to set the stage that we've got $2.5 million to cut, and our first one that comes in has a 25% increase. And I'm just trying to
And we're
say-
just getting started with mine. I got 6.
I
So
know. And so I'm not attacking you in any way. I'm
I
just,
am not feeling attacked.
Good.
So
I'm glad.
attack away.
no, it's not the way I like to do business, but I'm just trying to figure where can we, if you put like $10,000 in miscellaneous on each line and you reviewed all of it and these are the increases in the subscriptions and you can back that up, absolutely. And I know it's pennies when we look at the greater scheme of things, but it's how are we going to get some of these cuts? Because in the end, there's going to have to be some cuts.
Status quo, employee, most significant cost is employee. Goes up every year. Benefits went up 9% this year. Whether you do CPR or COLA or not, step increases.
And these benefit numbers were projected by me, unless Jen has changed them, which I don't believe she has, before we got the notice of a 9% increase in medical.
And I guess I fully understand that wages and benefits are gonna go up far more than a standard 3%. I get it. But and that becomes a decision for this board on how many org chart boxes are in each org chart. It's the only way to fix that, technically, for that whole upper half of every budget. The question on whether it's status quo, which I understand status quo is not being the same dollars as last year, but being the same dollars as last year added for inflation. That's the pencils and paper part of it down here, and I can see last year's numbers and add 3%, 4%. I think what Jake's coming, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't put words in his mouth, is when it's not an 8% increase or a 3% increase, it's a 15% increase. Is that excessive? And I could be wrong and that's the question. Everything on the top, I get it. And unless this board is willing to reshuffle org charts, I don't know that there's much to do there.
I think you might find throughout the process, and I'm aware of a lot of budgets too, is the cost of software went up more than 3%. Everything should be explainable.
Right. That's what because we're going to have to go through this, a 25% increase in one department where another department has a 10% overall increase and another department that scares me a lot only has a 2% increase. Well, how can a $2.2 million project only have a 2% increase? And that just scares me as we get through there. If the 25% increase is likely where we're at, then I need to be even more scared about as we move down the line.
I am happy to go back and look at this particular budget and answer some of those questions about specific line items, what hit those bars numbers, and go look at these numbers and see, because I have had some staff changes since I created these numbers. I have a person in a lower paying position than previously in that position. So I can relook at those numbers, but then I would expect if I come back and say absolutely not, that is what it is. But I will go look at this budget and come back to the board with anything I think can realistically
So what I have
Right out of it.
questions, or not necessarily questions on, what I have highlighted was the professional services, which I've explained why I have issues. For Jen, Bars 9, 4,200, communications, you were not in the room. That got lowered down to 4,500. See, gotta make sure you tell her.
From 7,500 to
Right,
4,500.
that was voluntarily dropped from 75 to 45.
See, I made a concession.
And
514, 10, 4,200.
middle of the page, well, like you're on a computer, you don't have a page.
4,200. From 75 to 45. And, you know, postage costs are going up, so we may be revisiting things.
Well, eventually posting costs may go up or down when we ever finally get rid of the US Postal Service.
Well, I don't have any control of it.
I'm aware. The other section I had the issues in was the same section he did with maintenance, miscellaneous training with the as big of a jump, but you're looking at it and that's the only other thing I had highlighted on my page.
So do you want me to look at everything on here, or you want me to look at the miscellaneous training, and the salaries and benefits?
Those were the only things that, what I had highlighted
Oh, and the
and told you were
professional
the only
services.
thing I had issues with. If you want to cut money somewhere else, feel free, but those were the only things that I had highlighted.
Okay, I will look at those and we'll revisit them.
You want to rob Peter to pay Paul? I don't care.
Well, that's kind of what we do anyway, but
We haven't yet. Been no
That's
robbing
debatable.
going on. We don't need to call the sheriff's office in here.
It's pretty bad when the auditor's saying she's
so
robbing.
many comments.
No investigations.
I think I need the pickle.
Do you need the budget bunny?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Might. But we need to ratchet it up to the pickle. Yeah. I have a mystic pickle.
Did you have any
Anyway,
issues on that page?
No,
You haven't
that's exactly,
spoken at all,
that's
so.
what I was looking at was miscellaneous and professional services were the only ones.
I
had
will
questions on.
get back to you with more information on those.
Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna do,
And I feel.
no, hang on, that's only one of mine. I got licensing, elections, veterans, non-departmental.
Non-departmental, let's go there.
Okay. Gonna give me the page number?
That would be page 19, next thing in our list.
Okay, non-departmental. And I'm. Page 19 is, on my book, is adult probation, but
Page 19 or tab
19
19?
of your tab, auditor's tab.
Or tab.
Okay.
It's the next page from where we were.
Maybe we should do that. The tab numbers aren't listed, so maybe we say tab 2, page 9.
I. Time constraints. So hers is, I added. her guys'
Maybe out of a
added-
different, yeah, okay.
Got it.
It's a short little half page, just so you know.
So I'm guessing that this
No, but
is,
it's not.
this is the software.
the Kayenta.
Yep, this is
Kayenta
the
software.
Oh,
961,000
and you guys are looking at expenditures now. We've moved on from
Yes, we're not.
revenues.
cumulative reserve and
Okay,
revenues.
so-
Revenues.
Oh, we're looking at
on-
revenues.
I can step in while she's looking for it.
This reserves in to pay for Kayenta?
The 641,000 is the ARPA funding in,
Right?
um,
I
see no
don't see
640.
641.
I-
Found it.
oh, sorry, I'm in expenses. I thought we were there. So the
Revenue.
961 is the ARPA funding for Kayenta,
Right.
and Barry Dunn. And what's expected there? Any other revenue questions?
So I'm seeing on the revenue question, next year proposed is 980. And you're showing 936?
I'm showing 961.
Okay, so where are we getting the difference? I see no 961 on.
Huh?
On the current year budget,
On the revenue side?
it's
I-
because we did a supplemental and these were done before the supplemental because we had to bring in more money to pay for the Kayenta, the 325 that we hadn't. We had budgeted the ongoing cost, but not the 325 software.
Yeah,
Purchase.
oh, I was looking at the mess. Okay. 961 lateral in. So does that mean we're moving ahead faster than we expected? So we're moving money in this to this year and we'll spend less next year?
No, we're not moving faster than we
No, that's a
expected.
proposed move next year.
But we had budgeted the monthly pieces and we all missed that there was a $325,000 subscription expense for this year that we thought didn't take effect until we actually were up and running.
Wait, we're gonna pay a subscription fee when we're
We
not.
already paid it because they're already running the cloud base. In order to convert us over, they were already doing the hosting and IT is way out of my wheelhouse. So I can't
We're
necessarily
using the
speak
service
until
as they're building it and transferring it.
yes.
Are we using the service?
Well, they're using. the
They're using it
service.
to get our data in and then we will use it for testing when we start
But
testing.
we haven't.
Was
even got
that
to the
planned
test.
into the original cost?
It is in that original packet. We just didn't think that it was for this year's.
Right, so I guess for clarification, we knew this was gonna cost this. We knew this price was part of the original 1 point whatever number.
Yes.
It's
yeah.
not a new number. It's not a
Right.
supplemental onto that number.
Right.
It's just a matter of what year it got put in the budget is
Yes.
the only question.
Yes.
Well, we thought we would be up and running by now,
No,
right?
No,
no.
our estimated go live was January of next year. We are about 6 months behind on that. We've run into some technical issues and we have internally decided to kind of broaden our project. We are entirely rewriting the GL. We are cleaning up bars numbers. We are cleaning up vendors. We're making a lot of improvements as we go forward. So
Necessary changes and.
Right, which was the whole, part of the whole purpose for doing this, right? And it's taking longer than you expected.
it's taking longer than
I
we
just-
expected. It's taking longer than Kayenta expected.
So.
There's just a lot of
so
moving
in
parts.
the end, before this thing is really up and running, we're gonna have spent 2 years of subscription services without actually being able to use the software.
No, because we expect to be testing this year. And then we would go live. I think the new expected date is June of next year.
June of next year, okay.
Which I think it was always like March of next year. We said January, but we knew that would never happen.
So
That was a pie in the sky hope.
it was a very
That's,
optimistic.
that's how I looked at it by talking to everybody in the room.
So I guess the other thing that we have to think of as part of this $2.5 million budget deficit that we put ourselves in is because we currently paid what, $10,000 or $20,000 a year for the subscription for Kayenta. And we're gonna be going to $350,000 for Kayenta, correct?
The cost of the Kayenta subscription has increased significantly, yes, because we're going from an on-site hosted server to a cloud-based.
As well
Subscription.
as full subscription versus a piece together subscription that it does not operate and function 100% well at all times. And
Yeah.
we're not utilizing it to the best degree that we could be, and to increase efficiencies throughout the county, it will be necessary.
Right, but with the increase in the efficiencies, we're not going to see a decrease in costs throughout the county in order to make up the difference. So
That's
this
going to
is
come
just-
down to structural decisions that the board makes, and how the board wants to
manage the
adjust-
finance system.
adjust for new efficiencies, new procedures, new processes.
I love that answer. too,
Well,
by the way.
luckily,
100%
it
agree
won't
with
be
it.
this board because the thing won't be up and running, so we won't know how good what efficiencies are there until at least midway through next. year.
Well, and even, you're not going to notice the efficiencies the minute you flip the switch
Yeah.
either. It's
Right.
going to take some adjustment in processes and
We've had this discussion, Jake, I'm not sure 2024 software has the impact on staffing that it did 64, 74, where it was a whole new There'll be some with 84.
Just, I guess the only thing the whole purpose of this conversation is, are we burning the money at the rate we thought through this year? And are we gonna burn the money at the rate we thought next year for this before it even comes live? And is the overall cost gonna be in line with what we expected, or is it gonna go up? That's,
At the
I'm
moment,
talking-
we are still on the same cost progression.
okay.
We paid a little bit of it sooner than we thought we were going to pay it, but we have not incurred any increased cost. We haven't had
So you
any
should look at
change
it that
orders
next year, the
or,
cost is gonna be under what we predicted it.
so.
No, I don't think it'll be under what we,
We're gonna pay 300 this year, so we don't have to pay it next year.
no, we still have to pay it next year.
I know, but it was all in the original cost.
But you still have to pay it next year, so.
The timing of it was just what was unexpected. And
we know-
to add to that,
But-
because you had made the comment of burn through it, these particular dollars do have a deadline to be spent. So it does need to happen sooner
I thought-
rather than later.
Why do they need to be spent?
These are the ARPA dollars that have been earmarked and dedicated to this project and reported as such.
I thought we
So
flipped that over so that they became other dollars and
We
we
did
spent
not.
that.
We did that
Oh,
with
we-
the other.
only
the
half
ARPA
of it.
dollars.
The first tranche we did.
Oh,
Not the second.
325 right here is what we didn't understand was part of this first year's. So it's clearly in here. We just interpreted it as sort of being out of alignment.
but next year we're gonna have another 325,000.
341 is the base subscription fee. And some of these procedural markers, so some of this 1.3 here that was for the first year is being shifted to the next year because we're not hitting those performance metrics. Those have been pushed back because we're delayed. So
Hence
going
my
to
point is
shift.
what we thought we were gonna spend last year, we're spending some of it this year and we'll spend some of it the year after. The price is still the same.
As long as the price is still the same,
Right now, the price is still the same.
we're okay. But we have to have it spent by a certain time.
Yes,
End of.
And it's under
end of
contract, so I don't
2025,
expect
right?
the price to change.
correct.
Wait, end of 25?
Yes.
So as long as it doesn't get pushed out any longer, we're okay. Got it. Okay. I don't have anything for veterans relief.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so as long as we're on veterans, let's talk about veterans. The veterans levy is a statutory levy. But like with the elections levy, it's really and hate to use certain words because they mean things, but a diversion of the general fund levy, right? So what goes into the veterans levy takes away from what the general fund levy, your total levy, right? Now, the biggest expenditure in the Veterans Fund is the Veterans Service Officer. Veteran Service Officer costs what the Veteran Service Officer costs. But if he doesn't cost the amount of the levy, we build up a fund balance. The only reason that the Veteran Service Officer is paid out of the Veterans Relief Fund is because we've incorporated him into the process of our procedures for administering veterans relief funds. We spend very little and not that we couldn't spend more, and that's a request-based distribution. So if we don't spend it, we acquire fund balance. So my question is, do we want to look at taking the Veteran Service Officer out of
Your office and put
That-
him in my office.
you can have him.
That's
Love you,
cool.
Frank.
Is that your question?
Do we want to move him out of the Veterans Fund and put him in the general fund? Now, again, it's just shifting monies. The cost is still what the cost is. And I don't know if Jen has run the number. I haven't run the number as to what, the basic levy would be, because it does have a statutory minimum.
So what would the benefit be of making the move?
It likely leaves more money in the general fund.
But then do we have to find a place for that employee and a manager for that employee?
The employee has a place, already has an office downstairs. And just moving him out of that fund doesn't necessarily mean you have to move him out of my employ. But
I guess, how would it leave more money in the general fund? Because that fund is currently gaining in balance? And that would then roll over to the general fund, or how would it leave more money in the general fund?
because most of what that levy pays for is the veteran service officer. And so we're requesting more than, and I haven't run the actual numbers, but I believe we're requesting more than what the statutory minimum of that levy is. And again, maybe it's one of those, are we stepping over the dollar to pick up the penny kind of thing, but
But if you're bringing more money in than what he's costing,
it's building a fund balance.
but isn't that a separate fund that you can't just mix in with the general fund and start spending the money for that statutorily?
What I'm saying is you could reduce the levy that goes into that fund if we're just covering veterans relief and not an employee. So the levy,
But we still have to pay the employees.
still have to pay the employee. Yes, the employee costs what the employee costs.
If you
So
move him, then the general fund's gonna be picking up that tab. If you lower the levy, that fund balance might not be going up, but the cost on the person will get shifted.
Anybody
Right.
feel like they're in front of a,
Yeah, I need a Gantt chart on this.
I can do that.
falls
for you.
under that chart?
Essentially, what she is saying is only request the amount on the levy for the reimbursements for veterans relief, so that the general fund levy dollars increases where that employee would be at. So if his salary doesn't expend all of those once would have been veteran service levy dollars, it would roll into the general fund balance rather than the veteran services fund balance.
So it's an automatic, if we reduce that levy, the other levy comes up?
Yes.
Okay, that was
that's
not
why
the
I'm
clear
saying it's a
part.
diversion. You get less in the general levy by the amount that you then move into the veterans levy or the election levy.
How much is actually going into veterans fund balance per year?
At this point in time, she's requested 75,000 for the 2025 year.
That's going into, that's a gain.
Not
in
going into fund
balance.
balance.
Oh,
Well,
fund
that's the
balance,
thing.
no.
We're talking
That's-
about
that's
that there's extra money going to fund balance. I need to know what that extra money going to fund balance is.
Yeah, to
Not
me, if
total
that's a-
cost, just
how much
whatever's
is-
going to fund.
what
balance.
is the cash balance is a better statement. And is that cash balance going up?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. If the fund balance is going up and you can use that over here by doing this shift, that's fine. But if it's going up $900 a year, why do I care?
And it may be an exercise in futility. I said that from the very beginning, just.
Right, but that's, I said,
The
without
other
knowing that
research-
number, I don't.
But
So
if we're getting down to the point where we're nickeling and diming things, then we need to look at all of these items that potentially provide you with more nickels and more dimes.
Yes, but that comes into, I need to know what the nickel is and how many labor hours it's gonna take to shift that nickel to decide whether it's worthwhile. And unless I don't know what the number is,
Yeah,
I
because
can't make a decision.
it
Thank
seems to me that your next year proposed in revenues is the same in expenses.
Oh, Right, because
And
it's, I
so
have to have a balanced fund.
Right, so, but as long as you have a balanced fund, then the cash balance shouldn't be going up.
At the end of the year,
End of the year, if she doesn't expend everything that she is budgeted, it will go up. It will automatically roll into fund balance.
And then next year, you just put less into it to keep the fund balance and you use a use of fund balance.
In
Huh?
theory, yeah. Yes,
Huh?
in theory,
Doesn't
yes,
need to
if
use
we're tracking
fund
that.
balance, she's gaining fund balance.
No,
Over the next year,
but what you would do is you just wouldn't transfer as much property tax into it.
Just give me
With
the
all-
local, then they'll send me the.
With all
HR.
fairness, we don't necessarily know those fund balance numbers until the audit is done. And since we start budget before the audit is actually complete, we don't have those solid. definitive
Right now,
numbers.
as of August, Greg says there's $102,000 of cash in that fund.
And
You know what
so
it was
at
the
any
year
time,
before?
veterans people can come in and say, hey, we got this veteran and this veteran, and they need this. And we've got fund balance and cash in order to actually be able to pay for it.
We have fund balance of cash to pay for it. But again, cash and budget are different. And
And if we spend more money than we budget, we can do a supplemental to pay for it.
yes, we can. That's part of what's gotten us in trouble is just well, we'll just do a supplemental to pay for it. But that is an option.
Why would that get us in trouble?
Because we're doing $300,000 supplements in December.
Well, you hope to not be doing it in December.
I understand, but I'm saying that mentality of we can just do a supplement to pay for it
Is the problem in the county that needs to change, in my opinion.
is a problem.
To add my 2 cents and jump into this fire, if we are going to continue to ratchet revenues up with less conservative, and we keep increasing them to being so close to what we really think that they will come in, we won't have those excess dollars for supplementals.
All the
in-
time.
All the time.
And the board will have to say
And that
no.
happens in all counties.
It absolutely. I'm just saying if we don't budget,
Okay,
if we.
forget I said anything, we'll just leave the veterans fund just like it is.
I would
Never
still
mind.
be very curious what the gain in fund balance is from year to year to decide whether that is I do believe it's potentially a good long-term option to consider, even if it only saves $2,000, as long as it doesn't cause a lot of headache. I don't know how much headache it costs to do or what it would save, so I can't give an opinion. If you think it would save and it wouldn't be a headache, it's
And
something we
we're
probably should
willing
continue
to
to
go
talk
through
about.
the exercise of the headache of how much allocating my benefits out of the auditor's fund into elections and O&M and everything else is, but we don't want to go through this headache. So let's just skip the headache. Let's move on then.
This is all good, really good, because this is also, I hope that the people who take my seat are listening in on this, and this is the best education you're gonna get on how the whole system works. And taking a little bit of time to go through it, I think is really positive for them, for that purpose. Because when I
Okay.
look at the expenses, so the money we actually give the veterans, where does that come from on the expense line in here?
Um,
The reimbursements to the
Yes.
legions, you mean?
come out of those same bars numbers so like supplies, some of that is pens and pencils for the veteran service officer. Some of that is groceries for indigent veterans. The fuel is, there's a conference that the veteran service officer goes to every year, but sometimes the legions need reimbursed for gas vouchers. The professional services is shredding. Communications is cell phone, copier, postage. The travel expense, some of that is for the veteran service officer to go to the annual conference, the Serving Those Who Served conference. Some of it is hotel rooms for indigent veterans. Rents and leases is rents for veterans, and there's probably a little bit of the copier cost that comes out of that, but he doesn't really use that copier. Insurance, some of that is internal insurance. Some of that is medical insurance and other veterans expenditures. Utilities is obviously utilities. So most of that expenditure in there, because the way the program is set up is that a veteran is entitled to up to $500 in a 12-month calendar period. They submit for funds from the Legion, either the Legion here or the Legion in White Salmon. And then the Legion submits that voucher to us for reimbursement, and we reimburse up to $500 a veteran per 12-month period.
Okay. And so we don't actually just put it in one line item under reimbursement to the legions. It gets
No, we-
split
we-
amongst
we-
all of this.
Yeah.
And is that, can you do it the other way where you just say, reimbursement to the Legion and put it as a bars number so that it would be easier for us and the public to know of the $80,000, how much actually
Just
goes
reimbursement?
to the actual veterans?
Yeah, because that would be a question.
Yeah, we probably could. I'd need to look at what that does from a reporting standpoint, because technically we are spending the money for the veteran. It's because it's a reimbursable program. It's not like the grants that we give to, say, the Chamber of Commerce that we just put all under a professional service, and it doesn't matter whether they spend it on postage or fuel or whatever. It's we're actually incurring an expenditure for the rent that this veteran needed. But that's, we're not talking big dollars here, but if you look at it, 67,000 of next year's 80,000 budget is benefits and wages. So clearly the biggest component is for the veteran service officer. Bless you.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in for half a second. You guys left behind on previous pages, so we will have to go back. On the expenses, why are we moving supplies from 500 to 1,000? Is that just based off this year's actual is 545 for half a year? And
Yes.
then I guess my question would be, why did we spend 275 last year and 1,100 this year?
Because a lot of that, this particular piece is more driven by the veterans. The bottom half of this is more driven by the veterans. So it's about what they submit for. And
So it's more of what they submit versus what your veteran service officer needs in
yes,
pencil.
this bottom piece has very little to do with the veteran service officer.
Okay. So I would assume that would be the same for rents and leases.
Yeah. And some of that we just adjust based on the trends of the reimbursement requests we're seeing. So if we're getting more requests for groceries and less for rent.
And technically, also, we could say that even if we slash those lines and made them $5, that doesn't give us any money in the general fund. It would just go back into the veterans fund balance.
Yes.
So cutting them doesn't get you any money in the general fund anyway,
Correct.
just for clarification.
Well, one thing we could do is, knowing that we have $112,000 in that cash balance,
Into
102,000, rather than transferring in the full 75,000, we could in essence transfer in $50,000 next year, knowing that we could burn through a little bit of that fund balance.
you could.
Because we wouldn't be expecting to veterans, have a whole bunch of veterans come in all asking for money.
Yeah, and since COVID, we've seen a decline. It's starting to do an uptick a bit, but we saw a decline in request. Some of that I attribute to the fact that, most of our veterans are in a higher risk class in terms of, the COVID. And so that was some of them. They were being very diligent about not leaving their homes, but the COVID money, the free flowing COVID money also, I'm sure, impacted what kind of requests people were asking for.
Okay, my next question would be, what do you think is a proper reserve in that account for cash?
Well, that depends on whether or not you're paying the veteran service officer out of that. I mean, if you're paying the veteran service officer out of it, it's a very different number than if we're just using it for indigent veterans. I mean, I'd cut it and say half if you're not paying a person out of it.
Right, but this is a cash balance. We know we can use general real personal property taxes to go in. It's sitting there with a bunch of money in it. We don't actually have that much going out per year for the actual veterans. What, maybe 15,000, 10,000?
Bless you.
And we have 100,000 sitting in there. And so is this a position where, because we don't have to put all 75,000 in there a year, correct? Jen? Or,
Correct.
yeah,
Do you know what the minimum
Off the top of my head, no.
Did you guys figure out what the assessed value of the county was on Tuesday when you were
4.8 billion?
doing that math?
Yes, we did. I pulled up the certification. from last year.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Hi, I looked up the Veterans Relief Fund and it has a maximum levy rate of 27 cents per thousand and a minimum rate of 0.01125. Although if the county authority, they can levy lesser than that if there's sufficient funds residing in the assistant fund itself. So those are the minimum and maximum. And
so
it
what's,
looks,
can you do that math?
So-
Zero,
So
one,
Billy,
two,
if
five
we,
value?
what are we currently levying?
well,
It's a
the county general is $1.04. And within that levy rate is that $75,000 for the Veterans Fund.
And it was just a flat rate.
Yes, so the math goes
All
into
The
it.
minimum and the maximum.
Okay, so,
Right,
so
because
we have,
that's-
we have all the wiggle room in the world in order for what we put in there, in essence. And so if we've got $100,000 sitting in there, we're using 80,000, well, probably $70,000 for the VSO officer. We could spend the next year or so and slowly pull that down from $100,000 to say $75,000 or $50,000. Still have plenty of cash in there, but yet that would give us some money on the other side. You know what I'm saying?
No,
That's why I'm suggesting that it's a very different picture if you take the personnel out of that fund. Because what you need to have a reasonably sufficient
Reserve.
reserve looks hugely different depending on whether or not you're trying to pay a person or just anticipating indigent relief. Yeah,
I guess
yeah, it's a teeny tiny,
yeah, we don't spend much on money on actual veterans.
right, but what did you say that number was, Billy? The minimum?
0.01.
0.01125 per thousand.
We're trying to do the math in here. Point-
Zero
yeah.
1,125. So you'd have to. I guess the other thing is having the VSO officer,
80, is that what you said?
having the VSO officer in there is something that I would say protects the VSO officer from future boards, maybe 10 years, 20 years down the road, saying that there's a levy that goes to pay for you, and that is based on a dollar figure, not on the per thousand in essence for us. And that's something that kind of protects that person. If you pull them out, then that's something that could easily get swept or thrown or snipped.
I think you'd have a lynch mob if you got rid of the veteran service
I
officer.
won't be
but-
here, but I'm just saying that I guess my goal would be is if we're not spending the money and we've got a cash balance there, it wouldn't hurt us to maybe put $50,000 in this next year, take the 25,000 and put it towards our $2.5 million.
what 25,000 are you talking about? You're trying to say that there's general fund money going to the veteran service?
I'm
office?
saying that the
There's
real.
levy
pers-
money,
There's
there's levy money, but the veterans levy takes away from the general fund levy.
But can we do what he said and transfer that without moving the position and the whole hunky-dory thing?
Yeah, you can, so long as you meet the statutory minimum, which Greg says is about $80, then you can,
because right now it shows that we have a gain in fund balance of 7,250, right? On the revenue side. Easy way to think about it. So when we put,
find veterans on the revenue side.
We're never gonna get done with this budget.
But we're having so much fun.
Are we?
Um, No, that shows.
No,
a
that's a use of.
Fund balance.
Okay, use of. And so if we reduce the real general personal property from 75, say to 50, then that use of fund balance would go from 7,000 to 32,000. And that would reduce the amount of money that's cash on hand from 102 down to about 70,000. That would give us 25,000 for other uses. And is that something, I would ask the board, something that the board would be okay with, knowing that it's going to be 2.5 million and we're trying to save dollars? Knowing that we'll all have to be on the same page, because if somebody comes in going, you're going after the veterans, we're saying,
So
no, we're not going after the
Are you
veterans."
then, how do you accomplish this? Do you tell Billy to level or levy a different rate for 1 year?
It's an amount,
It's an amount.
an amount.
We budgeted $5.8 million of property taxes into the current, so all you're gonna do is add that 25,000 to that number and subtract the
Instead of-
25,000.
Okay, fine,
For
Yeah.
done. Moving on,
Lori, how do you? feel?
Yes, I'm good.
or moving back, sorry.
Hang on 1 second. Let me just make sure I'm catching up. So it's,
And I just, the reason we're having this is I think that we have a lot of fund balances out there that in order to balance this budget, we may have to pull down a little bit. And this is just one of those, everybody's rowing together,
I don't
including
need the bunny yet. I'm good.
saying it not just for you and the bunny. The public is listening too.
Right, and it's not shorting anything.
And remember, I tried to skip over this, so.
Backing up to your non-departmental, you have, Waco due
Revenue, or are we talking?
expenses, and you may not even have to look. Waco dues and Wasack dues
Yes.
both look like they had a large increase. Did they really have that much of an increase?
I got the Waco dues. Those are, I think I got the bill afterwards and it's about 2,500 less than that number, but I don't have the Wasack number. It was based on a percentage trend.
Because like this year, it's 7,500 and next year you have 10 grand. So you're saying you got the bill and it's actually 7,500.
No, I'm saying it's like 85 or 9 or so. I don't know, but it was, I think I told Jen I could find 2,500 in that budget, but that assumes that everything else comes in on or under what.
Same thing, you've got 14.5, 14.1 this year, and you got 20 next year.
Those were my two questions on that page.
Hang on. I
How
gotta find
accurate
it
are
again.
those numbers? And if they're not, let's figure it out before we finalize the budget. Because we should know.
I'm gonna solve all the budget problems with my budget and then everybody else can be PC. You're welcome. Greg.
No, but
I think what we're doing, what we're
5
doing
grand.
here is setting
Good.
the tone for the conversations with everybody else.
Yeah,
It-
we'll do
No,
this
it
to the
comes down
auditor.
to if we know eventually we're gonna know what the accurate number is, let's get the accurate number in. That's what I'm saying. If it's 11 grand, fine, it's 11 grand. If it's 8 grand, fine, it's
Okay,
8 grand.
so
But
let's
we
see.
need to know what the real number is, and we might be able to even call them and find them out. We may not have got the bill yet, but they might be able to tell us what the number is, just like our insurance company does. And then we just put whatever the accurate number is and move on.
So I haven't seen the Wasack bill. I just used the same number as last year.
Right, but if it was 14.5 and then 14.1, I'm gonna assume it's 14 or 15, not 20. So if we can get a better reading on that and then just adjust that number to whatever it is, I'm happy. Sure, it's 5 grand, but 5 grand I can fix a window with.
Okay.
Save me, just take a phone call and they'll tell you what your bill is for next year and change that number accordingly.
So I'm not a member of Wasack. So if you could have your staff get that bill, because that's where that bill comes from.
Note to staff, that would be the chair's responsibility to let staff know that. I can give you a sticky note
I got
and
it.
you can write it. We'll
Yep.
put it on our computer.
Okay.
Find out what Wasac membership bill is for 2024. Stick.
Okay,
I
and
would write it
we
this
can
year.
adjust that to the real number, and I will
That's
go
what I'm
back
asking you to
and
do.
look
It's nothing
at
more than my
that,
handwriting.
Waco
Can you do
bill, and we'll put that
that? Exactly.
actual number in there. And just a reminder that in the auditor's non-departmental is your civic plus that
Yeah, no, those were the only two highlights I have in that whole section. Because I think those can become real numbers and that's all I'm asking.
okey dokey. We will change those to real numbers. I will get you those numbers.
I don't
Jen.
even know, just get Jen the numbers
I'm
and
not-
I'm happy.
I'm on something else right now.
Yeah.
That's not you, that's,
Absolutely.
Okay,
that was my
That's
backup.
three
so Now
down.
you can go
Okay.
forward again if you want.
Next.
you tell me. We got elections, O&M, or license?
Elections is the next numerical one.
All right, do we want to look at revenues for elections first, or?
I don't really have a problem. You get some interesting numbers under general government for shared elections, but I understand them because it's different election year. I don't have an issue with anything on reserve.
Yes, and just for, the record, my elections budget is in revenue is a 36% cut.
Because it's an off year, but it'll go back up the next year.
I'm sorry, that's my expenditures is a 36.5% cut, so it's not like I just jacked everything up.
Elections reserve expenditures. Middle of the page, 3,100, office and operating, you have 20 grand. But
We have to buy all new envelopes.
what happened to everything above it is kind of my point.
That's all the FICA retirement, that's all budgeted and benefits. It's all just lumped into,
The personnel benefit line,
yeah,
okay. So technically, none of that is this lump down. You're essentially asking moving from 17,000 that you've spent this year to 20,000 next year.
yeah. I've got to buy all new envelopes because the state in all its wisdom changed the oath again.
Which brings up a question on that is how many of those do we backlog? I mean, we're not keeping shipping containers full of them because we got a good deal and then we got screwed holding a bunch of hand sanitizer.
We will have to destroy some envelopes out of inventory that were unused.
Do you kind of buy them as needed though, or do you stock up because they're
We
cheaper?
generally stock up because it's a significant cost savings.
Except when you gotta burn them.
Yeah, we have managed to use a bunch because there's usually a grace period when they change the oath as to when you have to stop using them. So it's,
What was the professional services for auditors O&M?
professional services. Some of it was Barry Dunn, some of it is Teresa's helping us with the GL conversion with the Kayenta
And
upgrade.
you're not expecting much of that next year?
No.
Okay. All right.
You guys are gonna make me dizzy if you keep flipping back and forth.
No, he's on the same page.
No, he was on auditors O&M,
No, is he? Okay,
I'm
sorry.
moving ahead.
non-departmental.
I'm trying to get us,
Okay,
the
wait, did you go,
miscellaneous-
hang on a second. Did you go to O&M or you said non-departmental?
this was O&M.
O&M was for the microfiche conversion.
Ah,
I don't have any projects planned for next year out of O&M. That's what the professional service was for.
and is that done?
Mhm.
So
Long as
we
that's
spent
done.
33,000.
Came in under budget.
That's what I was saying. So we have a
And faster.
savings of 15K there this
Glad
year.
it's done.
Under bars number 4,900 miscellaneous, you're going from 10 to 30. What the hell's that?
And are you, what page number are you on?
Hang
Dan?
on.
Sorry,
yeah.
52
52.
election reserve expenditures. Two-thirds of the way down the page, 49, bars number 4,900.
We did some reorganization because you'll see on the miscellaneous CEF training was 20 and it went down to 5. Again, it's about cleaning stuff up to where we actually use it.
So if you transfer that 15 that you took away from below to the line above, you'd be at 25.
Yes, and the other one
So
went
less
from
than 50.
18 to 15. So.
Why do we have so many bars
it.
numbers here? Is it because you love bars numbers? I mean, everybody else just has a thing that says miscellaneous.
This is the part I like.
Yeah,
answer the
transfer.
question.
Sometimes it's about billing and and being able to track specific things. We bill differently for the election cost and the voter reg cost, and some of our envelopes are voter reg and some envelopes are elections, and
So there's a reason
um,
for it.
there is some reason, but there's also still
Legacy.
quite a bit of cleanup and legacy. Some of it is also, just like Microsoft goes with the new version because it can, the state auditors change bars numbers because they can. And so we now have a set of 514s because we've moved from 511 to 514. And I realize all of this is gibberish to you, but so some of it just happens, things get added and the old doesn't
Is
go
that-
away.
But if we can go from 10,000 to 30,000 and go from 20,000 to 5,000, does that mean we could have went from 20,000 to 0 and just stuck it in the 30? Between the miscellaneous and the CEF training and, I mean, as long as there's a reason and rationale for it, it's fine.
I guess for me, I wouldn't call it a pet peeve, but the thing that bugs me about, well, we put it here last year and we put it here this year, and it's not just you. I have trouble following, say, the sheriff's budget for the same thing. It's like, oh, but we need it here and not there. So it's hard for me to track what you spent over past years versus what you need to spend today because it got moved around.
It makes it
And
more
I
difficult for
understand
us.
a purpose for moving it around, as long as that purpose is going to stay moved and not back over here next year. And with you, I have no doubt that it will be fine, so I don't have.
Well, thank you, I appreciate that.
that
But
I don't have
that's a
to say.
legit frustration.
That's my frustration with a lot of our budgets, not just theirs.
And some of it, I will take some responsibility for other people moving stuff too, whereas,
Yes, you will,
as-
because you've told them to move it.
because I've told them to move it. That they've been putting it in some place that's not appropriate, that should be moved. And so, some of it's a changing of. the
Right, and I'm
guideline.
not saying it's wrong, it just makes it difficult for us to track a history. That's all I had on that page, the only questions I had.
All right, so we're done with elections. We want to go to O&M now, which is 118. Or did I answer your question?
You answered my question.
Yeah, I think you answered it.
Again, that one is a 37% cut, 37.6. So if we round up, it's 38.
Only highlights I have there is why did minor repair or repairs and miscellaneous and regular miscellaneous jump as much as they jumped. One of them a 400% increase, since you want to talk,
Because my
percentages.
current year's actual is already at $3,500.
Right, but then I need to know why last year it was only 1,000 and this year it's 35.
I believe that was a Troy, not a Troy, Tyler. The rest of the payment for our kiosk, upgrading that self-service kiosk where you can,
Right, but if it went up so high because of the self-service kiosk, you won't have that next year, so it shouldn't be so high, because if you're budgeting in the kiosk for next year.
Right, but we have, maintenance cost on that kiosk and subscription, and we're looking at also moving that to cloud-based rather than the hosted server.
Is it gonna be $350,000?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't believe so. But we are really trying to make recording and access to records far more accessible to the public than they have previously been. So we're still working on cleanup and again, I'll remind you, it's a 37.6% cut.
I don't care. I honestly don't care if things are a cut or an increase. It doesn't bother me either way. As long as it's an accurate number projected for me to make educated decisions. And the two highlights I have are why so much of an increase, a 33% increase on repairs and maintenance, and why a 400% increase on miscellaneous. And can you assure me that those are accurate numbers? And don't have a little fluff in them.
They may have a little fluff in them there, but there's things that probably have under fluff. So
But that's a 33% cut, but that's also fund revenues that are cut too, right?
not looking at. And those revenues are cut because they're based on recording fees and recording transactions. And so that's the only revenue for that fund is recording fees. So.
I'm just trying to look at the overall,
Right, and
If
so
expenses go down, but revenues go down by more than the expenses went down, well. that
yeah, but they
hurts.
need to use fund balance. For
If
this.
you have it.
for
Right.
this.
This one, easy, yes.
But, and like I said, it's not that I'm gonna be able to knock your number down $1,000 and save any money. It's just a matter of I want accurate numbers, so if you think that's accurate numbers. Okay.
I think those are accurate numbers,
Okay.
but if you would like me to look at them again, I will.
If you would like to double check them and go, yep, I'm comfortable, I think that's good, then I'm good.
I'm good with everything till page 74, which is the licensing.
Page what?
Last one left, so. On the
Right.
revenues or the expenditure
Page
side?
what, Jay?
Revenues, page 64.
Okay.
So you have
Con,
licensing.
let me get there. Okay, go ahead.
Current year to date licensing fees, so halfway through the year was 164,000. You set it for 250 next year. Is there a gain and a drop, or is that you just put estimated conservatively, or should it be closer to 300,000 for the prior, or for the actuals?
Most of those fees come from title transactions. We make very little off of every renewal. And when interest rates are high, people don't purchase cars, and we've seen a steady decline in vehicle purchases and transactions. So
Right, but if interest rates are dropping, it should be a higher.
it should be, although I read something that said when the Fed dropped the rate yesterday, mortgage rates went up. So, you know,
Okay, so our prior
it's
year,
probably a bit conservative, but I wouldn't want to go too far out on a limb. A lot of those revenues are also in our, about half of those revenues are from our quarterly distributions from the state, which is basically a reallocation of King County's money. Yes.
In addition, your expenses don't meet that, and so she's gaining a fund balance already. So if we increase it, then we'd just be gaining in a fund balance. I don't know
Well, and
that
that's the other point of the matter is whether that's right, wrong, or indifferent. It's just going to
That's
fund
wrong.
balance.
it's going
I
to
don't
fund
need to
balance.
put
So
it to general fund, so it doesn't matter.
it's a moot point.
Hence the reason I don't have it highlighted.
that was just my only question, if you thought it was accurate.
It's probably a bit conservative, but
I like that too.
The only one I had was on expenses with communication. You're going from 10 grand to 15 grand.
postage.
How much are they raising those? Not that I buy stamps, but
To go up 73,
It's a lot.
70, I don't know, it's in the 70 cents.
70s.
Is there normally go up like 3 cents or something?
Yeah, no, it's crazy how much,
It's a lot.
yeah.
Well, that's because it's a failing system.
But that,
And, one of the problems that we're currently seeing with, is that the state has had a license plate shortage. And so when people come in and do transactions, then we issue them a temporary plate because we don't have a plate to give them. Then we have to mail out the plate later. I mean,
costs
there's
more money.
all of these
Interesting.
things that we have no control over that impact, what it costs us to do business.
That's because they released all those license plate makers.
And they had machinery fail and they built a new facility and I don't know, somebody told me that they were going on strike too, because they're not getting commissary funds not being adequately funded or something. I don't.
Inmates can go on strike. That's interesting. Worker union or worker inmates set up a
Union.
I said, somebody
prisoner
told me,
union.
okay, I haven't validated it around.
That'd be
anything,
interesting.
but-
We have more to do, so thank you very much.
Are you done with me?
I am.
Okay.
Wow.
Do you want to ask a question just because, you haven't?
So she can get involved in this whole thing.
No,
I-
the only
I
clue
am-
I had were right at the beginning.
If these 2 seats change, I'm going to be very entertained watching next year.
It will be amazing.
Okay, well,
Mm.
I will work on those questions
Never
and bring
underestimate
them
them.
back. I don't know, I'll work with Jen, I'll find a slot, or we'll just figure it out in between, during budget work.
I don't know that I
Yeah.
need a follow-up. If you can double check your numbers, get with her, I'm good. I don't need any more.
All right. Your turn on the hot seat. Warmed it up for you then. If I'm here, there you go.
One, two, two.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Got your sheet in front of you?
I'm yeah,
He's like, nope, I don't.
ready for the grilling.
We changed investment interest. What did we change it to?
1.4.
You had it at 800.
1.4 million.
Can I
Okay.
make a statement to start? When we're looking at personnel, wages and benefits, there could be a change between the sheets that the digital receipt sheets versus what was originally uploaded into Kayenta. There's a reason for that. You might see a change of 12%. The reason behind that would be because PEB increases. We received that number in after the original numbers were entered. Okay, that's a 9% increase. When you factor in step increases over the prior year, that's 3%. There you go, that's 12%. What's now changed as of yesterday morning was L&I rates. We received that increase email that came in at 3.8%. So wages and benefits are significantly higher than last year, potentially 12 to L&I is, we're talking a little bit more dollars rather than thousands, but pennies and dollars, but it's still almost a 4% increase with L&I. We've not received DRS yet. We don't receive that till September.
Usually make those changes in July. 2 changes this year. I don't expect to see any more changes until middle of next year.
Okay, so if you see a 12% increase, it is due to PEB increases.
So 70+% of our budget has a 12% increase is the best way
At minimum, yes.
at minimum.
Never ends.
Yeah, so with that,
Happy
Yeah,
news.
some of those.
we have this year budgeted 5.1 million for property taxes. And we budgeted that conservatively. Prior year was 5.24. What do you think the actual for this year is gonna be?
We already set the number of this the other day. What did we come? I mean, I feel like we've been through the revenues over and
No,
over. So if we're
for-
starting on
I
that
just,
page-
I
I'm
just
saying
haven't
for
put it
this
in my
year.
book.
So what did we get to the other day? I didn't write it down. I didn't really, wasn't planning on talking about revenue, so I guess I want to say it was 5.7 or something.
That's for next year. I'm asking for this year. Where do you think it's coming?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I didn't come in, I really thought we'd spent last week talking about revenue, so I
Yes.
really was prepared to talk about expenses, but, which is fine. I can go look it up.
The reason I'm asking is because I'm trying to figure out, based on the numbers, it's looking like we're gonna have supplementals coming in. If we budgeted 5.1, but if in fact it's gonna come in 5.4 or 5, that's gonna be cash that we're gonna be able to pull from.
I think there's room for supplementals. I've talked to Jen about that. I think that there's also room in investment interest for supplementals. So I really, I asked her the other day, speaking of conversation we haven't used any of the surplus in investment interest. So we have all of that for supplementals, which if we shouldn't have that many supplementals. There's oodles there, I think.
And then the last one, we talked about the investment interest that we put to 1.4, but there's the other one, investment service fee, that came in at 129 so far this year, and that was halfway through the year. Are you thinking that's gonna be
I-
closer to 250?
Yeah, I think, no, because I think it's a percentage. It's gonna go with it's a percentage of what it comes in at.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could come in somewhere there. I think when we look at the investment earnings on the sheet that's in the budget book, I think it's gonna be what my proposal would be for the budget would be the 1.4 million and then leave the 150 there. So it would be whatever the total of those two would be.
Okay, so but you think that's really conservative though? Or
I mean,
fairly
I don't know who had,
I mean,
who had
they-
50 basis
They
points the
just
other
did
day.
50 yesterday.
And
so-
everybody thought it was gonna be 25, so they're gonna, I mean, and like I'd said, in 22, they went over 4% in 1 year. So, I mean, tomato, I mean, partly cloudy with meatballs.
Did you figure out what we ended on for personal property tax the other day? I got it in that, was it 5 cents?
Okay, next, for expenditures, and this came in the email that we got,
The change to the salaries or to
the change to the salaries, and you had, was it
I didn't look at that sheet, to be
$2,000
honest
a
with you.
month, that it got inputted for the longevity pay, so it worked out to $12,000. Is that incorporated into this regular wages, Jen? What I talked to you about the longevity pay per month that was put in at like $1,000, is that is included in these numbers, so that these numbers should go down by what, $10,000? If you change that and make that proper change.
Yeah, I don't, I did print it over here. But it's.
You know what I'm, you
it's
know what
really
I'm saying?
teeny.
I guess I'm talking to my seatmates too, though. So
Mm.
the sheet that he's looking at was the email we got from Jen, and it had the longevity pay, and it was a monthly longevity pay, and somebody inputted the monthly as a yearly, and so it was 12 times that amount.
I was just
Which
predicting the
you were
9%
just hoping for it?
for the L&I. No, I was just predicting all the other increases that have already come in. So I'm like, probably gonna be where it lands anyway. I mean,
Yeah, because it's set at 11.5%.
I really didn't look, I mean, I'm staffed at the same levels with the same pieces with the same, so I didn't really spend any, I mean, it's gonna go up, whatever Jen tells me it's gonna go up as it, for all the other pieces and parts.
The actual on his wages side for the salary is 346. What's entered in there is 356.
Yeah.
So, there's a little wiggle room in there, but
That's
I-
$10,000 is $10,000.
it is, but I would also, if it were me, I would prefer not to budget personnel all the way down to just a couple $100 over what the personnel budget is, just due to transitions, certain things come up, somebody leaves, all of those things, like we get too tight on that. There's no wiggle room at all for these general fund departments.
Okay,
I'm 5,000 I would be comfortable with, but
Well, the other ones are budgeted at what they're at, right?
With the exception, I mean, a couple exceptions, I tend to round up $1,000 or $2,000.
Okay, communications, last year was 14,000, halfway through this year, you're at 8,000 and you're budgeting 6,000 for next
So,
year.
I mean, I can go back. I mean, this is kind of the age old debate and we talked about it a little bit while she was having hers. I mean, I can move those around. I really went to the whole, I budgeted a little bit more than I had last year. I put 3,000 more dollars for postage. But I didn't move different categories around. And I think Heather kind of talked about it. Like I send over a voucher and I think it's going to go to X and it gets moved to other X. And so I don't really adjust. So I kept all of my parts and pieces essentially the same, but I added in some postage and I added in some money for interest refunds at the very end because interest is going up. So if a senior comes in and does a refund or, gets a recalculation and they paid and we have to refund them their money, we have to pay them interest on that. But those were my changes. So yeah, I mean, I can go in and move those all, but I did just leave them the same all the way across. And you're right. There's probably some, but then that creates as much confusion as it does being in the different areas.
I guess what I'm worried about is if if you follow your current expenditure for this year, knowing that everything costs more next year, where you're budgeting at, you can't get there because those costs are fixed.
Yeah, but it's robbing Peter to pay Paul, so he's not getting there this year either. He's taking from small tools that only spent 288, moving it down to that line.
Right. I'm just doing it overall.
Right, you're doing a whatever the total line is on the bottom and you're
Right.
moving things around to make it work.
Right.
So if you want to
Which-
try to get his small tools, if you want to lift that up, you need to take his small tools from 1,000 down to 300 and start piecing each little piece. And that's not how he budgets, so.
That's not how I traditionally have.
Right.
And I can go back and adjust those, but I probably need to make sure that I true up to, because we did add another miscellaneous banking because banking fees were in miscellaneous. So for example, we have some excess money in there, but I do believe one of the reasons why that's over is because our banking fees do get a calculation because of the interest rate. So as the interest rate's going to go down, because we do keep residual cash in our bank every day to keep some of that. So that offsets some of our banking fees.
Okay, so you're using the 28,000 in banking fees because you only spent 10,000 the year before. You've only spent 1,000 this year. You're using that to true everything else up.
I'm kind of, yeah. And so overall, I think when I looked at the total, because that's how I was looking at it, was at the bottom. And I think before, but it's like outside of salaries, we're at like maybe 90,000 in this year and 78,000. So I mean, it's pretty much the same. It's a percentage. So it's 85%.
Keep in mind too, the timing of some bills, like with my
Right.
O&M, I paid all of that professional service at the beginning of the
Upfront.
year and have none through the rest of the year. Bank fees, some of those other things show up at the end of the year.
And actually, those are kind of changing again as we go through. They used to show up at the very end of the year. We actually didn't pay them until after December. We paid them in January. I mean, with the year's budget, but yeah, that's happened. We have, and I was looking, I mean, I think we're very, very slim on the treasurers. I mean, I think we're right at, I think we're over so far to date in my projection on salaries, but we're picking some of that up on some of the other pieces. So I'm hoping not to have to do a supplemental this year, but
Once you still have to do, if you're over on salaries, we still need to move money.
you
up.
just move it from in my own budget though. I'm not coming in to do it would be a normal transfer. I wouldn't have to come and ask for more money for the department, I guess.
So I guess the one thing that I've heard from Commissioner Christopher is let's budget what you actually think it is. And I get where you're doing it and you're like, no, here's my number and I want to make it work within there. I just want to make sure that we're doing it the same across everyone. So nobody else can come in and say, well, you let him have fluff in there on this thing, but we got to budget right to the bare penny. So I just want to keep it accurate all the way through it. And I'm not trying to speak for you. I'm just,
I
I agree
don't
with you.
disagree, but I'm also not gonna tell an elected official how to do their budget.
Well, I mean, I
I
can
don't-
change it if
I
you
don't,
want.
I
mean,
don't have a problem with your total number. I understand your move this thing this year and this thing next year, and it would be hard to track and.
And banking fees are a big number in my budget that I'm
I
having to
get
move
it.
around, and I don't really have a good
So-
number on what they're gonna be.
Yeah, I don't have
So-
any overall
I can work towards that, and that's
scare
easily.
tactics with your number. It's just, I do like to see actual numbers, but I understand how you do it, and I'm not gonna tell you.
I
Some
gotcha.
people's brains work differently than mine do. Mine do. So, if whatever it takes to make your brain work the way your brain works, is fine with me.
I can just say, I like to see a 6% increase, much more than I like to see a 25% increase. They're little bunny.
We just had a 400. What are you talking about? 400% increase. Did I? I just asked you what the 400% increase was. I didn't tell you to change it.
That's on record now.
Yes, public, we can still have a little bit of fun while in budget.
No
mode.
fun allowed.
And the one thing that I will
I
say.
wear the fun shirt.
I see that.
I will say that the one thing that I would like to follow the auditor with that she did this year that I kind of was waiting to see how it went is we do have records in our office too. That I'm hoping if there is some money as we get through next year, that is a project that I've kind of tried to figure that I think we can work with in here. And try to get some of our records. So if we have a little increase, that's kind of what I'm hoping to use it for as we go through. But I also think that the new financial system is going to put constraints on different offices for different things, and I'm eager to see where that goes. So I'll change.
That was my only questions.
Okay. From any other, okay, perfect.
And
Let
are
me
almost
see
all
if-
of your,
Jan's looking.
uh, professional services fees, is that for,
That's mailing,
CPA.
that's, that's most of the CPA. We are gonna have a project with Teresa that we're working on, to work on some cash to convert, just some more pieces as Heather talked about with the conversion, unwinding the accrual and rewinding and trying to get some work done. So we're gonna work on a little project with her, but I don't pay that, other than that little project, most of it
Okay.
comes out of Heather's budget.
okay. And so with O&M, we're using fund balance. How
Well,
much-
O&M, I just balanced that one and it's kind of I will be honest with you, we've had a lot less folks that have gone to foreclosure we see. We implemented the payment plan here years back and we see a lot of use with that. So that's really, I think we're down to 6 properties now for our current foreclosure. That does split years. So sometimes in this budget here, we're not keeping it all in the same year because a lot of times our foreclosure sale is in February and we're accruing it where the costs are getting billed, but we don't recognize them as revenue until the sale because we don't recognize them until they're paid. So we have a difference, but I just kept that one, used a little fund balance and just, it's,
How much do
the
we have?
costs come out. That's kind of one of those things where it's to pay, they're trying to do that. What's that?
How much do we have in fund balance?
I think it's about 80, somewhere in the 80s, but that's generated through, that's its own fund that's generated for foreclosure.
Know
The
where we're sitting cash flow.
O&M fund expenditures, what is professional services for that? Is that
We do
auctioneers?
mailing, we do mailing. We have a lot of mailings we do. We do tax title searches, so we have to pay for
Where
those.
does the auctioneer for foreclosures come from? What
The
bar's number?
auctioneer, we
Take a
don't pay
percentage of the money?
before we get it. So
I
we
see,
don't,
okay.
that's all paid, it's all as the user
that's
fee.
not
So
a-
we don't,
okay,
no,
yeah,
we
it
don't
makes
see it. Yep.
That was my question is where's that in there?
It's
Is that
it's
professional?
because the
But
the
they're-
buyer is paying the premium
Okay.
and and that's on both surplus sale and foreclosure. The premium's taken out before.
Estimated year-end fund balance
un-
for that fund is 92.
Unrelated question, we had a surplus property sale a few years back. Do we have plans to do another one?
I don't know that we have that many surplus. I'd have to go and look and see, from a surplus surplus.
I
Are you
guess
talking
I-
surplus property like vehicles or are you talking surplus?
I'm looking at mainly vehicles because if a vehicle sits there for 2 years,
Yes.
it's pretty rotten and hard to get any
I would
money out
agree.
of. So
And we
I
have,
would love to do vehicles every year, even if there's only 2.
and so would we. We would too. I lost the person that was doing that and we were working on, that person went to the clerk's office. And so we have been trying to get new people in there. So I have a list. One of the folks I've talked to health, I have not talked to the sheriff's office, and Carmen's on my list, but I'm kind of waiting to see where
And I
that.
think, yeah,
but
Building had a vehicle
talking to
die,
Karen, yeah.
George had a vehicle die. There's a few around that,
Yes.
that will.
But
we'll
there's
get
also
less
very
for it if we
few,
auction
there's
it.
also very few that have actually been surplus through the process, that some of them that are dying aren't surplus. I do believe that the one in Building has been, and I believe one in Health, but sometimes there's vehicles that we see that don't drive
There's
that are.
another note for the chairman to make sure whoever's in charge of that gets their.
Yeah, but
crap
that,
surplus.
we were gonna try to get something done. We did one a couple years ago and the pickup went into November or the 1st of December. And we ended up having a snow, on that, and it was a little challenging to get people to come here. So we want to try to have them so it's at this point, but yes, we do want to have one of those and we got rid of some graders this year, some heavy equipment, and we did those on their own. And so, yes, but we do want to do a vehicle, surplus. And I know that there's some vehicles that are going to come in later in the year. So that is, yes, that is on our agenda.
Okay.
That doesn't have anything to do with Fund 113, by the way.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with any
just-
part of this. I
Good
actually
question.
kind of wanted to see on some of these surpluses, if we attached our vehicle logs from the chips we put in to the surplus, if it would drive any higher premiums.
Traditionally, we have not, but
Well,
when
we haven't had the data before.
and
so-
also we haven't had, yeah. So what we're trying to do is we also had them at this, we only changed a couple years ago to the online sale, which I think has helped a lot, and then trying to figure out, but a lot of times now with the data, we don't want to spend a lot of time. So now it's a matter of getting that information about the vehicle so we can add all that in there before, for example, the battery dies, if it does.
Right.
Because you can't get
Then
the.
somebody loses the
You can't
keys.
get the, yeah. So we are trying to get that. That is a staffing with that. We kind of were
Okay.
geared up to do it a certain way. And then that person left and we just haven't reassigned that.
Same regard, I'm gonna go to the director of IT to look and make sure that any of our dead vehicles that we're not still paying for the chips being in them to monitor tracking for a car that's sitting on a lot for the next year. So we should probably double check that. Granted, it's, $100, but it's $100. It's enough that I can go to the beach with.
I like the beach shirt.
We can call it a board retreat, budget retreat.
What everybody else does.
Okay.
Team building exercise. A trust exercise. Let's do that. Trust fall. Can we please do trust fall right now?
You go first.
Please? As
Yeah,
long as you
stand
promise
here.
to go second. I would much rather go second. Cause then you know what to expect.
Depends on if the same person catch it.
Well, no, you take turns.
Which fund are we on now?
I think
I'm
we're at
not on a
201,
fund.
142 or
142,
201.
the re-
And I budgeted the same as the
Down
REIT.
through here.
For him, period. Didn't really have any to start with. I have no highlights in your section, sir.
There is legislation, just as an FYI, that's probably will come up this year on the REIT tech fee. So we'll see where that goes to increase that. Whether it will pass.
Did you ever get your countertop built with your platform, blah, 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 blah?
Mm-mm.
Was it supposed to be done this year?
I don't think so.
Okay.
The only one I have is 87.
Age 87?
Yeah.
I only have 217 and 16, so I don't know which one.
This is the LTD.
Long-term debt,
Bond fund.
201.
Who one is LG, yeah, the go bond.
Okay,
And so this is the principal Serb Airport. We've got nothing the prior year, nothing this year. $50,000 for the current year and then 25 for next year. Is this for? Can you explain that one to me?
that's the one that we pay to curb. And the reason it's at 50 and not 25 is because there was a snafu the previous year and it's due in July and we'll pay both 50s. That's why we had to do that. But it's 25 each year. I mean, this
Okay.
is based right off of,
Okay,
so we had to
missed-
do.
So we missed a
We
year.
missed one. They called us and said, hey, but because we are budget, I mean, the money was
Because-
in the
and
fund.
Because you pay in July, it doesn't show up
Yes,
that you
in
paid.
July, yep.
All right.
And these reports were ran in June.
Right,
for
no,
the
that's
June
the,
30th,
yeah,
So you wouldn't
That's
see the
why I-
actual.
yeah.
That was my question. Okay, that was the only question I had.
Thank
That
you.
was easy.
He didn't get grilled near as bad as
Yeah.
Heather did. He had less pages though.
I had fewer.
Well, he's got the revenues.
You stumped him with the revenues. That's what it was. Haven't decided if I like the name on the tab or the index in the front going to the tab. I think I like this better than
I like
when it says,
the number.
I think I do, but I haven't fully decided.
I like the name of it.
And I say that because how the departments are in our system are not alphabetical, so there is a lot more legwork for me to
Right.
alphabetize
Oh, I
them.
see. Well, that answers the question right there then. I think we should let Lori lead this department.
Yep. You asked the questions.
Question?
Seems
I
like
mean, I
you're
can
done.
just, I can just talk. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm happy to. I have my two budgets. I'm fully funded.
What can I say?
Questions?
How much of the foundational public health dollars do we end up giving back a year?
We get back 800,000 this year.
Okay, and what could we have done if we would have spent that money? What did,
Assistant,
Then why didn't we?
because I don't have time to put together what an assistant looks like.
and do we have access to that same dollars this next year?
We do. I know through June for sure, so we just got our, so we'll get, I think $1 million check the 1st of January. And then the current consolidated contract goes through the end of 2024. So we don't know for sure that we'll get that same funding through 2025. We're pretty sure we will.
You should have your assistant draw up what it would look like.
I know, there's a lot of things an assistant could do.
Yeah.
So this is an example of we're leaving dollars, state dollars on the table where we could be putting it to beneficial use that could be being used to help you or your department out. So what can we do to help you get there so that we don't send so much money back to the state? Because the one thing I know is if you send money back to the state, they won't want to give it to you the next year because they can reallocate that money.
They do reallocate it, but we still get the same award because it's based on county. So every county at the end of the cycle has to say how much they've used, and they either can get surplus from other counties or they give it back. So it
Oh.
just gets redistributed between the 39 counties.
Other than getting you an assistant, what else could we use that money for?
I mean, it's all pretty well prescribed, and then there's just, I think we'll probably always send some back because they demand, I shouldn't say demand, some of the requirements for the funding just aren't gonna get used in this county. So one of the things, they send us $100,000 a year for a community health assessment. We do a community health assessment every 3 years in conjunction with other agencies. We're never likely going to spend that. We're putting together one for the 2025 fiscal year. We're doing it with KVH and Skyline, so it's gonna be Klickitat County only this time around. And I will probably be the one that pays for the I will pay for the contractor for that because I have the funding and otherwise, they're taking that out of their budgets that are not earmarked specifically for that. So there's a lot of things that, while we appreciate the funding, is just not maybe in alignment with the work that actually needs to be done in this county. Does that
I
make
guess
sense?
my question is gonna go, what do we do for suicide prevention and could we do more and could we use that money for that?
So are we talking about public health or behavioral health? Cause I have them very separate,
Talk
so.
about this 800 grand.
We did pay
We're
for
not
mental
gonna-
health
I mean,
first aid.
we could do an assistant plus other things. And that's the one thing I see exponential growth in this county over the last 5 years is the number of suicides. And can we do more?
I mean, I wouldn't say, I mean, I understand your concerns. I don't know that exponential growth, but we hire, trained 10 people to be able to do mental health, first aid classes. There's some injury prevention work within the public health funding, and that would be something that our new health educator would likely take on. But generally, I would see that work coming more from the behavioral health unit group, so. Yes and no,
Okay,
if that helps.
but the behavioral health side doesn't have the 800 extra thousand.
No, they don't.
That's why I was asking from the public health side.
Yeah, well,
I mean, in
So-
my
and
mind,
there's-
suicide is mental health, so it should come out of mental health. But if I can take it out of public health for unused funds, I'm more than happy to say it's not mental health.
there have been funds that have been commingled to meet the end goal, but in an appropriate fashion, in alignment with the statements of work. So no worries. I did all my homework first. You're good. You're welcome. That was the wrong use of terminology. I did not commingle. I just utilized my
So you put
resources.
it in her petty cash drawer.
Speaking of, what is your fund balance?
What do you mean?
It says you're gonna have an $80,000 proposed, gain in or use of fund balance next year, correct?
No,
Or is that gain in fund balance?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't
looking,
know.
Hold on.
I don't know what we're asking. I don't
Okay,
understand.
This
the
is on your
question.
revenue sheet,
Okay,
Page,
Are we?
For
looking
public
at-
health or behavioral health?
public health.
I see.
There should be no fund balance.
It's,
This is
Page 55 of our sheet.
page 55, top line.
it's a
I,
use of
I
fund-
don't have the same pages, so that doesn't help me.
Yeah,
it is a use of fund balance and it is there. Hold on.
I'm
So-
kind of curious who put it in there.
I did.
If she doesn't
Oh,
know
I-
it
it's for
exists,
the insurance.
It's for the insurance.
We
So
can
I
fix
put
that
it in.
though.
So when we got the insurance numbers, when we set out the call for budgets, we told everybody to not put insurance in until we worked with the board, figured out how we were really going to handle and put the insurance, pay for the insurance.
and you
Once-
were gonna determine the numbers and put them in.
And once I
versus
got
them
them,
doing it.
I was going to work through the allocations and make sure that the special revenue funds, everybody outside the general fund, got their insurance allocations back in so that they can get reimbursement for whatever grants and whatnot. In this particular fund, we just used fund balance at this point in time to balance the fund until she either wanted to change it to
I'll change it.
a grant source or whatever. Either way, it's gonna come in and be totally fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, I forgot that we did that, and that's something Elizabeth and I need to and get back to you on.
Okay, so that's 58,000 that you weren't planning, or 80,000? 80,000 or 50,000? 80,000 that you weren't planning on, but you have the foundational public health dollars to cover it, right? So you
Yep.
don't have to send it back.
Nope.
Okay. So I guess the next question goes, if you're still planning on sending back whatever that amount might be, is the direction of the board to try to have her work with HR to get an assistant or not?
Talk about it at the time.
We keep talking
Did
about
we
it.
not already make the decision? She says no. I say yes. I don't need to talk anymore. I thought I already did this a year ago.
I thought that we'd have the conversations multiple times.
Well, that's where
Pulled
I
the
think
trigger.
they get confused. Because we talk so much that they walk away and we think they know what we told them, but they're confused. And it's not just her. I hear this from multiple sources that we need to far more clear and adamant when we're given direction. So, and that's
So-
our bad.
I guess the question is, you are certain, because you have a very complex budget here with a lot of different grants and you put everybody else to shame with how you grant manage. You are,
The grant manages, just to give her the credit.
yes,
actually.
Elizabeth, and thank you, Elizabeth. You are certain that you have the funding next year that could fully pay for an assistant for your position.
Yeah.
Where I've always come with your budget is I don't care if you want one new employee or 24 new employees. I'm always a yes. When they're grant funded, when they stop becoming grant funded, you would have a problem with me, but
Well, I think we're gonna look at some opportunities to do some contracting next year to maximize the money that we don't spend back, but not actually onboard employees that we're not gonna be able to maintain through.
that works too. But I'm
Yeah.
still a yes. I'm a yes.
Yeah.
I've been a yes the whole time. We've had all the conversations during our annual.
Just so I'm clear, you have time to figure this out.
Your
Yeah,
thumb looks
I
like
thought it was already a yes.
Your
You just didn't
thumb
have the
was-
time to do it. So this is news to me, but I'm glad we're now clear and
Yes.
I apologize for any unclear that apparently there's been.
Good.
There's not often times we're unanimous on something, and this one, I think we've always been. We just maybe haven't relayed it very well.
Actually, I think we're unanimous probably 90% of the time.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Any
See, we
questions on
weren't
the
unanimous on that.
behavioral health budget?
To be blatantly honest, I have not even looked at the numbers of your budget because they're all grant funded. None of it affects my bottom line. Could there potentially be a beach vacation in there that I don't know about? Yes. But it's the state paying for it. It ain't me paying for it. It ain't taxpayers paying for it.
It is taxpayers.
Well, yes, but if we gave it back, it's a beach vacation Seattle would take. They're not gonna refund your property taxes. So, if we actually had county dollars in here, I would be nickeling and diming it just like I do everybody else's. But there are no county dollars.
Oh, trust me, if it was coming out of county dollars and you look at the behavioral health costs, you'd be jumping up and down and standing on the table and everything else. Talk to us a little bit about behavioral health and where we are with the grants. And when we expect those to come in, and did you build that into the budget? Give us the overview. And this isn't for me, this is for the public, because this is a new department. Mainly for my seatmates or my predecessors, whoever's following me.
So are
Thank
you,
you.
11 of the public, of which
This is gonna be put online and I'm definitely gonna send it to both people who want this job.
so for the, I assume you're asking about the Medicaid organizations and contracting with them, we're pretty much stagnant. So I have not accounted for any dollars that I don't have assurances of getting. So I've only marked what I know I have.
we had a conversation yesterday about expanding behavioral health more to the public, and you were saying that shortage of applications of qualified individuals to do so. Is that a dollar number? I mean, everything's a dollar number. Well,
No, because-
if we were paying $500,000 a year, I'm sure they'd line up.
That's fair.
But if the state has that money available, can we offer $500,000? Could we raise what we're willing to pay? And, okay, we want 8 of them and this is the money the state gave us. Hey, let's take 5 and use all that money.
We very intentionally chose our wages based on comparable counties and I think we picked Skamania, Wasco County, and then usually we use like a Stoughton or Okanagan.
Right, but
Just to
I'm,
make sure we're at, and I feel pretty confident that we're at market value, if not even a little bit above with our benefits package. So,
is
well, I
there,
understand what you're saying. I
is
think
there
it's
an
a very
avenue to
good
use that
precedent.
state money to have sign-on bonuses or retention bonuses or some, it's state money we're not using.
That's come up in
So
the
if we can
past.
stimulate somebody to get motivated on this, I kind of like that.
I have gotten feedback that sign-on bonuses and retention bonuses were something that hasn't really been set up in this county before. And that there would be a lot of barriers and conversations that would need to happen and be overcome before we could get to that point.
I think the risk is if an office or a department does or does not give something solely based on where the funding comes from, you create an inequity. And when you get sued, they're not gonna care where the money came from. Inequity is inequity. If you violate somebody's status, you gotta be consistent. I'm sure really a good defense is where the money comes from.
We are working on getting loan repayment because that's actually a big draw for
I-
a lot of people coming out of school. That's something that we can offer. That it's because it's through I believe it's a federal funding source.
In that same regard, that might shut down the sign-on bonus argument, but it doesn't sign off on we could pay them more, even though we're using comparable counties. This board just authorized payment across the street of employees that was not based on comparable counties. It was based well above. There's precedent. In the prosecutor's office, we're paying those lawyers far more than comparable counties. We could do the same thing to be able to hire here, and it ain't even our money.
No, but
Looking at the whole county.
Yeah. I think pay scales are a very slippery slope, and consistency and equality are important, especially when you have multiple departments.
I mean, unions already.
Understand. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying though. I just, when I've explored that in the past, it hasn't been a simple answer. That's something that was easily actionable.
If I step back, my frustration level's here right now. I'm gonna take my shirt,
Big deep breath.
hold my margarita, and picture myself on the beach.
Jake, any other?
I guess when we're doing the budget, and granted, it's not county dollars, so it's not high on the priority list, and I thank you for putting together, this is the money I know I have, and this is the budget for what I know I have. I would love to see another one that says, this is where we want to be, this is the budget if the MCOs come to the table, and if they come to the table, this is how we want to grow, and see that budget, because I want to be working towards that. And I want to push the MCOs and say, hey, look, here's our budget. Where are you at? We need you. If we send them our current budget, they're going to be like, well, guess we're off the hook.
Yeah.
So if we can do it and say, we've had a conversation with the county commissioners, you guys have all promised to come to the table. You're supposed to be here spending money in this county. You are not spending money in this county. Where's it going? Here's our budget. Here, where's your funding? I want something that I can push on them with. And the sooner rather than later, I'd like to get that to them ASAP if that's possible.
I absolutely love the fact that the biggest heated discussion we've had so far today is about expanding mental health.
Well,
Wait, where's the heat?
that's probably a good tone.
We're passionate about
Passionate.
Oh,
expanding mental
heated in a
health.
positive way.
Yes.
And I would hope that whoever's sitting here a year from now carries on that passion. Because I honestly don't think we would be where we are today if me and you weren't as passionate 3 years ago.
And
I think we'd
and
be sitting
Aaron.
here with comprehensive mental health
2 years.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
Feels like a decade.
And that all started because of my contentiousness
It's
of
true.
calling comprehensive to sit right there and chewing their ass.
Yes.
Otherwise, we wouldn't be here today.
We wouldn't be here
Or-
today without Aaron.
For the record, I would say
There
that was
without Aaron.
probably the most I've chewed anyone out.
Do what?
I would say, for the record, I'd say that's either the most or the second most I've chewed anyone out.
Comprehensive?
Yeah.
deserved.
Yes. All right. Anything else for budget for me?
No,
Questions?
thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Erin.
And I'm going to apologize again.
You did a great
I
job.
feel
Brittany.
bad because I know you're overworked and the fact that you didn't think you had permission for that sucks. So I hope you can resolve that.
Yeah,
I really
I'll
do.
work with Rob.
That'll take a year.
Thank you.
Rob is very supportive of our departments. We'll get it fixed out.
Just bring him a Snickers bar. He'll be fine.
Yeah.
Mine's imaginary. I can give you a sip of mine. I don't have budget donuts, budget cookies.
Starting in, isn't it? Here we go.
Best faced at him.
I think I need a life jacket.
I didn't hear it. I wasn't. Okay, okay.
I have to find the page.
No page. I would just like to address the board a little bit. Take a moment to regroup. Okay,
Sit here with our chi on.
it's your chi. Okay, so I had a feeling that this would go the direction it ended up going. So I scheduled
It
and built.
scares the hell
time-
out of you, doesn't it?
No, because it's exactly how I expected. So, I was mentally prepared. I managed to build in a little bit of a buffer. So, I just like to
Time or dollars.
really kind of regroup, and kind of go over how I scheduled these workshops and the direction that we ended up going, and maybe offer solutions to get through this. What departments would normally take 15 minutes and had been scheduled for 15 minutes in the past, I scheduled for 30. If they took 30 in the past, I scheduled for an hour, and we blew that in the first discussion.
Right.
So-
We made it back an hour. So
We
we're
made it
at-
back up because I purposely scheduled Aaron for an hour and built a half-hour budget buffer, knowing that Aaron would be
15
shorter than
minutes.
that. So
Greg's run longer than planned, or was it just Heather's?
Greg's was,
I didn't run it.
I'd say it
was
felt
about-
short to me.
his was about 30, which was
Really?
what I scheduled for him. So I just like to read an excerpt from a GFOA article that was published early this year.
Unless you're blaming somebody else for the lecture you're about to give. Go ahead.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Just trying to put it in perspective.
I'm not the only budget officer that has experienced this type of approach with budget workshops and deliberations from the governing board. The governing board spends what seems like, or maybe hours, discussing line items for like office supplies. Can we reduce it by sending more emails, using less printer paper, those types of things? And then after passes multi-million-dollar capital projects without a discussion. This phenomenon is not limited to local government. It's common across time and disciplines that it actually has a name. It's called Parkinson's Law of Triviality. So the originator said that Parkins illustrated it with an example of a committee responsible for approving the plans of a nuclear power plant. The committee spent little time on weighty issues like the design of the nuclear reactor, and more time on issues like the design of the bike shed that will be on the property. How big will it be? What materials will be made of? Parkinson's law is also known as bike shedding. Bike shedding wastes the precious resource of time, leaving less time to discuss what really matters, and the results are lower quality decision making. So the article also offers solutions as to how we move past it. One of them, I actually tried to design already in it, but I think we could touch base on it again. The most basic would be setting time limits. So I would like to approach sticking to the schedule and time limit. And having that discussion, if you'd like me to schedule longer than 30 minutes, then I could do that. But when that time is up, that we maybe stick to that and move on. Maybe we bring somebody back in if we need to go further into something. It's up for the board to decide. Then the next one would be move the important items front and center. So maybe we spend the afternoon, the board and the finance team, going through your tabs, what's the really important big ticket items, and we bring those in next week, the week after, we bring those up front. And then again, stick to some time limits. Up for the board to make a decision. Those
I
are just my
absolutely agree with
suggestions.
that. But with that, I honestly am quite confused and have really no idea where this board is gonna go. Because what, 72% of our money is spent on employees and benefits, and they're getting a 12% increase. Not counting if there's a COLA or whatever else. So how you find $2.5 million without even discussing the elephant in the room and filling vacant positions? I have no idea, other than just here it comes out of reserve. So unless that's the goal, you're gonna have to discuss the elephant in the room. Otherwise, we're just going through the motions and wasting time, which is kind of what you're saying, which is what I think is currently happening.
And if I may, I've also received quite a few text messages that we're setting some fear and anxiety to directors and staff. So if we can maybe regroup and take a different approach.
Well, it's today, quietness. This is what I've been working on with all the sticky tabs. And through that week, knowing who was coming in, and I ask questions first and dispel all my little ones, get rid of them. I'm looking for big ticket items. Big
If
problems.
possible, I don't know how we do it. Never great part of this, I may be wrong. If we knew what the questions were before we came in, we could research.
There you
this.
go.
I mean, even if
Absolutely.
we have a couple thousand for the Wasatch news.
Yeah.
Have the answer for you if she could have a
Yeah,
question.
then we wouldn't have to talk about it.
We don't have to go back and then come back. But I don't know how you do that
Yeah,
necessarily.
as I said, I don't need to come back and come back. Just get the right number, let her know the right number. I'm good, done.
If,
Whatever that number is.
I think you said the other day, that because of the multiple years of pushing back, it's probably only 100,000 plus of whatever you want to call it in the budget, which is still a long way
Heather,
from 2.7 million.
Will you move the mic to him so he can?
I'm done. I'm planning,
No.
I'm planning my party as we
He-
speak.
He is right. The board has reduced budgets. That first reduction with Commissioner Christopher and Anderson's year as commissioners, that was a 3% reduction to 2020 actuals, which in some departments and offices resulted in a 20+% reduction. So there has been significant reductions,
Including employee reductions.
including employee reductions. Yes.
And-
So this is going to take it, it's gonna need a different approach than what's been happened in the past. And I definitely would encourage that we don't have the afternoon booked. We have till 2:30, 3 o'clock, somewhere around there. But we have a couple hours in the afternoon. After, we have emergency management and the prosecuting it, so 2:30, 3 o'clock.
Yeah, 1, 2, 2:30. Don't have anything after the prosecution.
That's what I said, after 3 o'clock.
Oh,
So we have a couple hours in the afternoon. We have some time right now, where we could,
Go ahead.
where you guys we can go through your questions, through various budgets all across there, collect them. If we're able to, if this group's able to answer it, great, we can answer it, move on. If we're not, I can reach out to the director or the elected official and see what we can get.
I would like either that, or I would like to name departments that need to come forward and go through, because I think 3/4 of them do not need to be sitting in front of us.
Absolutely.
I mean,
We
even
could
the two we
greenlight.
had could have been questions sitting with you that I need to know this number and this number, move on. 10-minute conversation and not,
And that's kind of the approach that we took last year, but, you know, we've been rolling with this one. And so I think maybe we can ease some mind and some tension if we
I think,
regroup.
I understand the tension. I mean, granted, there's not that many people online. But what we did this morning is what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna start burning through cash balance and fund balance, and that's gonna be one of the ways that we make this up, and that was a good decision. The conversation with public health about something that needed to happen over a long time ago was a good discussion and needed to happen.
Absolutely.
I think the conversations, because we are going to get held to task if we have to pull the big levers on the revenue side. And we have to show, and this video's recording is going to show, that we did everything we could, as Commissioner Christopher's brought up multiple times, to cut first. And that is, yes, we've cut in the past, but we also noticed that people like to hedge their bets, $5,000-$10,000 here, because that makes their budget a little bit easier. And having them come in and give voice to that on their rationale for that, I think helps with the public perception, because we do have the public sitting here looking at it, knowing that we're going through it, you know, in essence, line by line. Because when we have to raise a 10th% sales tax or do something that's going to actually move the needle, the public needs to know that we've done our full due diligence.
but I would interject that full due diligence is not just changing the second half of the budget page that only equates to 25% of the overall budget.
So I'm not saying not speak to everybody in due time. I'm suggesting that we start with the big items. And we start with getting some questions answered. You three have obviously gone through that budget as appropriately should. You have your tabs, I already know that. And then we go through that together and then see what items are big and bring those departments or offices in first, the next go around, and then start circling back around to the others.
So I thought the agreement that we did have before was, let's bring the departments in that we don't have to worry about first, so that we can get them out of the way, then they don't need to come back in, be it the auditor, the treasurer, public health, things that don't hit it, so that it'll give us a little bit more time. And I think that's what we did today. This afternoon, yeah, we're bringing in some departments that are scary. I mean, I don't see how emergency, if we have a 12% increase, how in the world is emergency management only coming in with a 2%? Did we not budget that properly? I think we have to have that conversation. If you're looking at that, where are they making this up, or what's not in there, just at face value? And I think these are going to be the difficult questions that we have to have. And if staff has ideas on what are the big ticket items that can actually put a dent in $2.5 million, I would love to hear about that so that I can go do some more research. But I was planning today to follow the plan that we have outlined, because I only have so much time to read so much of this book at a time and keep it in my mind, because I can't read the whole thing to keep it all in my mind.
And I understand that. And the plan and the directive from the board was, yes, handle some easier budgets first, but also those landfill dollars. Now, not everybody was able to get on today, but one of the easy budgets took how long?
Hour and a half. Seems like
And
months.
And we
set-
got like $2,000 out of it.
No, we got 25,000 plus whatever you can find.
So the time, you've got 28,000.
the dialogue
Out of
back and forth, I
2.5
don't
million.
think.
So I guess what it comes down to, and I will be about as open up front as I possibly can. It's hard for me to ever think about raising taxes on the public and or burning my savings account to pay for my HBO bill that I can't afford. If I can't afford it this year, I can't afford it next year. This means structural changes and looking at potentially not filling open positions. And otherwise, all you're doing is kicking the can down the road. Sure, I mean, there may be a idea by this board that we can just, take a couple 100,000 here and then use reserves for the rest. I can tell you in advance, I'll be a no. So if that's how you want to go, let's just get it out there and not waste the time going through every little page. I don't know that that's the way it's going to go. I have a feeling, but you're not going to get through this whole book and find more than 100 grand, maybe two tops. And you're still going to have to figure out what you're going to do for the other 2.2 or 2.5. And I think that's where we're going to have fundamental differences based off how the board has had that same fundamental difference in voting practice over the last year.
I don't want to
Rob,
clarify something, maybe it doesn't need clarified, so tell me if I'm wrong. Because words matter. Employees are not getting a 12% increase. Not all employees get step increases. The cost of employees is going up 12%.
Correct.
But employees are not getting a 12% increase. I think if the public says, hey, we're all getting a 12% raise, why are you doing this? That's not the case. It's
Thank you.
different.
Thank you,
cost
Rob.
of-
But I would
Cost.
also
And I,
think
yeah,
The
I just want to make
cost
sure
of-
the cost of an
thank
employee.
you.
The cost of benefits to the
We-
county,
yeah.
it has increased.
right, but
by-
we also need to figure out what those bigger ticket items are and whether we're going to do them or not, because you look at COLA. You're going to have to pay the union's COLA. That's half the employees. So now you got to deal with, are you going to not give the non-union members a COLA? And if you're not going to do that, and I'm not saying that I'm a no, I'm always a yes, just so you know. What would you save? 150 grand, 200 grand maybe by not giving non-union a COLA? What is the risk of not doing that? Oh, they're going to form a courthouse union and it's going to cost you $500,000. Is that a good financial decision? I disagree, but that's a lever. That's 200 grand. We need to know whether we're doing it or not doing it. Versus $2,000 here and $5,000 there.
So Commissioner Christopher, being that you've kind of started drawing lines in the sand, what is your idea for filling a $2.5 million hole, knowing that we as a board have tried to cut the fat multiple years in a row? What's your, I mean, you've
Well,
clearly thought about it. What's your
I-
idea?
I would have started a year ago, which is what I tried to do and what the board had plans to do. And then the board changed their plans. And we haven't done any of it. I would also argue that the reason we have such a deficit is because of decisions made by this board. That I was on the other side of, so I'm trying to patch holes that I didn't create. But I'm trying to be honest enough to say where you're going to get the money to patch the hole and have the hard discussions, of which it doesn't seem like anybody wants to have. And if anybody doesn't want to have those, that's fine. I'll just be outvoted on that one
I'm
too.
just asking you, where do you see it? Let's have the discussion.
Well, if you think I'm going to be the bad guy for decisions made that weren't mine, you're wrong.
I'm asking you the question, where do you see the
Step
big
number
levers?
one, any open positions that are currently out there that this board has given verbal authorization to fill that it probably shouldn't have. It probably should reverse that decision. Well, that is that's not county dollars. We should make a decision that we're not filling vacant positions that are using county dollars until there's an analysis done on whether that position is 100% needed, whether it can be wrapped in with another position to free up dollars. That doesn't lay anybody off, but that's a discussion we should have been pushing since January, which is why I've been a no on filling vacant positions, because that was the directive this board was going to take, is that structural change. Let's see if we can change our structure without laying anybody off.
so I think we're going down a slippery slope here. We're trying to get a process set. So let's bring it back around to, I see different opinions. Big ticket items, let's talk about those. Let's get through the hard stuff. Or do we just have people come in one by one and go through every line item? That's really hard to answer for me now, thinking about it, because we could look at some big ticket items, some of the things like Mr. Christopher would like to discuss about a position that I'm thinking of, and that could be a big gap filler. And we could do some of those first, and then we still could trim down through the departments, leaving the working order in a way that works for staff to bring them in, that helps you, help us with them. One problem I have with some of that is if we're going to make some tough decisions and hard cuts in some places, it starts appearing as though to departments, it pits one department against another because you didn't talk to them, but you're talking to me. So, and I don't want to say that I would adjust the budget or run the budget process based off of placating somebody. For me, I really think we should look at some of the big ticket, tougher items and make those tougher decisions right away. And if there's a suggestion, have the conversation, adjust that one, move on. I wrote down 3 or 4 of them, and they're within different departments. Then you chop off some of the hard stuff off the top, and then we can go back and start going through departments and keep going till we get what we need.
I'm
So-
fine with however you guys want to do it. I just don't think we're gonna get there if we don't address open positions and any positions that didn't have employees in them for some time before we approved employees in the last 3 years.
So if I may,
When it's appropriate.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting not bring everybody in. I'm suggesting the ones that you have bigger ticket item questions on, we start with them. And we start next week. We don't change today. We can finish this discussion after our last workshop today. We have a couple hours. If it takes that long, I don't think it will, but I think we can get through it. And so we just start with those bigger items to see where we can, or the bigger questions, not the bigger items. I don't want to continue to set fear in employees and staff, and by having those hard talks really upfront before we talk through departments. I'd rather circle back around and if we need to continue to if the board needs to continue to have those difficult conversations, that we do it at the end after we have approached the budgets.
I have an example that's not a current employee, so nobody should feel all frustrated about. Office manager in economic development. They were paid here, but because that employee was threatening to leave, they went through a job classification change to get bumped to here so that we can hopefully keep that employee. That employee left anyway. So instead of bringing the new person in here, we brought him in up here. We brought the next person in up here. I think that position needs to be looked at to decide, is that office manager or is that clerical admin? That's a pay difference. Is that a full-time position or is that a half-time position? That needs to be looked at before you fill that org chart box with $120,000 employee. And if you're not gonna do it, and yet you're going to go out to the public and use reserves or ask for more money and then tell them, oh, we've done everything we can do, you haven't.
I guess
Go ahead.
the issue is when you're faced with a hole like this, usually you don't talk about should this position be halftime or that during the budget. That's something you do throughout the year, throughout bringing the director in and having those conversations because you see this ahead of time. When that opening is there is when you appropriately do it. I think because of where I see us, we're going to end up having to talk about structural changes and everything else. And because of that, it's all on the table. And it ain't gonna be pretty and it ain't gonna be fun. Or you can kick the can down the road by a year. You can do a little bit of revenue, a little bit of using cash reserves, or a little bit of fund balance, cash reserves, and a little bit of revenue in order to get you through a year so that you can start to have those really serious conversations. If you were to assume, like Commissioner Christopher was, and we do the, what is known as what happens automatically if we kick into our $5 million emergency reserves where there's a hiring freeze. Well, that actually doesn't save you money in certain instances. When the sheriff's department is down 5 deputies and you have to have so many people on the road, or you choose to have so many people on the road, that just all comes in overtime wages. Does it make more sense to hire somebody so you don't have so much in overtime? There's a formula there of where that crosses. Taking those blanket statements that we're not going to fill any positions that are open because of this, that is setting the entire county up for failure because there are positions that you have to have.
I would encourage the board, if they chose to go that route, that a structure is developed to analyze the positions, to determine a level of priority before making a blanket
But
statement.
that takes a full year.
Yes.
You cannot do it in
Exactly.
6 weeks.
That is a
You can do it.
strategic approach.
You can do it.
Minimum
The thing
needs to
ab-
happen is for every position, if you have that, every position needs to then, before it's given granted removal, come here and argue that case before it's just, sure, go ahead and rehire.
Because from a director's perspective, or an elected, at any given time, if you add up all the open positions, it's a significant amount of money. On the other hand, if you fill them all, then you're going to spend all the money you got, and that's another problem. It's random. What positions are open at any given time is random. Either somebody's left, somebody retired, somebody moved to another department. It's random, and it doesn't take into consideration, call it what you want,
But-
critical, essential. And trust me, if you want the biggest bad discussion is trying to define who is critical and who is essential, even
We-
though in the real world there are positions that we only have one of that you have to have. I'll say payroll as an example. You've got to have payroll. And so then there's many others. I just say because Heather's sitting here. So,
But this is the discussion we had last year, that we were going to go into the start of the year to try to figure out what we might be able to do structurally, that it just never happened.
Yeah.
So here we are again. And I would argue whether you're going to use reserves or do exactly what the previous board did to us and forecast landfill revenue at 10.5 million, that'd fix your budget problem.
I don't
But
think. we
they
should do
have
that.
to come in, whoever's sitting here is gonna have to come in next year and fix it. We got lucky enough to have some COVID money to throw at that problem, but we still had to make the hard decisions. Are we gonna pass the hard decisions off to our predecessors?
So
do you
there-
get time to make the hard decisions?
Yes, we actually have time because we have generations of being fiscally conservative in how we budget, that we have reserves. Unlike a lot of other positions where you do only have 6 weeks and you're laying people off and everything else. We're not in that case. We have years if we wanted to where we wouldn't be in that case. So the sky is not falling. We do have time.
I would,
How much money do we put in reserves a year? 250,000?
250 to the emergency reserves, okay?
To
That-
whatever reserves we would be sucking money out of to balance our budget, how much do we put in there a year?
Off the top of my head, I just looked at this number and I think this year we're somewhere around 400,000.
And speaking of reserves,
So-
Heather and I are talking about this. I think all the things you're talking about, the freezes kick in on the last 5 million in reserves, not the 5 million above that.
Last.
It's the
last
one.
So just to clarify, I know I've talked about this probably a dozen times, but I'm going to do it again. Emergency reserves or Fund 125 cumulative reserves is a large bucket. Okay. There are 3 different types of funds that are housed in that. $0.09, which are restricted funding. The emergency reserves, that's also restricted. It's what you're talking about right now. That if we had to dip into those dollars, that would kick in our financial policy, a hiring freeze, and so on. Currently, we have $5.5 million of emergency reserves. We put $250,000 into that emergency reserves every year from the landfill. And then we have what I will just call our savings bucket. This year will be the additional landfill revenue, receipt. And that, Commissioner Anderson, you asked me to come back Tuesday with that number and we got sidetracked and didn't get to talk about that. But at the beginning year anticipated fund balance of that was $7.5 million. So that is not cash on hand. 16 million is currently invested. So it, you know, if we chose to utilize any of that, we have 1.2 cash on hand at the last time I looked. And I believe that was the July number.
Can you also give an update of the cash fund balance of the general fund?
Not at this time.
But do we have an estimate?
Not at this time. After October, I will come with a more quantified number.
But where was it at the beginning of this year?
I didn't even start with that because I would prefer the audit be done. I need to verify some accounting transactions that were moved. And I need to know where the supplemental, the last supplemental is going to end at before I even throw out a number.
This isn't for then, this is for now, right? And so I'm guessing it's somewhere in the $5 million range, somewhere around there, right?
I can guarantee it's above 1.2 because that's our minimum fund balance.
You
Again,
don't have
I'm not
corner on here. Is it in here somewhere?
comfortable with throwing out any type of number until after October 14th.
Okay, so we have at bare minimum $7.5 million that we have is savings before we even get into our emergency reserves. Because the whole point I'm trying to create here is to stop the panic and the worry and everything else, that no matter what, we do have time if we choose to use it.
Absolutely. And that was the direction I was going as well. At this point in time, we have the cash to be able to manage and go forward. That I do not propose that we ignore this and not start the hard work of long-term planning. All three of you have heard me talk about strategic planning and long-range planning. You know, I'm passionate about it. I think we need to get there, but it's ultimately up to the Board of County Commissioners to start that process. And we are, you all know that we are heading in that direction to where we're gonna have to make some changes.
Or not? And then the next part will do it. You'll have
So-
to make them either way. She'll
Yeah.
still be sitting here.
I,
Is the corner a piece of this budget? And if so, where?
so, the coroner and the jail, budgets
The
are
sheriff.
still within their original budget. So the coroner will be in the prosecuting attorney's budget,
Okay.
under that coroner subdepartment.
When you did the coroner analysis, you figured out the number if it was a county coroner and you figured out the number if we matched with Skamania County. Which one do you have in here? Which dollar number?
I have the estimate of, it's 250 or 275, somewhere around there. It was
Doing
it
it
was a
ourselves.
full-time and a part-time employee and then
Was
the
it-
supplies
Was it
and
the
whatnot.
Skamania number or the county number?
I believe it's a county number. I'm pretty sure I sent that in an
The
email
CNN.
Mhm.
with the
That's all there.
estimate and the breakdown to you guys of which one I used and referring back to that old memo in the beginning of the year.
So
And the reason that those are still in there, the original department's budget is because we do not have the resolutions
Right.
approved yet, so the auditor cannot make that transition till
Well,
those
we
resolutions.
do for the jail, but still gotta get the stuff set up.
Yeah,
So at the beginning, the other question, it's been made that we've been pulling into reserves or spending money out of reserves the last few years. Is that accurate or not? Or at the end of the year, we put more money into reserves than we have pulled out, correct?
let me grab my computer.
I would, by my memory, the first year was a no because we had to make up the difference of the over revenues. The next year was a yes. The next year was a yes. This year is my guess is you'll finish the year with a no.
I think the first year was still, even though they budgeted high, our expenses came in low enough that we still put money into reserves.
Maybe because of the COVID dollars.
You will see year end.
Where are we at?
So this is Fund 125. The revenue brought in, this column right here is year end 2023.
Which
So-
is where I can't see that.
Yeah.
Crap. It's sharing, it's just not sharing on my computer or on the,
No, it's just on this computer.
right,
It's not
that's
sharing on
what I'm
Zoom
saying, it's not sharing on Zoom, so people can't see it.
because Zoom's being ran on this computer.
Where's the line for it? Year to year, fund balance, you might say year to
It's
year would
up.
be a good answer.
At the top.
So you have these three that come in with this
Right, but ideally, if
over
we
$2
just do
million
what the fund balance is
with
year
an
to year, was
expense
gonna answer it.
is 700. So we are putting more in than we pull out
For 23,
for 23.
So far, for 23.
for 23.
What about, do we have the previous year?
No, I do not.
But go up. I mean, because more money coming in, what matters is the cumulative reserve fund, the 8.2. What we need, that's the truth. Year over year, you take that and you add in there, your general fund, gain in or use of fund balance. You add the two together and that's your true actual cash. Because you can have, your reserve fund go down by a lot, but that's because we did one big 0.09 project. And that doesn't matter. What really matters is just the cumulative reserve fund and your gain in and use of fund balance in the general fund, and you add
That's
those two together.
Something I would like to see is that part of the reserve fund that he's talking about, that isn't the $0.09.
It is
A
there.
historical fund balance for the last 10 years.
Um,
Because that would tell you whether it went up over the previous year or down over the previous year.
Absolutely.
Not including the $0.09,
sorry,
just
that's the savings there.
so you could see whether they use fund balance, maybe they didn't add anything, it's a wash. But that would give you the actual number.
So I can do that, but it will take me a lot of time. I started this last year because I wanted to highlight those different buckets in the quarterly financial reports. Due
She's
to,
like, I'm glad I'm not in there.
due to,
Just walk by.
because of the confusion where emergency reserves and cumulative reserves over the last 3 or 4 years that I've been in this position has been confused. So I started highlighting the different buckets in your quarterly financial reports. That's when I developed this. I could tell you that I've gone back to the beginning of time and audited the $0.09. The difference is $50. That is not substantial to go track down. I would say that's amazing. That is that spot on. So that's the starting point. And I was able to track down the emergency reserve. Obviously, that's pretty simple for me to do out of one bar's number. So the year-end 2023 number is taking in all of those into consideration. Now, if you want me to go back through each year for the last 10 years to determine what expenses were taken out and what revenues were received, as this month shows, it will be a lot of
How
time.
come that can't just be done based on what the fund balance is minus the $9?
Because I do not work in that manner. I will always have checks and balances, so I will go back to the detail.
Because this is again, it's kind of one of those, I'm not saying it's not good work, it's good work. It's just far more in detail than.
That's the detail I need to report to the board. So you guys do have access to this. It's in the smart sheet, under the BOCC finance workspace in the all funds area.
I'm kind of concerned though, how in the world could county distress $0.09 stay the same when we spend it on things?
Because we
You
get
also receive it every
800,000
month.
a year. Whatever
Right,
the
but
dollar
there-
amount that's incoming,
It's just,
it's been growing.
it should be growing because we haven't been spending it because been sitting on a bunch of it. So
But you are budgeting to spend it, and I mean, there's a,
It's not growing much because they're spending it fast as it's growing. You get money and then you spend 800 grand on a warehouse.
I want to support what Jen just said. We're talking about public funds. And I think you need the detail. If you're gonna make ultimately structural decisions. You want her to do the work. I do think the detail's important. Otherwise she, as the fiscal manager's coming up with the number, you're asking her to verify.
and then I sit here in front of you and then you question it and I can't answer it because I don't have the detail.
So I guess for me though, I'm looking at this from the general, there's a fear out there and there's statements that have been said that we're spending money that we don't have. All I need to be able to say is, we have continued to add money to the cumulative reserve year over year. Our fund balance at the beginning of the year is not going down at a precipitous rate. Otherwise, we'd be burning the cumulative reserve because it's just one adds on to the other. That's your available cash dollars. And so what we can say though is that we have been very fiscally conservative and that the fund balance continues to grow. We are now at the tipping point that we've all been talking about for the last 5 years, and this is where we're at. And we have to decide how we're going to move forward and how long are we going to build a plan in order to get there, because that plan needs to be built now. And it needs to be something that whoever takes my seat can take the plan and be like, we agree with this or we don't agree with this. It would actually be a very good conversation for them to have during the next couple of months, saying, how are you going to fix this budget? Because everybody wants to say, don't defund this, don't defund this. Well, what are you going to defund?
Well, and I would, and I just want to add to that, the fact that we came through COVID basically unscathed financially, it's not just due to the ARPA funding and the COVID dollars that the Trump administration passed on. It was because we had a healthy reserves and we're able to float that. And the prior boards and the person in my position, we got to thank them for that, because we have another pandemic, another major emergency. We have the ability to navigate that, but with that also being said, basic operating and how we do business is not keeping, the revenues are not keeping up with those expenditures.
We gotta wonder, hard work has to happen now or later. Pick the time it's gonna happen.
And for me, it'd be awesome to have it done next year. If I wanted to take the easy way out.
I don't disagree with maybe saving, balancing your checkbook. I understand that. I also understand, we have to make some structural changes, but we have reserves no other county has. Above and beyond the $5 million emergency, you get into that, we're in trouble. This isn't a rainy day for us to buy us a little more time to make the hard decisions, the thoughtful discussions that need to happen. What else are you gonna use?
That's the whole purpose of reserves and the
Did-
cumulative reserve.
Reserves to me are emergency reserves. They're used for an emergency situation. A generator went out, the 911 tower burned down. It's not to manage a budget because you're providing too much service that you can't continue to afford. You can kick the can down the road for a year, but then where are you at that year? You can kick it another year, but then where are you at? Somebody's gonna have to do it. The earlier you do it, the more you save in the long run. And I understand you're saying we have money. What's the money there for? The money's there if a real emergency happens. If the power goes out for 2 months, that's what it's there. It's there for an emergency, and I could swear, and I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, we've had an update from finance telling us that what we technically should have for reserves, we're not there. And then we're looking at sucking some out when we're not even where we should be?
I don't believe I've given that kind of statement,
Oh,
but
wow.
maybe it was
I
the
bel- I bel-
person before me, maybe, I don't think
believe
I
what
have.
you said is that the emergency reserve of $5 million is not, it's been $5 million for a lot of years, and that emergency reserve should go up over time.
I
That's,
think it was based
Oh,
on a percentage of budget, you should have a percentage of.
Yes, and
reserves.
I was speaking to that emergency
Emergency.
reserve.
which is different than. capital
Fund
reserve.
that we,
That's kind of my point, and that's been the argument, is it should be a higher percent based on our budget. Now, if we only had a $30 million budget, it's fine. But we have a $60 million budget.
Scroll up.
can you scroll up? That's almost to the top. I mean, it's,
Yeah, I know, I still want it. That's.
So,
That's
I
it?
mean, it's,
Oh.
Yeah.
it should be glaringly obvious to anybody in the room that the hard discussions will have to be made. It's just a matter of whether they're made last year, they weren't. This year, they may or may not be, or next year. I can't see them getting farther than that.
So Jen's question is how process are we gonna use to get to those? Are we gonna come in with those first and start right away with her suggestions? Or are we going to microblade everything and have everybody come one by one, like we did this one?
I would like to put a time limit on things, and if we reach the time limit, let's talk about what else we need to discuss in there, and if we need to bring them back in, because everybody also is being scheduled and they have other jobs to do as
But-
well.
You also have percentages in there of how much it increases are. I think last year we had discussions if anybody went over 5%,
Yeah,
and we could also look at that. And so we're not looking at, and if there's curious
Absolutely.
questions, they
We
can
have
just be
to
sent.
worry that they said 5% and only itemized $50 for fuel and no money for communications and didn't put anything in the insurance line. They balanced it, they've done it, is my point.
Yeah.
People.
Right.
So departments and offices are mostly people, and then have, much smaller number for things. And if it goes up,
He's sleeping over there.
I just saw him.
if it,
It's
Oh,
like,
if it
great,
goes up,
just give us the answer.
if the employee cost is gonna go up
It's called
12,
the pickle.
if the employee cost is gonna go up 12%, and you have departments and offices that are predominantly hit cost
Employee.
is in staff, then
The more
5% is clearly
employees,
not
the
enough.
more, yeah.
Are you gonna
Right.
bring them all in? Cause we,
Right.
We nickeled and dimed my 6 budgets.
Yes.
And we found less than 30K.
So how are we gonna spend our
So-
time?
And if you use that as a baseline, you're gonna have to do more than nickel and dime.
We
if you wanna
didn't-
come up with 2.5 million.
We didn't find 30K.
I said less than 30.
We only found,
You
the
took
25 is coming out of fund balance. So we didn't find anything. And that's the whole purpose of the morning is that,
Well, you added it to the general fund.
right, but,
You're not diverting it in the veterans levy. So you found.
but you're burning cash balance on an operation wise. So you got to think about it different.
Cash balance
It-
or fund balance out of one. fund
Yes,
to put
you
it-
are.
I mean, if you're.
That's all you're doing is you're draining cash balance.
But we,
the
but we
thing-
went through,
Yeah.
the little ticket items.
I think
on-
what you're saying is we spent the last 3 hours getting nothing accomplished. That's what I'm saying.
And think about what's
Boldly,
gonna
that's
happen
what I'm
when we
saying.
talk about something hard.
Well, it takes courage to, if anybody wants to agree with that statement.
Well, I guess
Hey,
it comes down to, if you're looking at it from the top level, it comes down to what are the big ticket items? And the only truly big ticket items is you can defer maintenance, like everybody else, federal government and everything else does. You hit hard into your deferred maintenance and start building a deferred maintenance program. You raise revenues, or you start cutting staff, or you burn through cash. And that's the hard conversations that
I
we
would
have to have.
agree with that analysis.
And there is nothing really else, because when you look at the 12% and you just look at this is what it has to be, and you look at the revenues, you're not even getting close to getting there. And so where does it come from?
But then you have to take in the new asks for $40,000 for new GIS software so we can fix a mapping issue. And the 45-minute lecture I got last night about why we can't just find that 500, 7,000 $700,000 in our budget to do childcare. And it's in there. We can just shave it off, a little bit off everybody. And until this board actually has the courage to say, no, it's not there. We're not going to do it. All you're doing is leading people on. And that's unfortunately what I think we're doing in our budget, kicking the can down the road a year, is just leading people on. And I don't like leading people
Well, we
on.
haven't done that yet. So with our conundrum today, how do you propose? I think I understand how Jake would like to go for, but
However you guys want to do it, because
Okay.
I
If
just
I may.
like to
Yes.
see some movement.
How about this? We have 5 minutes to lunch. So
Taking a lunch or we working lunch?
we're taking a lunch. I think,
Lunch.
I think
Any
everybody's,
food.
yeah, food might
food method.
help. We don't need any hangry going on in here. So
I just want to make the assumption that right now, Jeff King has to be thanking you immensely for getting us all riled up and getting us to this point
don't,
before the
bl-
1 o'clock.
don't blame me. I started this conversation trying to be more
Question.
efficient in our time here and to reduce the anxiety
I
throughout
have
the
a
staff.
union question. If there is any talk of reduction of staff in a union department, whether that's emergency management, sheriff, jail, or public works, would the rest of the union members in that department have a claim to go through bargaining because they're gonna have to pick up the workload?
A loaded question.
It is.
Probably should ask me later. Layoffs are always in union contracts based on seniority. And there's a.
So the rest
protocol.
of them can't grieve more workload and you have to have a higher payout, or,
Unless it's a safety issue.
Okay.
Safety is always a mandatory.
oh,
subject
if it's
to
a public
bargaining.
health and safety issue, got it.
So, if it, that's usually the fallback. It's a claim of a safety issue, which is again, a mandatory subject to bargaining. But the layoff itself is well-defined.
Okay. That's just a knowledge question because I don't know that we've ever done it. So,
I don't know that we need to discuss layoffs. I don't know that I see that
No.
in this year. What I would like to do, break for lunch, finish the day with what's scheduled. And what I propose we do after that is go through your questions that you have flagged. Maybe I can answer them. And we can move on from them. And then with those discussions, I would anticipate the big ticket items coming to light. And from there, I can reach out and we could try to schedule those for the next week. Not discluding anybody, we could bring everybody back in, but I think we might have a better picture if we approach it that way.
Works for me.
don't
Does it work for you?
See how it goes.
And we can always circle back around.
Mm-hmm.
I intend on building this time in every workshop so that we can pause, regroup, circle back around. We might have to adjust.
As long as I know the week ahead, who will be coming on that Thursday, then I can really work on it before I get. here.
I definitely would love to be able to do that.
Mhm. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So we'll decide.
So
that this
you'll decide
afternoon.
today. I will
Okay.
try to reach out and make sure I can schedule them. If I can't, then they'll go to the next week and
Okay,
we'll go from there.
thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion, we recess for the lunch hour.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Go have lunch.
oh,
I need food.
God, I was actually looking forward to Papa John's and some jalapenos.
Yeah, we didn't get,
I thought it was a working lunch.
we got working lunch last year.
We always work through
We're
budget
cut-
lunch. I
we're cut-
expected it
we're cutting
today.
Your budget.
Well, because we were.
Good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock. Welcome back to the Klickitat County Commissioners Budget Workshop. Thank you very much.
First step would be emergency management.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
How are you guys?
Doing okay. We're
Good.
here on time.
Yeah, you are.
Oh.
With a smile.
You can start if you want. Mr. Rob, can I have 30 seconds outside, sir?
Yes, sir. Just like the sharks, two in the water and only one
Well,
came back.
I gave 30 seconds and try to use it on the phone.
Thank you. It's okay. Glad to have it. Thank you. You agree? We have a budget thing from Jeff.
Whenever you're ready. Nope,
Yeah.
just waiting for everybody. Yep.
Good oversight.
Okay.
Thank you. You ready, Jake? You're still ready. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, so read the memo. I usually like to start with Fund 127 as a primarily restricted fund. There is primarily grant funds in there. They're restricted to emergency management program activities. There is just under $21,000 in local money in that fund, which is provided by all three cities in the county under the interlocal agreement for emergency management program activities. Otherwise, there's not a lot of things to talk about in that fund. Do you have any questions about?
How much from local?
Just less than 21,000.
That's on the 127 revenue sheet.
Yes.
Oh, is that revenue transfer from JC?
No, there will be, the county share is 16,800. And I believe this time that is from solid waste fees. And then the cities have their share as part of the interlocal agreement for that function.
The only county dollars going in here into this fund is solid waste.
Correct. $16,800. And that has been static for many, many years, over a decade that I've been here by far.
Jake, do you have any questions on that one? Good to go.
Okay. Then I'll move to Fund 135, 911 subfund.
Actually,
Done something.
time out, back up and go back to expenditures for that. You're anticipating professional services going way down for legal for that?
Yes, in the budget memo, I pointed out that that fund is heavily funded by grant dollars, so therefore grant projects. Some of those are pass-through grants. Some of them are also internal, but those projects are either being completed or partially completed. And so that's why the change in those. Yeah, every year is vastly different in the projects that we do. So in Fund 135, like I said, sub-fund 911, I'll just remind everyone that what used to be, or I guess it still is, Fund 107, which was 911, was combined this year into Fund 135 Communications. So you have Fund 135 911 sub and Fund 135 Communications sub. And I'll start with 911. That grant from the state was decreased, as is the matter of course. They take into account the the 911 phone excise tax that we received over the last 2 or 3 years. And then they reduced the amount of the grant by the amount of the increase in the phone tax. So you never get ahead, basically. So the total decrease in that funding stream, or those two funding streams combined for 2025 estimates, is 9,707. So we've adjusted that as well as the expenses to match that, as that is also a restricted fund. Both the 911 phone excise tax and the grant from the state 911 office are only allowed to be expensed for 911 call taking functions. And they're very strict on that. Any questions before I get started into some bullet points on that?
Intergovernmental services, what we charge to cities, do you have that set up under contract with a inflationary every year? Or is that just a set number for the term of contract?
Yes, it goes up. So that's not under 911, however. The only revenue in 911 is the phone excise tax and the grant money.
Sorry, I wouldn't have bought the data.
Jump into communications. Yes, so the agreements that we have with the cities increase 3% a year.
Don't talk quick, I'm gonna jump ahead again.
Well,
Go ahead.
but just waiting for any comments on the 911. So the 911 funds on the expense side, they pay for many things, but up to a maximum of 5 911 communications officers' wages and benefits, as well as the 911 coordinator, which is designated by us and required by the grant, and that is the chief of operations is our title for that position. And because of the, and I don't want to mess this up, the L&I new rules for the floor for salaried employees, that position, chief of operations, is not going to be salary anymore. That will be a substantial effect to either the operating or the expenditures in my department in that function. We are estimating at this time that at minimum, there will be 10 hours a week of overtime, averaged out over the year to many more hours week over week, depending on our staffing levels and what's going on in the department for emergencies. Because not only this person manages all of the 911 dispatch function, but also takes my place or backfills me if I'm out on an emergency event and so on and so forth. He is the second in command on our org chart. So at that rate, 10 hours a week, we're estimating an increase of $27,954 a year once that position goes hourly, unless we're gonna cut back on that position's duties, transfer that to someone else.
How far away is that position grade level from non-exempt?
Even with, so we calculated that with all possible increases for next year, COLA, step increase, so on and so forth, would not meet that floor yet. Do we have an exact number?
Or to just give them a grade increase and make them back to exempt versus paying $27,000 overtime?
I'm not sure I'm prepared to give you that number, what the difference would be, like we did the last time this was an issue, right? To increase that salary, but it was significantly more than the last time we did it. You have that?
He's currently at a step 5 in that pay grade. You don't get back into non-exempt until step 8
Of that pay grade?
of that pay grade,
So technically, we're only dealing with 3 steps of the same pay grade, right?
of the same pay
Can't
grade.
imagine that equals $27,000.
Well, it's a 3% bump each step, so 3, 6, 9.
Okay, so even if it's 10%, unless he makes $245,000.
And a couple comments. My understanding, the county has literally never increased somebody steps. The steps are time served. Of course, you can do it, but then you'll have every office and department wanting you to do it. And I would be hesitant to suggest that in this case. We're getting a lot of creative responses to Casey's email out to the departments and offices, and, you know, people are trying to find ways around this exempt, non-exempt issue, and I think probably should have a bigger discussion before everybody gets too creative in how to avoid someone going from exempt to non-exempt.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, and I think last time it was done by the grade level. The grades were adjusted, not the
Right.
steps.
But to do that, just to avoid the L and I, if that's what you're trying to do, is may or may not be the most appropriate way.
Bump the
But,
exempt
yeah,
grades up to.
That's another one. It's gonna cost
is
you
how we
money no
did
matter
it-
what you do.
Is how we did it last
Yeah.
time we made a big leap, was we bumped those up.
A grade or two, yeah.
For-
Two
yeah, move
grades.
The whole thing up.
Well, that's my question.
Well, and I have a staff member who would go non-exempt for 2 months.
So you'll do it every year, because every year they're gonna keep increasing this thing. It's gonna keep moving up, so.
I get where you're going, Commissioner Chris.
Go ahead, Jeff.
All right. Then we get to what everybody's already been talking about. On 135, sub-fund communications. So I didn't make any assumptions in my budget submission as to where this revenue should come from, first and foremost. That it's your decision whether that comes from the landfill dollars or anywhere else, because historically, in my 10 years here, there has been some amount of solid waste fees in that fund most years. However, that was not the majority of that revenue. It was a combination of REIT and other funds when I first got here. Then I was instructed, because of the significant fund balance at the time, to start spending down that fund balance. So then it was a combination of the REIT that we received, as well as the fund balance that we're using to make up the difference. Then was that 2 years ago? The, the sales tax was increased, which took away that percentage of the REIT. So, then we're spending fund balance and landfill dollars.
That percentage remind me, 425, is that right? 425?
The percentage of REIT that.
What you used to get out of it was 425, if I'm remembering right. I was hoping to.
It changed. The REIT was,
When we took it away,
yeah, so. Well,
I thought it was 850 combined and we took half. So anyway, that's
right.
the number in my head.
It was that REIT that the emergency management department got was 0.5% of the REIT, I believe it was. But that dollar value changed significantly, like in
Right.
2020 and 2021 too, it went up a lot. But anyway, so for this fund, that revenue ceased to be REIT. Then it was majority fund balance and then some landfill dollars. And now the fund balance is gone. And so thus, with finance and myself, you know, landfill was put in there as a placeholder for that revenue, but that's your decision, right? But yeah, having that fund balance to rely on for at least the last 5 years was beneficial. That's no longer available. So to offset what the directive was for status quo year over year for operating expenses, we have contractual obligations that increase every year, just like our user fees that you mentioned, Dan. We have some agreements that are 3%, some are 7%, things that we are obligated to pay for on the operating side. Once we accounted for all of those to stay status quo from 2024's bottom line operating cost to 2025, I've taken out almost all of the spontaneous maintenance and repairs budget from that line. So if anything goes wrong in the radio system or the 911 dispatch systems, we have no money to cover that. Our estimates for the last 2 years, and we did a 3-year and a 4-year. What we saw in that data was that because of the age of our system, we've had increasing repairs and maintenance. So we took the last 2 years average, and that average for just spontaneous, this isn't routine maintenance or anything else, spontaneous failures and maintenance and repairs is $59,306. So if we do not add that back to Fund 135 repairs and maintenance line, we will be immediately needing to get a supplemental or not fix the public safety radio system and the 911 dispatch systems. And I thought it very important to make you aware of that. I did what I was asked to do, but this is the consequence. The surplus equipment.
What page is that on? I wrote it somewhere else.
What page is what on?
The maintenance line that you moved to 0.
Let me take a look here. Debbie, if you've got it.
35 expenditures, anybody?
Page
see?
92. It's not at 0 though, Dan. It's just for our contracts and uses. It's
Yeah, the
there.
contractual obligations for. Oh, we printed this out of the budget book that we received.
92? Yeah.
That page, yeah.
Page number 7.
Page 70, okay.
Oh, 7. Yeah,
I don't have a
We don't have a
bottom.
bottom.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
We only
sorry.
have the top.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so in here,
And so what you see remaining in that repairs and maintenance line
got it.
is all the contractual, preventative maintenance contracts that we have for all the various systems and technology.
So repairs and maintenance, you have amended this year at 201, next year you have it 131, and you're saying it's $59,000 short. What?
Yeah, going on the 2-year average for spontaneous failures and maintenance and repairs expenses we've incurred historically. That's the average over the last 2
The
years.
average is 150 what?
No, the average is the 59,000.
It's, and I'm trying to find out where you have it. You have rentals and leases. No, that's not it.
Yeah, the rents and leases are mainly
You have the
about,
bars number exactly of the line you're talking that you sucked it from?
well, in,
Or did you suck it from a whole bunch of different?
we've reduced a bunch of different lines to make up,
59,000?
no. Sorry, how do I explain this?
It's 528, 80, 4,800.
4,800 line is where we would need the $59,000 back for spontaneous repairs and
Well,
maintenance.
that's what I thought, but you actually have it for 131 next year. And this year being 201, which is a decrease of 7,000. That's where I
Yeah,
made my 59,000 note.
Yes.
yeah, where's the 59,000?
So it's an average. And yes, it shows more right now, cause you gotta understand, we did already have one supplement for an emergency repair the first part of the year that's in here. Does that
So that'll
make
go under
sense
the
to you?
current year amended to get to 201.
Yeah, so what we did is we took, 2022 and 2023, added those totals together and divided it by 2 to get an average, which came up to the $59,000, because it's been increasingly going up.
The more that technology ages, the more that, things fail, more regular. We have saved over $25,000 by using the surplus equipment that we've obtained over the last few years.
Well, I guess for me, we know it will be something. We just don't know what it is. Could be 0.
Right.
Could be 59,000.
Correct.
Could be more. It's a matter of, do we want to put it in the budget and keep ourselves from having a supplemental later? Or do you not want to put it in the budget and just expect a supplemental when the generator breaks or the dish blows up or whatever else?
And also, our ability to react to that emergency failure and
Oh,
make sure that I
you may
have,
not have the money and you may have to come get some weird supplemental
or
wait
at
2
least that
months.
I have the budget authorization, and as a director, I'm not taking legal liability, because that would be out of budget, and we know it.
I would be in favor of putting at least some number in there. What that number is, I don't know.
Okay, so previous year, it was, well, that doesn't work because it's only 1.2. What was the number before we had the amended? What was the number? Yes. For 24. Because we had the big ice storm that was out of, and we're hopefully getting reimbursed for it, right? So that'll be money in, money out.
Yes, that is, 75%.
Well,
Was
that's
the
still better than
reimbursement
0.
for the federal declaration was 75%. Yeah, sometimes there's match, sometimes there's not.
I'll just, while Jen's looking for that, I'll just say, I really appreciate that, when we said, status quo, you're doing everything you can and showing that we have to pretty much X all of the repairs and maintenance, which we know is not an option. It's a good way to show it, and it puts the policy decision back on us on whether we want to do it now or whether we want to pull from cumulative reserves later. But you're the first department to come in that only shows a 3% increase.
Your numbers are up there.
And that's bottom line, so that 3%, yeah, it's the aggregate, including wages and benefits, right?
Yeah,
I have to
which
look, I didn't.
you just ripped off, the wages and benefits and just sucked it out of the bottom, which you actually can do because you do have something but we know we're gonna use it. And at 143, so we're down even from the original. And then the
24.
actual was 169 though? The actual was 169 for the year?
Yeah, 167, what do you look?
Oh, it says right across from there, repairs and maintenance, 4,800,
There, yeah.
169, 680. Not on Jen's, on ours.
And then 23 was this 156.
I'm still having a hard time figuring out how you did it.
How we did what?
How you were able to get it to 3%, because that's 3% from the amended budget, not from the original budget. So you're doing it based on the amended budget. If you did it from the original budget,
Did you want the original back up?
yeah, put the original back up. 24 original. And then go down to the operations.
Yeah, the, because that was, the amended was the first supplement, that we had that data when we did the July budget.
Yep, no, I'm
Process.
not blaming you.
So two questions I have here is you have, and not that it's an issue, but you have professional services. Last year it was 39,000. This year you've already spent 30, amended is 50 roughly. You're expecting that to go down to 38 next year. Is that a real number or just a number you needed to do to get the budget passed?
That's a real number.
Okay.
Okay, what about the communications? How did that go down?
As I reported on Tuesday, we are, I'm always looking for cost savings, just a baseline. But we continue to look for cost savings and we've decreased that communications budget by leveraging technology and finding cheaper ways to serve those purposes,
Okay.
service packages and so on.
And you have 0 now for longevity pay. You don't have any employees that have been there that long?
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
that can't be accurate. because we have-
Uh-oh. Dan found a glitch in the matrix
Yeah, it's
Stage.
because,
on the 911 side.
yeah, but it's, when we budget, it's all budgeted under one number, so it's all under 1,100
It's all under different
for,
page.
for regular wages. That's where it doesn't break it out.
So, okay, on here, I have a breakout that shows what you're expecting last year, expecting this year, and now you're not expecting anything for next year, so you have it
It's all
somewhere else.
into one.
Got it, okay.
Yes, and for
Just
next year, we will have,
Weird, and I don't know why.
we will have two new,
They don't have to, it'll all roll up into regular.
Okay,
but we do have two employees, correct? Two or three?
I thought there was at least 2.
Going off my memory, there's two people next year that will go into longevity that have not been in longevity. And we have other people that will, their longevity will increase.
Okay, so how is travel
Mhm.
27,000?
In which, sorry,
911, I went back.
Page,
Page 69.
got the other,
You've got 4,000 for the current year amended. You've spent 12,000. Your next year proposed is $27,000 in travel.
yes, so that is, it's a combination of things that we took into consideration. So, you want me, yes. We have notes on that. I better refer to them. Or I will get in trouble.
good thing you ever sit next to you, huh?
Match. There,
You can just have her give the presentation
Nope.
on this one. I'm fine with that too, if she knows it.
oh, sorry, as Jake mentioned earlier, I got a lot going on besides just this as well. And to keep it all in my mind all at one time gets to be a challenge, so I must refer to the notes. So the expenditure changes that we have in our notes do include that, and we've, to match the grant and the grant requirements, we have made these changes, and we are changing that there's in the travel piece, there's a certain amount that the grant allows for training. And the lines in the grant are different than the budget lines that we use at the county as well. And maybe you can explain it better than I am, but we are more appropriately budgeting in the county lines than we ever have before, so that we meet the grant requirements.
Okay, so question that brings to my head is this 27,000 actually grant funds that's available, that if we say, nope, you get 5,000,
You give it back to the
I give
state,
22,000 back to
or
the
it
state?
sits in fund balance as the phone excise tax revenue. Correct.
Yeah.
On the 911 side, there's nothing to argue about. It's not, no county money in the 911 period.
So, but in order for you to move it over there and increase your expenditures by that much, did you reduce it somewhere else?
Correct.
And where did you reduce it from to make up that difference?
Go ahead.
Okay, so if you notice, there's some lines that I zeroed out. So, or some lines that were zero last year that I've added money in because it is more inconcise with how the grant actually is. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna go down each one so you guys, like before there was nothing in office and operating, and now I've got $2,000 in there. That's actually for headsets that used to be in another category that is supposed to be under that category. Fuel, we get more through the grant for fuel and travel now, so that's why it went up. But we don't get anything to buy tools or equipment, so I took that one out completely. Same with professional services. The only thing that we pay out of there is for our telephone interpreters and our shred service. So that is actual numbers and not the 500 that was in there before. Same with communications. That's just for the cheap of off cell phone. So that's just the automatic cost. And then the travel, we asked for more money this year. So we get more travel and more training money than we had before. You notice that repairs and maintenance is a lot less than it used to be. So I took it out of there. Repairs and maintenance now is just Motorola and Geocom. And with miscellaneous, that number went up, because of training registrations and then our, different software system licenses that we have to pay through, which is a registration dues type thing. So I pretty much put everything in the correct categories, because if you notice, like all the negative numbers in here from this year, I'm fixing that. Making it correct is what we're doing.
Okay, thank you. That's what I need to know.
And the state 911 office is getting more insistent that training be a priority for our communications officers, and travel is part of that training. That's why that big number.
Okay. So if I got Jen's numbers right, your expenses were supposed to be about 1.257. We amended that to 2 million, and then we put 2% on it, and that's how you got there. Am I pretty close, Jen? I was just looking at your number on there. And this is for sub 135. Yeah, you had prior year actual, and I know this gets goofy because everything's moving around. Prior year actual was 1.234. Current year, you're already at 1.217, and that should be halfway through the year, right? And so you're halfway through the year, and then we know some of that went into repairs and maintenance. But we also haven't started the snowstorms of this year yet either. And so we're at 2 million and we're adding 2% to that. I'm just trying to figure out how we get here. And then where the truth is gonna be, because we know that there's a good estimate that repairs and maintenance of 131,000 is not gonna be accurate. And then you'll, on the 911 repairs and maintenance, did any of that, was that just Motorola and Geocom previously? So none of the actual other repairs and maintenance that comes in here gets shuffled off over there?
The grant doesn't, well, I'll take it back. The state doesn't allow it for either the grant or the phone excise
Okay,
tax.
that's what I wanted to know.
The repairs and maintenance, what's the best case scenario? 0 isn't obviously, but I mean, do you actually think it's gonna be 59 or could it just be 30? So, yeah.
Boy, there's so many variables there. So, and again, that $59,000 number doesn't take into account the winter storms. So the outliers, right? It didn't account for
For
that.
$3,000 concrete pads or.
So you're saying it
That
needs
was
to
part of
be,
those catastrophic failures.
so you're saying it needs to be 131,856 plus 59,000 to not still take into consideration the winter storms?
You probably
it
not
wouldn't
need a
take-
supplemental.
Yeah, any of those natural disasters type thing. This is just routine failure. So the aging of our equipment and the infrastructure. So, because most all of those things are computers, right? They're not solid state radios anymore. So
Is our
we are,
Klickitat generator still under warranty?
I haven't had time to follow up on
The
that.
one that keeps failing?
Tuesday. Yeah,
It would be if that thing decided to quit.
yeah.
Does
So the, yeah, go ahead.
all of our service techs that go up, that whenever the radio system is on the fritz, or we're running on somebody else is running our channel, that comes out of this pot right here?
Yeah, so there's a certain amount that's covered in the agreement. And then beyond that amount, it's time and materials
Okay.
for those folks. And
Okay.
the time and materials plus the equipment cost for those spontaneous repairs and maintenance is what's in that 59,000. And again, it's not the emergency events. It's just the radio, the power supply, the little things that fail. And when I say little, we're, talking $100,000 or less.
Yeah, that's not little.
Well, it can be in
So-
the equipment that
So
we
I
have.
guess the answer is if we leave it where we're at, there's a fairly positive chance that next year we're gonna have to have a supplemental. But you would be able to make it through the first quarter. You have money in here that you wouldn't be in a dire strait where you're coming to us going, oh my God, oh my God. You'd be, hey, guys, this is how much we've spent. We're going into our third quarter. I need a supplemental to put more money in here. I hope I don't spend it. So there's a possibility of that.
Correct.
Okay.
But I would still like to shift away from, we know we're gonna get a supplemental if we do nothing. I would like to plan at least, I don't care, 20 grand, 25 grand in there. Just so he has a little bit of buffer, and that might keep you from a supplemental or the supplemental being so bad when it comes back.
Well, you
Cause
got-
we know there's gonna be something.
Well, there's 131,000 in there already. And you've got some time to figure that
And your
out.
number was lower because you had surplus equipment to use. Surplus
Yes,
pieces.
yeah, like I mentioned, that what's not in these numbers is the amount of money we saved by using the surplus equipment that I secured for free from other agencies,
And we still have more.
over $25,000, and we have more,
Right,
yes.
but if we don't add something to this, you
Yep.
darn near guarantee us, you're gonna have a supplemental.
Yes,
So
they
then
will
why would
guarantee
we
that
Not add something to this. I don't
some,
understand that.
our equipment will fail, yes. And whether the certain pieces of equipment that fail, we have surplus in inventory to replace it with, is an unknown, right? We only have certain things that I've acquired by surplus. The things that are in that $59,000 number are things that we didn't have to take out of surplus inventory, that we had to purchase. And the time and materials costs for the contractors to replace it.
But this just goes back to my argument all day. I like realistic numbers.
Yep.
I don't like to, oh, we know this number is gonna be 50,000 light, but it gets us through the budget. But whoever gets it next year gets to eat our kicking the can down the road.
Yeah,
So it would be I'm gonna just say it one more time and then I'll leave it alone. Will be my request to put some money in there.
How much do you want?
I think you should put half of it in anyway,
25,000?
whatever the board's capable of hunky dory with.
Yes, exactly. You know why I said that. What do you think?
Oh, because
think
we're
that's
robbing
right.
Peter to pay Paul?
Back to where we started.
Oh, that's right.
Good for 4.5 hours.
But at least we had something to give him. So we took it out of fund balance of hers and gave it to him.
We made both of them accurate, more accurate numbers. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
So still don't know how you did it.
Might want to make a note of this time on this date. So when you come in and ask for the supplemental, you can refer them back to the video on this time at this date, where we all knew you were going to come in and ask for supplemental.
We'll add that 25,000 back in. Yep,
Yes, please.
There's a purpose for the clock.
used to like you. Yes, and, you know, Jake, to your point, you've made a couple of times a comment is I don't know how you did it. Pulling out all the stops, man. I'm not just sitting around. I'm trying to save
And
money
with your
whenever I
drone?
can, not just when I'm told, right? If I see savings somewhere and the opportunity to gain savings, I take it. Because if you don't tell me that I need to cut like we have at least for the last 3 years, then I'm gonna use it somewhere else to the benefit of the citizens of this county. If I don't have to be,
I hear you.
But while you're ahead, man.
I've been told I'm passionate and sometimes passionate. Okay.
I mean, we just gave you 25 grand. What do you want, a cookie?
No, I'm just
Okay,
not the way I operate.
tell me about, you've got 1.5 people set aside FTEs for training. You're currently down multiple people. Are you gonna be able to handle that to get everything filled? Where do you feel? I mean, I know when we created this and we put a bunch of money into your system, knowing that this was gonna cost a lot more money so that we wouldn't be burning people out and we could hopefully get to full staffing, which you got to for a time, and now we're back to where it was.
Yeah, so.
Are you where you need to be on here, or where are you at?
So if I'm understanding your comments and questions correctly, you're talking about the new positions on our chart that we created, the casuals in training,
Yes.
communications officers. So we updated that. The board by resolution approved that new org chart with those 3 positions. But however, last year's budget discussions and the final budget that was approved for this year did not include the funding for all 3 of those positions. At what we had discussed was the 3 positions, the average is 5 to 6 months in training for each new trainee. So we had requested those 3 positions be funded at 6 months per position, 40 hours a week, right? Full-time, no overtime, no holidays. What actually got added to the budget was, I think, $57,000 in change, which is like 1.5 times. Is that correct? Yeah. Of that, not the full 3 positions. So as we go through the year, we train as we have now. We hired 3 people in July. One of them dropped out in 2 weeks. The next one just dropped out last week. So now we got to hire again and start over. So
you're at 1 out of 3?
Yep.
Well, I think the reason why we did that is.
But we're burning through that money and we're going to start over, right? And that's
We
going to
knew
go
all
into.
of them wouldn't be filled the whole time, and there's gonna be a lot of openings and a lot of whatever, so it was a placeholder
Mhm.
to see what it's gonna be historically.
Correct.
So we can fix that number. So unless you have a new historically,
So
I would just keep it the same.
as the first year, we won't know until the end of this year. But I can see us, spending more than that.
Even with the openings that are there and have been there.
Right.
So the openings in my department don't save us money because we have to backfill that and we backfill it,
The casuals,
most of it with, those are casuals in training. So they're in training.
Filling it with overtime.
We're backfilling it with overtime. When I have an open position in a comms officer, it does not save us any money. It costs us more money. Because we don't have just an open position with other people taking those responsibilities,
well, okay,
right?
my issue is the terminology. You're not having more overtime to fill the casual in training. You don't have a casual in training, so you're using that money to pay for the overtime.
Oh, I see where you're going with that. Right. So when they drop out, then we're not paying them anymore, right?
Right, so it's not like
But
we're
we
filling,
start-
we're not making Phil show up to do the job of the casual and training.
No.
You're just using the casual and training's money to pay for Phil
No,
No.
not for Phil's salary.
or
and-
overtime.
No,
You know what I
a
mean?
regular
Overtime.
comms officers working overtime, then that covers the position that would be there that if it was regularly filled.
Right.
And the extra 0.5 time and a half covers the benefit, so it's a wash is what you're saying. Okay, so,
So- Can I,
Yeah,
I
go
think,
ahead.
address this? So in the casuals in training, my point is that we've paid X person, the first person that worked any amount of time in training and then dropped out for whatever reason. We've paid them for that length of time. So, and we only had 6 months worth of 1.5 persons time. So when we make the next hire, we don't have the full 5 or 6 months to train that person for that casual position on the box, right? So we're not gonna get through that full training. And how it works out in the end really will be year to year based on the quality of people we get, so on and so forth. But right now,
So
I
it
can't
takes
see.
6 months to get one person through training and you only have enough money to pay for 9 months total. 1.5.
we had a conversation earlier this morning, I think
Mhm.
they can also help with that, and that is that sometimes when you have a trainer that's working, you can have a casual in training working in there with them together. So you've got a trainer and the casual, and so you don't have somebody coming in to work overtime. And that's how you can make up some of the difference on that 1.5 to 2.
That's a tactic we've taken in past years. Even before the casual and training, we're paying them as a full-time comms officer. If that person gets to a point in their training, usually in the last month, month and a half, maybe 2, depending on their abilities, we see that they can handle it and we're maxed out, short staffs and maxed out with overtime, not want to burn people out. We have a fully qualified comms officer and a trainee on a shift without a second fully qualified person to save overtime and burnout. That is a tactic we've used over the years.
So are you saying this year you might run out of that casual trainee money in your budget?
It depends on whether I can hire 3 more people and put them into training in a relative amount of time. So I'm also burning out my trainers. But yeah, it could happen.
But we,
And if we'd hired earlier in the year, before the middle of July, it would definitely happen if we have 50% or 2/3.
Well, as you
you got
have,
Alexis on over there or
the
something?
more people you have that don't fulfill the training requirements, the more expensive it gets.
Correct. Yeah.
And so so part of the numbers of watching it that we wanted to see is, what's the percent that make it through? And then you have to figure that cost out. And then you figure out what's the average time that somebody who doesn't make it through is, and you have to add that into it.
And yeah, and this hiring in July, we're down to 2/3 already, right? 2/3 washout rate. Last year, yeah, last June we hired 3 and we had 2/3 success rate. So 2 out of those 3 people made it. And they are
Half
good
sounds like a good number.
quality folks, right?
I'm more game to stick to the 1.5, knowing that if you hit 3 unicorns, it might be more.
Yep.
Come
And-
ask for it when you get it. I don't
Okay.
think you're gonna hit. 3
And I guess the
unicorns,
other
but-
thing is the more trainers you get, the more opportunities we have to take as things get tighter, if you have more officers that have been there a while that can be trainers, that you can have a trainer working with one of these people in training, that's money we can save. That's overtime we're not paying.
Yep.
And so you've put a lot of money under travel and training, and I hope that's what you're travel and training them for, is so that they can train the trainer.
Yes, we have 1 new training officer and sent her to all the trainer to make sure she's fully qualified and capable. Yeah, it's not just about knowing the material, it's about being able to train
Lynn-
another human being.
Lynn's saying she would be a trainer. If you wanna. See, she's got that look on her face. She's got that look on her face.
Thank you.
I don't have anything for your budget, sir.
No, I think it just comes down to how much money do we have and how are we gonna come up with it?
Yeah, and I've been asked for many years to bring options to the board about sustainable revenue, and I have done so. I'm willing to have that conversation again, but none of those options are easy, and none of them are immediate.
We're gonna have to have hard decisions eventually in this budget, and those hard decisions are gonna be, I'm assuming, ranked on public health and safety, and state mandate, and then other.
Grants moving forward or conversations for the legislature or the things that we can do, because we know that, you know, the radio system and the repairs and the maintenance, and it's going to only grow as it comes out. I don't see in any way how this county is going to, under the current conditions, be able to afford a radio system replacement. We're not putting money away and socking money away to do that, and I don't see how we would get there.
Yeah, and the 40-year projection that I gave the board in 2018, I believe it was, laid that all out, and there's significant costs that we've already deferred in that we haven't replaced our page channel, which was due, I think, 5 years ago. Again, I've got at least a handful of those radio surplus that we can just replace when they start to fail. We've already had 2 of them fail, but I still have 3 to 5 left in inventory.
But we've replaced every air conditioner the county owns, so we're good.
But that
You don't have, what?
we gotta talk
Oh.
about CIP. So, and Jake, you're absolutely correct. That will catch up with us. I don't want that to be lost in this discussion. That will absolutely catch up with us eventually. We won't be able to rely on that surplus inventory or just the best efforts of our maintenance personnel to keep everything running.
You remember time and date?
Yes. Before, yes. So, yeah, and I'm gonna take every minute you'll give me because the CIP.
You ever not?
Yes. I've come in and said, here's my report, questions, none, thanks, I'm done.
Hour later, he gets up and walks out.
Excuse me?
That still took 15.
I can't win.
I wore the happy shirt today.
So-
We gotta keep this upbeat.
Wonderful. I'm gonna keep it upbeat. So, the CIP, so the items on the CIP are also not included in this budget. I guess
Would they
maybe I'll
not be on the capital improvement budget when that comes in?
It should be, but in the past, my experience has been some of our items have not been put on the
Well,
CIP.
I would highly recommend when we
So,
go over CIP and you schedule public works for that, that you also send anybody else in the county that has CIP projects an invite to that meeting as well.
Matt,
The workshop access, but it's not here for the.
Okay. Keep an eye on when that is and show up.
okay, may I?
Sure.
Tell you some things right now. One thing on the revenue side, and I've brought this up several times. I can't remember, it was at least a couple of years. So I wanted to bring it fresh to your memory when you're looking for revenues. And again, this may not be immediate, but the property that the county purchased for the Bickleton radio site, the landowner at the time would not sell us just one parcel. He would sell us 2. So we purchased a total of 40 acres. One 20-acre parcel exists that has nothing on it, and it could be sold. The other 20-acre parcel that has the radio site on it and the access road to it could be divided and sold easily in 2 10s, and the county keeps a 10.
Is zoning out there 10s or is it 20s?
I haven't looked into it that far because
Which
every
radio
time
is this?
Bickleton, off of Timber Road, off of
Okay. I know
Bickleton
where it's at.
Highway, right? North of Bickleton Highway on Timber Road. You know where the power substation is when you get close to Cleveland?
Yes.
Yeah, it's northwest of there. Yeah, so there's a 20-acre parcel out there. And I don't know what the logistics of or selling county property and all those things, but that's a potential revenue that I manage it because I'm responsible for the radio system. And for my part in any of that, I'm telling you that I don't need anything except for what that radio site sits on and the easement for the road to get to it.
Well, I will. I don't speak for the board. I'm only one vote. You can give a thumbs up or thumbs down. I'm gonna tell you, if you get 2 thumbs up, surplus the 20-acre property.
Mhm.
That's my first thumbs up. My second thumbs up is to check with planning and see if those are 20-acre minimums or 10-acre minimums.
Mhm.
If it's 10-acre minimums, give us a breakdown of what it would cost to subdivide to be able to sell the other 10 acres on the first parcel.
Okay.
So I would give you a thumbs up for surplus in the 20 and a thumbs up with checking for planning on the 20 we're gonna continue to own. Whether you get a second thumbs up on any of that, I don't know.
Okay, and, but just for information, the assessed value on the 20 without anything on it is 50,000.
Before we move on though, don't end this topic until you
Yep.
get at
Is-
least
Is this west,
up or down.
He's got two.
west of Bickleton?
Here.
Huh?
I neglected to remember that I have.
It's a
full
little
packet.
bit west of Bickleton, yeah. That's only a $400 mic. You lost a little scrunchie on the ground too behind you. Getting all excited.
It was a trick. Thank you.
Does the other 20 have access or no? Okay.
Yes.
The other 20 has its own road access or through this?
So the one with the bell on it? Yeah, so off of this property it comes.
So you would be selling a property with access and
That's
not
in
just some
general rule.
piece of landlocked dirt.
Yeah, it has to.
I thought it's 20s out there too. I didn't know of anything out there that's smaller than that in that general vicinity. And then my question for Greg is if we sell land like this, can we put a minimum on it if it's land we own and hold?
Yeah, you could set a minimum. That the
Okay.
board, on surplus property, the board sets the minimum. So, so this would be where the board would have to determine the property would be surplus, that it's not needed for county government. And then we would just usually probably coincide it with a for sale
Right.
foreclosure option, so we have less pieces. It would technically be its own option. Now, there would be a foreclosure option and a surplus sale.
But if it's appraised at 50, we can set a minimum of 40 so that nobody walks away with a $3,000 property if we wanted to.
They're, the board, that's the.
Got it.
General rule says 5-acre minimums.
Jeez.
I can't imagine.
I'm just looking at our county code.
Give it back to Heather.
The board can put the money wherever they want, but not my decision. I'm just here to offer revenue solutions.
I know we had talked about this way back before it ever got kind of handled, but yeah, I totally forgot about it.
Yeah, I brought it up a few times over the last 10 years and there wasn't that much
Oh, yeah.
interest. I thought I'd bring it back because revenue is the topic of the day.
Wow, I didn't know all that was.
Got any
going
water
on.
rights with it?
I have no idea.
Only the well you did.
There's more money in water rights than there is in land.
No, there's no rights out there. I don't feel like-
Yeah, it's a
I gotta
rough
pay
little
for the
road
road?
getting there, but that's the more people that move out there, the better the road will get. Right now, I think there's only 2 full-time homes out there, but it changes all the time.
It's Timber Road.
Correct. And then there's Mac Lane that leads off of it. And it's on the southern boundary of the western 20 and goes over to the eastern 20.
See, you're gonna use all of your time just in.
He's
looking at
already
maps over
overtime.
there.
Keep asking questions.
Lynn?
Because I get asked this question a lot when people call to inquire about permits. A lot of jurisdictions charge impact fees. And is that something our county could look at? Because impact fees in other jurisdictions, they put them in to have a revenue stream for impacting the 911 system or the road system, that sort of thing. And it just popped in my head as Jeff was talking about revenue, if there's a way we could look at, is there a way we can add that onto my building permit fees that would go into a bars for impacting the 911 system?
I would say that would be a perfect thing for you to research and get back to us with.
I believe
Never
you
heard
have
of
to
that.
be fully planning in the DMA.
I think
for
so too,
impact
but
fees.
it's worth a phone call.
Thank you.
I just know I get asked by a lot of people not in our area because they're using somewhere they don't live.
It's good.
So if I can,
Yes.
sorry.
I wouldn't move on until you get thumbs up or thumbs down on the
Oh, he
question.
did.
Well, I thought I got it.
Got it.
I didn't see it, other than mine.
What?
Thumbs
In
up on
favor
Proceed with the
surplus in
sale of-
property.
As long as we have a minimum.
Right, the 20 acres, and if we can
And
Yeah,
figure out
and
ways
you-
to-
split the
and-
second 20, then we'll go
So
for that.
you can sell the first 20, the second 20, you could break into 4 or 5s if you wanted, but I'd split it into a 10 and a 5. Or a 10 and a 10.
I would say second 20, talk to the planning guy and come back with options and we'll discuss it later.
But that's the scariest thing I've learned is that whole area out there, it's all in 20s, but it can all be in 5s.
Oh.
That whole area.
Talk about impacts, yeah. And that's a whole nother subject. I do need to move on because
So that's 2 anyway. Lord, you give a 3?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you already
okay.
saw mine. You weren't watching.
I wasn't. I just wanted it for my own.
Thank you. Also on the CIP, we have the replacement of 2 generators, which I've already talked to you about in the past. Those generators that are in the 20+ year range, most of them are 23 years old, of the residential quality, just the same as the one we had to replace at Indian Hill.
What,
Oh.
if a generator breaks, how long does it take for you to get a good one and have it installed? How long does it, no, not have it installed. How long does it take for you to get a new one in inventory?
So, most of the time, well, like the this past one, I think it took 6 or 8 months to get that one in delivered because of the lag time in the supply chain. Generators have been hard to get for quite some time now. However, under the emergency declaration that we had during the Indian Hill failure, and some creative work by our support provider, I was able to get that one, they were able to get that one on hand, inside and installed in 2 weeks. So it
The reason I'm asking.
greatly varies.
Is I'm wondering, rather than, because I'm not a big fan of, deferred maintenance, but I'm also not a big fan of replacing every air conditioner you own just because it's out of time. That I am a fan of having extra light bulbs in my house in case a light bulb burns out, but I'm not a fan of replacing them just because it's been in there a long time. So I would be curious if you can order one, get one, throw it in the garage, and that way you have it when one breaks this year, next year, the year after.
That's the strategy we could take. Yes. Yep, add one in inventory.
Because this is essentially what we're doing with the wastewater treatment center is you have the extra motor sitting there in case this one fails. And then when this one fails, you know what? It's time to get another one on your inventory.
Yep.
But that way you don't have that 6-month wait, but you're also not replacing things that aren't failed yet.
Right, and not paying. Yeah, and not paying the rental on a generator to sit there and run that site for 6 months while you're waiting for
And,
another
and
one.
if it's not hooked up, it shouldn't be too much different than a crate engine that could sit there for 2 years and not have any problems. It's plugged off, it's good to go. It ain't gonna deteriorate sitting there.
Okay.
Other than the warranty may or may not start when you buy it versus when you hook it up.
Right.
So do you have more?
I have one other thing, and I don't know if, Dan, your reference earlier in the morning session was to this, but it caught me off guard. Your mention of a GIS software request, but
This is good news. Wait,
I have a $40,000, and actually on the CIP, it's listed as 53,000. Sorry, I'm looking. 54,000, looking at the wrong notes.
Wait.
He's panicking.
That,
let's cut to the chase.
yeah,
Come on, you're building up the tension.
it is for our 911 map. And as of January 1, that our 911 map will no longer be able to be updated with new addressing data or any data for that matter, until we do this, make this upgrade that Motorola is requiring to their system. We talked them down from the $53,000 number to $54,000 number, sorry. Recently, actually just yesterday, we found out that we can now get this done for $40,000, $43,000 with tax.
And who's
Thank
paying
you.
for it?
And we have grant money
Oh, there it is.
with a 20% match, and the grant money pays 40,000 and change of it. Our share would be right around $8,000 in match.
It's a prime example of doing a great job and not only bargaining, but also making sure you go out and find it. So thank you for that. My question for my seatmate is, when you said GIS, were you talking 911 GIS or were you talking the other GIS?
My question is whether we can get multiple GISs updated with the same,
We have a meeting to
more
discuss
bang
that
for
with,
the buck.
Oh, good.
we have a
We can do
meeting.
it all with one grant. Let's see what we can do.
You know,
He's trying.
we have a meeting with all relevant parties, specifically myself, IT and Public Works,
Because to me, it'd
Monday,
be nice
October
if we had
7th.
one map versus various maps.
to discuss that very thing based on this need that Motorola has forced on us for just the 911 map. So yes, if there are other people using GIS and then we can combine those efforts, that's the reason for that meeting on the 7th.
So it's possible. We Make Ms. McCain happy. It's possible.
We will find out.
Keep hope alive.
Okay.
Okay,
But
I'm trying to keep us on
yeah,
time.
again, none of those things were in my budget that I submitted. So on the CIP, we're still gonna have to talk about that. If you want me to do it.
I would come back during the CIP and talk about your generator again, and I just wanted to float you an idea that you might.
So we have a 45-day requirement to sign the agreement with the state for that grant. So we'll be putting that on the October CIP. Or excuse me, the October supplemental to make sure that I can commit to receiving those grant funds. Get out. All right.
See over time.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
10
He
minutes.
said he wasn't gonna take any bear. Yeah, see, he jeffed it.
And said, let's stay on time.
He jeffed it. That's Chair's fault. She's running the meeting. He should have been going like this, like 10 minutes ago.
I've tried. You think? I've tried. Cell companies are not expanding and not expanding in that direction. I have courted them all for many years. It's very frustrating. Lynn,
Talking
my
about cell
apologies.
phones in Bickleton?
Sorry.
Is that what you're talking about, cell phones in Bickleton?
Yeah.
There's not enough money in it, so I've worked with Kent Will's aides that they're going to be, as they propose all these funding for fiber and all that phone crap,
Good
to
afternoon, ma'am.
capitalize more on not just rural areas, which they call under 40,000, but rural. And throw those areas, Glenwood, you guys, more of a bone when they write those grants to the phone company. So fingers crossed.
Do I need to do that to you?
Okay, question for you.
It's not
No,
No,
impolite.
you.
Page 18.
I'm teasing you.
I didn't bring my whole book.
All day.
You didn't
I
bring
did not print out the whole thing, no.
just your revenues and expenses?
Mhm.
So you have your revenue.
Mhm.
Page 18, top, so that's your.
Oh, there we
revenues.
go.
Yes, okay.
Haha, I was looking at the bottom.
Okay,
It said page 31 down there.
your prior year actual on your plan review fee was 177,000. You're already 6 months into this year for 174,000. Your budget was for 162. Your next year proposed is 231. Why is your plan review fee already over what you'd budgeted?
Because we've had a much bigger year than we thought we would have. We were kind of projecting ahead that things would slow down based
Wouldn't say
upon
we.
we, the department. I mean, the way the economy was sounding like is the department wouldn't be that busy issuing permits this year. So we went low on purpose because we did not know what to expect for this year.
We had the discussion on it being low last year during the budget. And I actually think it got raised. Just not as much as some of us
As it ended up
expected
being.
it to be up.
And we've had some larger projects this year that we did not anticipate coming in.
What kind of project?
We will be doing the fish hatchery at Glenwood, the potential under canvas, all those permits. That was a great deal of permit fees.
That's already incorporated.
Is that already
in here?
paid here?
Part of it, yes, but not all of it, no.
What kind of, how much, what number?
By the time we.
Both of them combined, how much
Oh
do you
my
figure we
gosh.
received? 10 grand, 50 grand?
Over 50, I'm
Okay.
gonna say. So that's huge.
And you've got
Um,
about half of it.
We've got about half of it. I mean, we did not expect that amount of revenue or that amount of projects. We've been far, far busier this year than we thought we were gonna be.
So technically, if you've already got 50 grand in those two projects that you didn't expect to have, that would lower your half a year's to 1.25. So it's gonna finish you at around 250 and next year you have 231.
No, you gotta split that in half again. It's 50 total and she's got 25. So you need to take 25 off the 174, which puts you at 150. So
No,
if you
she's
go-
already collected 50.
I thought you said it's gonna be 50 total.
Once, I don't know, I have to
We're
get
just ballparking.
I'm ballparking.
Have we already been paid 50 or only been paid 25?
We've been probably paid 20,000 so far, and I didn't look at those numbers before I came down. I didn't have time.
So if we take
But we've only
that out
taken
of the
plan
equation,
review fees so far.
But-
But we will have the balance of the permit fee.
right, I'm not,
Plumbing,
I'm trying to figure
mechanical.
out the accurate number for 6 months.
I would have
If
to go
those two
look.
projects are rare and don't usually happen, I want to remove those two projects from what you've collected in 6 months. That's
I
what I'm
would
trying to-
have to go run that. I didn't look at it without it. I just know where we are currently on the year.
Okay,
So,
so if I'm being conservative, based on, and taking out those two large projects, knowing that we might not have any next year, but if everything continues the same pace, 300 would be on the high side, but we're at 231. If we added 33,901 to it, our revenues would match our expenditures, including you with inspection together. Does that make sense?
By just adding 33?
By adding 33,901, and you can add it either between the plan review fees or you can mix it between that and permit fees. But then you're free and clear.
And that balances this budget?
Yep.
which is what we've attempted to do. And we
Good
will
idea.
raise in January 1st, our rates go up, I believe it's 3%.
Your nemesis or your kryptonite is always under forecasting your revenue. If you play it too cautious, that's your kryptonite.
I
But
like
you were
to
a
play poker
superhero.
that way too.
That's your kryptonite. I totally agree with that. I'm totally fine with that and I think it's safe.
And I think that's safe knowing that we're gonna get a 3% increase that you're probably not budgeted in there when you wrote it in there in the first place. So if that works for you, you can keep paying for, and the only difference is if we actually thought we were going to do anything with nuisance, and
But that's not directly under my portion anyway. It's under my umbrella.
I'm talking to these guys.
Oh, gotcha. Well, you were looking at me.
I usually can't see them.
Umbrella.
Which I don't know, if you do it, you'd probably want a supplemental anyways, if you're actually gonna go out there and do a cleanup, because it's gonna be a one-off thing here and there.
Yep.
Okay, that work?
I think the question kind of tying into Tuesday, because I had talked to Jen, was kind of finalizing how you intend to do the vehicle, because I believe we built next year based upon that combination,
I'm
because that's
dying to
what we
know.
thought.
Okay, here's my
you wanted.
pet peeve question. When we gave you approval to buy the truck instead of a Ford Explorer, you had to have it because of ground clearance. where we determined that it was only the difference of 1/4 of an inch of ground clearance, yet we're giving you an Explorer and you're happy with it.
Because I was told that that's what I was gonna do. If you're told that's what you're gonna use, then you're gonna shut up and do
So
it.
when, my advice is as soon as your budget is balanced, you get up and walk out the door as quickly
Yeah.
as possible.
And the other thing is we need to make a policy that we remove $1,000 for every minute on
Hi,
the,
Jeff.
Do I get 1,000?
added in for
Back.
time.
That's
there.
13 minutes,
Good
just so you know. Anything else?
Nope, well done.
Right,
Thank you.
all right. Okay, all right, thank you.
Bye.
So I'm gonna make a note at the start of that one. That budget is self-sufficient. And for my own recollection for Jen, I think I already know the answer. We don't put any county funds in this revenue page. This is all the money she's received that aren't landfill funds to operate this budget, building department. So if we cut $1 million out of here, which there ain't $1 million in it, I don't get to spend that somewhere else because I can't use the building funds anywhere else. Got it.
So I guess with that though, when I was looking at the building budget, the revenues were 599, 734, 732, and the expenses were 633, 633. Wouldn't we have needed to add revenues in order to balance it in the first place? Because it came in unbalanced.
The general fund department, none of the.
So you don't need to move transfer dollars in. You just hope that you have the general fund dollars available.
I can't think of a single general fund.
It would be interesting if we looked at that, like where the dollars are coming from, so we could think when we're making these big decisions, like, okay, this much is gonna come from sales tax, this much is gonna come from, in order to balance that budget off of their revenues. So that we can look at things holistically. Not easy, but just saying it would be interesting.
We don't operate like that. I mean, for instance, all the property tax goes right into the treasurer's budget. So the treasurer looks like he used, all the.
He does. He
revenue
uses
goes-
insane amount of money.
He's on the reverse side where it's.
The guy's got the biggest budget of anybody in the county.
$5.5 million sitting in there of revenue when,
It ain't enough is what it ain't.
Just bring it in and give it to people.
Yeah.
the big-
Right.
Who's next?
The prosecuting attorney is next at 2:30, so we got 10 minutes.
See, Jen, we're on time.
Trying to get my
Trying to give
page.
us all- More than 25?
Went and I was able to pull my miscellaneous transaction. I'm giving money back.
The recording.
Jeff's already left. He doesn't care anymore.
In my auditor's budget, 4901 and 4902, I was able to pull those transactions. I do know that one of my about $2,500 worth of training expenses that I had last year or for this year won't happen next year. We do have a training that didn't happen this year because we had 5 elections that we will have next year. So there's some give and take, but I would be willing to reduce the 4901 from 10,000 to 5,000 and the 4902 from 10,000 to 7,500.
So $7,500.
Yeah. I did look at my professional services and those are my consultant fees and all of the e-filing that we do at the beginning of the year, the 1099s, the W-2s, the 1095s. So I'm pretty comfortable with that number being correct. I've not looked at the wages and the benefits allocation yet, but I give you the 7,500 in those two numbers if you want it.
Well, good, we're back to a net cut then.
Miss Jen, the coroner budget, as I'm looking at the prosecutors, he gets a revenue here for autopsy for state entitlements. Did you transfer that into our little corner? Into your 250 grand that you forecasted? Cause now it only needs to be 243.
That, and so
Okay, so
I don't, I mean, unless
never
it's
mind, I
sitting there.
rescind my offer.
It's a revenue source that he has listed at nothing next year because he's not the coroner.
It's a. Do you have to ask?
Looks like there's a couple options there, so. Whenever.
I will say yes, but we may not be done.
Are you taking me down?
Yeah, if you wanted.
Giving back.
I'll take one.
Not a,
No wonder where my bag of Rolos went.
yeah, I need some.
Anybody's got better candy than me, cause I don't think there's any in there. I went looking through the discount shelves when I was at the store and they didn't have any, so.
He does.
I think they had gummy worms, actually.
But he gave, what, $1,000 back? He sells something.
Yeah, but he's needy.
Well, I know he's needy. Shoot, he comes in, he needs another 100 grand in the blink of an eye.
He keeps breaking things. It's fences and generators and. How's your fence doing up there, by the way? Your snowmobile fence? Better? You think it's okay?
Repaired last winter pretty well.
Okay.
The upgrade we made to the heavier gauge pipe for the stop bars. That's worked pretty well. The new standard barbed wire, well, there's still.
Yeah.
But it's sufficient. I didn't bring it before you were, I have made repairs.
As I said, I haven't heard anything for it a while. We thought upgrading that bar might help and save us from $100,000 fence.
Yeah, that's not really.
There's cold waters in the fridge in there. Do you guys want one?
Yep,
You want one?
sure.
On the rocks with salt on the glass, please. I'm good. I said, I'm in beach mode.
Yeah.
I don't get to go to the beach. I understand I don't get to go, so. I'm gonna try to go this winter, but it won't be beach weather when I go, so
Never say that. It'd be 65 degrees there in 10 years.
probably not in December.
2 days, in February, there's usually almost a week where it's almost 70 degrees at the beach
Yeah.
and calm. It's beautiful. It's better than summer.
So there's February.
Okay.
My earliest available time for a vacation is December, so I don't picture beach being warm in December,
That from Christmas.
probably. In the middle of there somewhere.
You can come up front if you'd like. We're just waiting, I think, on Leanne and Jen to come back. Oh, and Greg. Mhm. Somehow they escaped. Let them out. Mm. Nice day out.
Beautiful.
I didn't go outside on lunch. I should have. Do you need a water or anything?
Oh, there you
Waiting on Greg. I don't know where he went.
Jen, can you put this up on the screen for the prosecutor?
Thank you.
I can't believe we just ate 3 of them. I don't even like sweets.
It's the type of day it is. Then I do those highs and lows. I eat it and then I'm all wound up and then all of a sudden I crash.
Whenever you're ready. Here.
Are we waiting on Greg? Okay, good. Go right ahead. Where would you like to start?
I tried my best to figure this sheet out last night, and it was late. And so I could definitely use some help, what the plan is. And if you want to explain what you're thinking next year, or if you want me to try to piece it together, what I can see, I know I'd mess it up, but what are we thinking here? How do we build this?
It's just status quo budget.
Okay, so first question. There's the chief deputy prosecuting attorney. It shows 1 FTE for 40 hours, but we know that's not gonna be $9,000 and it's a stipend.
It's the stipend, I think, was for the convenience of staff to label it as such. There's a differential between the current DPA 3 positions and a chief position.
Okay, so if this individual moves from a DPA 3 to the chief, then that would cover that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That helps. And then we've got the same person in there as a 0.6 here and a 0.6 here. Is that just because of the drop downs, Jen, and there wasn't a way to put a 0.4 versus a 0.6? Okay, so that makes sense.
Is there a way to full screen this so you can see it better? Don't know. Minimize the occupants or something?
Okay, and then it says deputy prosecuting attorney intern 1. Is that just a step 1 or is that actually like an intern position?
The box has the combination of DPA 1 intern on the organizational chart.
Okay,
So I think that's just a label of the box.
so the plan then is you're still attempting to hire somebody to do district court,
Of course.
district court, and that's what that is.
Yeah, the org chart's for 5 attorneys total. This year was funded for 4. We have 1 vacant position that we definitely need filled. We need them both filled, but at a minimum, the 1 filled.
Okay. Talk to me a little bit about granted, I know you wanted 2. And then at the last year, did we say you can have 1 plus the investigator? Is that how we got to the status quo of this?
No, the funding was cut for the 5th attorney position.
But how long had the investigator position been funded?
Approximately 2 years, I think, year and a
Okay.
half. But I'm not requesting to fund that fully for the next year. We're moving into a casual employee situation.
So
That was a recent decision that was made.
So that's gonna get updated then?
Be substantially reduced, correct?
Okay. And with the casual position, would it still have benefits?
No.
Okay. When you first got elected, how many attorneys were there?
4 total.
There were 4 total.
There was 4 total attorneys and 6 staff.
Okay.
And there was a conversion made to 4 staff and 5 attorneys.
So we added an attorney at some point. So when you started, there was,
Just 2 staff.
you reduced 2 staff members, added an attorney.
Correct.
Okay. And things are probably a lot different in the courts today than they were back then, right?
Well, everything changes. It's the nature of life.
Right.
But
Okay. That's all I had questions for their seatmates. Thank you for helping me understand the logical process of it, and thank you for the savings on the casual position.
Yeah, and I have no questions.
I was
I'm
hoping
good.
you could explain, coroner, even though I know you're not the coroner next year, you still are the coroner this year. I'm seeing, state grant and state entitlement. Is that revenue we receive from the state to run the coroner department?
that's a partial reimbursement of the autopsy cost.
So
receive
we should-
approximately 60, if I can finish, approximately 60% of the autopsy costs are reimbursed by the state.
So that's something when we build a coroner department, we can technically factor that into our own budget.
Absolutely.
Good to know. Money I didn't know we had.
And consistent in the same budget for 4 years. So.
Professional services, what is that for you? Is
As I
that
explained
outside
last year, that
attorneys?
It covers many different areas. The most principal utilization of that over the years is for retention of experts, special testimony, things like that. When I came in the office, I believe that BAR's number was between 100 and 125,000. It was reduced over the years to, I think the current amount, if I remember correctly, is 50, asking for an increase of 55. We're utilizing some contract labor to assist due to the staffing shortage and the pendency of several serious cases. But that money is principally been utilized for retention of expert services.
And then the last question's for Jen. I don't see a dollar number in here for insurance. And I don't know if that was an accident or if you haven't got to it yet, huh? So we're not breaking insurance by department and all of that stuff anymore? We're gonna lump it all in one?
The general fund, department's insurance will be paid out of auditor's non-departmental, because the timing of the insurance. We get the invoice in October, it was blowing everybody's budgets. Some special revenue funds that are grant reimbursable, those ones are broke out, but.
But only the grant reimbursable type stuff. Got it. Okay.
Okay, so when we look at on this page, this one, you don't have to pull it up. I'm just looking at the numbers and the percentages. That includes the investigator at the full position, or is that incorporating that going to a casual
The
position
numbers you have are for the full position.
on
This,
both
uh,
sides?
Again, this is a decision that's been made in conjunction with the employee in the last several days.
Okay, but what I can, for my purposes though, what I can say is that you were able to keep your administration at a 1.7% decrease. It's gonna get larger than that when that goes to a casual position.
Well, I'm surprised there would be here a decrease, but sure.
I'm just going, that's why I'm trying to make it make sense and how this got here, because I'm seeing 875 here on the blue screen, and then I'm seeing 825 on regular wages up here. And that benefits.
Yeah.
I think it's actually the Office of Support Enforcement has been divided out a little bit, which is within the general revenue fund for the prosecutor's office. The victim witness wage and benefits are in the separate fund 115.
Okay, so if I add next year proposed regular wages plus child support enforcement or the enforcement, then I get to the 875, of which you're gonna be reducing some more.
Like you're easier just taking the totals and removing the coroner.
Right. No, and, but that makes sense. No, it all adds up to me. I guess my next question is the coroner position is in essence an unfunded mandate. You've been the coroner. This is an additional cost to the county. We built in there, a full-time coroner as well as a half-time office person, correct, Jen? Was the design of it. Um, you've been providing your sorry,
Office.
your office has been providing the support service.
I've been serving
services.
as the ex officio coroner since January 1st, 2015, and doing all services related to the coroner.
Yes, on top of your regular job, and now we're gonna have potentially a full-time person doing it. I'm more wondering about, we are hopefully going to go out and start the hiring process immediately. Would you like
Question
to?
I have that you may or may not answer because it really doesn't pertain to your budget. It's just would be helping the board make decisions. Do you think the workload of any coroner we have is going to be full-time? And do you think any office staff we have is needed? Or could that coroner just do that as part of their workload for 40 hours a week?
I personally do not believe the coroner is a full-time position in this county. I think 1.5 FTE for the coroner is extravagant, and 2 or 3 times, most in my experience, the last 10 years, times the need. It depends on how they structure their office and how they choose to perform the statutory requirements of the position of the coroner. If it remains relatively consistent with practice the last several years with the willing partners to contract at rates I've negotiated over the years, I think are extremely favorable to the county for transportation and on-call deputy services. That we cover all that in $12,000 for goodness sakes. And then I have a staff member that is basically the equivalent of a chief deputy coroner and takes the lead, has at this point 9.5 years experience navigating the coroner system, the death recording system, the update that occurred. There was a substantial change in software instituted by the state last year. There's been a steep learning curve. At this point, I am the only person in the state, in the county, that can certify deaths outside the contracted medical examiner or a few MDs in the county. And so that will definitely have to be addressed. And the figuring out how to handle the on-call availability, how that person wants, how available they want to make themselves, how available they think they should be for themselves, as compared to managing contract deputies, which are generally substantially cheaper than full-time employees because of the downtime and benefits, various costs associated with the FTE. So it depends on how the individual wants to handle it. I think that I know depending on who that coroner is, there may be willingness to expend perhaps up to 0.2 of a current staff member in my office with assisting with that position, but it would be largely dependent on the workload in my office and the fit with the personality of the whoever is selected as the coroner.
Is the 0.2 a support staff or is it a coroner when that person's on vacation staff?
No, it's and this is not a binding pledge by any
Right.
means, but there could be a possibility of working out some availability of a few hours a week, perhaps 20 hours total a month. That might be excessive, to assist with processing the paperwork, the interface with the state information system, drawing upon the extensive contacts and network so have been developed with the relevant professionals in the state, principally the Clark County Medical Examiner's Office, but also the Washington State Department of Archaeology, the Seattle Medical Examiner's Office is an essential role in identifying difficult to identify remains and identifying historical versus ahistorical remains that are found, and the consequences, the myriad consequences that flow from that determination. So that each case is unique generally. Some decedents are relatively straightforward with a clear cause of death, clear next of kins that can be notified, very little work required internally. Others can easily spiral into hundreds of hours of staff time, depending on the circumstances of the death, the difficulty in next of kin notification, some of the issues related to the property management on the body when the body is found, and then the coordination with transfer of the remains, disposal of the remains, the information and knowledge on the statutory responsibilities of the coroner, especially in relation to various state and county offices and performance of those statutory responsibilities.
And then last question. I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong, but correct me if I overspeak. We can't just subcontract with the funeral home that's doing it now, so we have to set up our own little office. But could our
Somebody has to be
coroner,
a coroner.
right, so our coroner that we now hire, are they still allowed to subcontract for deputy coroners when they're on vacation?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I just want to get this straight, because this is actually where I was going is that it's not a binding agreement, but the person who's the chief deputy coroner who's got 9.5 years is potentially willing to put in 0.2 of their time to act as, in
Which
essence.
would be a maximum. And
Max.
again, I cannot bind. This is a preliminary discussion that occurred. And it would depend on, obviously, the facts of how things worked out, the meshing of the personalities
I
and the
totally
selection of the
understand.
individual. Right.
But I guess what I'm hoping for is that somebody who's got 9.5 years of experience that's still working for the county, as well as you, can assist the new coroner to get this thing set up and running and operating smoothly.
Well, we're going to do everything to assist in the transition. That's, I can assure you that.
Absolutely.
We've just been awaiting word for 3.5 years now on who and how that's going to be done.
Okay.
Right.
So from your experience as the coroner, do you see this as a 0.5, 0.6, or 0.75 per FTE? What do you think would be, granted, knowing that we're gonna go out and have to try to find someone that's willing to only work that?
Well, that's the decision is going to have to be made based on the receptiveness of individuals to perform the job. Will you get a qualified candidate at a 0.5? I don't know. And so that's outside my my role as to how much money will it take to get a qualified individual.
No.
But I personally think it could easily be done at a 0.5, 0.6 with managing the contract employees.
If you had to say on a yearly basis, how many hours does you and your staff put into coroner services a week?
It depends on the week. Again,
Just on a
the
yearly.
calls are unique. But you know, the common, because I personally generally get a few calls a week on dealing with different issues. There's multiple meetings during the week. The staff person can spend sometimes an inordinate amount of time coordinating and obtaining medical records, identifying medical facilities. It can be, average anywhere from 5 to 30 hours in a week.
Okay.
For total office time.
Did you have a conversation with Skamania that you were going to? You said you were gonna call and talk to him about the coroner position and where they were at.
Yes. I can't remember now who I talked to this week, last week about it.
So I spoke with Tom Lannon on
Yes, and
Tuesday.
And I think I heard some of this back around the other way.
Oh,
somehow.
okay, so, and they were, once we found out that the PA couldn't be the coroner from that opinion, because when we went down there,
Right.
we were talking, well, what about Adam Kick? And Kick was like, oh, I'll still do it. I like doing it.
Right.
And so then they were potentially looking at someone internally who doesn't have any experience, but they're like, well, maybe, and then I said, well, this is kind of the direction we're going to hire. And so my thought is maybe we have one more conversation with them if we say, if we're looking at a 0.6 FTE, thereabouts, that would put them at about a 0.4 FTE. If you just do the population to population, and possibly what we could do is we hire for a full-time FTE, they reimburse us for their cost, maybe 0.5, to cover the rest of it. And they get a coroner for half as much. They keep their contracts, we keep our contracts, and then we find someone who's qualified. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. We'll have to talk to them. One of the kind of impediments I ran into on that conversation was the lay of the land. Our county is huge. I mean, clear to Timbuktu on that side, and their county is very confusing on roads and backcountry. So for one person to cover both counties was gonna be a
Well,
challenge.
And it's not one person, we also use contractors, and just
Okay.
like they have two contractors, just
Okay.
like we have two contractors as well. And how often the coroner
Okay.
goes out, Monday through Friday, the coroner might go out during those times, and then on the nights and weekends, it might be one of the contractors who goes out. And so I'm just trying to say, what I want to make sure is we find someone who's qualified, who can do it. And they have benefits and everything else. And if we can do that and save us, we get more services for less money, they get services for less money. It could be a benefit on both. I don't know if the 0.2 would still stand, if they would still be willing to put in the time, but at least we could, get this number of 263 down a ways. And so,
I think, I've
but
always
no
thought
matter,
we needed to have a conversation.
okay, and do you want to have another conversation with them, or do you want me to, or?
If you've started with Tom Lannon, do you want to continue? Do you feel like?
Yeah, I can, I mean,
we can all be involved?
I'm going down to Stevenson twice a week right now, so I can talk with probably each of them.
Okay.
But in the interim, I think what we need to do today, because we're making decisions today and we're doing it really well, so.
Is your plan here you have the coroner and then you have the subcontracted and have certain subcontracted for Klickitat County and certain subcontracted for Skamania County?
I would,
Or are they?
I would let the coroner figure that out, but at least right now, the thought would be is Skamania's would stay there, ours would stay here. The coroner would manage, both kind of, and we'd find a way through it, working with the PA. It would save us both a little bit of money. And hopefully, if it's a full-time FTE, the coroner can take more of that paperwork until the point that they can't. And then if we have to hire someone a little bit, that's negotiation, we can do that. But the idea is that we give the direction to staff right now to get that darn thing out on the street so we can start doing interviews with the knowledge of it'll be between 0.6
Jen
and
had
1.
a suggestion.
We're now veered away from the prosecuting attorney, and I just want to be respectful of his time and would veered off into the corner. So, if you had any more questions for him in regards to his budget.
Sure.
Or we are ready to dive off into the corner.
Thank you. Sorry.
It's still under him, so that's why I'm doing it.
Oh,
I know, but he's here, and I think this, if we can finish this
But
off
we've
right
gone-
now, we're in a good place.
Have a long way.
Anytime I can get this board to make a decision, it's probably a good decision. I am actually done with any questions for the prosecutor that
Mhm.
may or may not be coroner related, and I can't think of any on the top of my head. So.
And I'm
if-
good on the
if
budget.
He wants to go, that's fine with me too. If he wants to stick around
I
and
guess,
put his 2 cents into our coroner discussion, I'm happy to have his 2 cents, so.
well, I'm just, I don't want to put you on the spot or anything, but I'm trying to come up with a way that we can give direction to staff to move now because we only have 3 months. And we have to get them on board. So one way or the other, we've got to get it.
You haven't given me direction. 0.6 is full-time, what are we advertising for? A one-time, until you find out if they're willing to do it. I mean, I'm not sure which one.
And here we go.
It's a pretty fair observation.
No,
It's a pretty fair
so
observation.
that's what I was saying is I don't know how far you are in the information that you're putting forward, whether you put 0.6 or 0.1. If you're ready to go and
Is that
everything's
the only
ready to
thing
go.
holding you up is how many hours it is and what the pay rate is?
Tell me if it's full-time, part-time, 3/4 time. We'll draft up the post.
Does,
We could wait another week till you talk to Skamania and find out if they don't do it, then you're still gonna have to decide, are you gonna go with 0.6, as suggested?
full-time and see what we get, and
Just to be safe to the PA, I don't believe he suggested the 0.6. So just clarify, you said as suggested by the PA, I don't think he suggested that.
If we start 3/4, we can always.
Well, the one thing is it's always hard to go backwards. It's always really hard to go back.
Well, and that's been my argument all along is I don't think it's a full-time position unless the person is either sitting in their office playing tiddlywinks or golfing or what they're doing, I don't know. And then we're gonna have a half-time office staff. If they're doing a lot of the coroner's work, what's coroner doing? So it's definitely not an employee and a half, which is what we have budgeted.
Well, and this is, I mean, literally, this is where we're finding some of the major savings. This is a big lever. If it's a 0.6 FTE that, and there's no office staff other than a 0.2 that we need to account in your department, if that's a possibility.
I am not
Saves a
a
lot.
fan of combining with Skamania because I worry that we'll have a death here in Goldendale and they'll be sitting on the concrete for 2 hours while our guys in Skamania. But if this is a full-time position that we're paying 6/10 of, Skamania is paying 4/10 of overall cost. Which is not just the employee, it's office and
Everything
space and
else.
everything else, just like we pay the city of the Dalles.
Yep.
So it better be lights and electricity and everything else. Plus they're paying for whatever their deputy coroner fees are. I'm fine with it. I mean, go forth and negotiate. That is a fair agreement. If they're only paying, 3/10 of the employee, but none of the staff, no computers, no training, no travel, then I think it'll be a burden on our citizens, and I wouldn't be for that. 6/10, 4/10 of overall expenses, yes.
Speaking of the coroner, there is the rig that's been used for the coroner's office. It's been fully paid for. We have not contributed to the vehicle fund in several years now because of the amount of contributions that were made. They exceeded the value of a replacement. The rig, at this point is on information I believe 13 to 14 years old. Does not have high mileage, but it is in poor condition. Due to, the weather and the age and so forth.
Do
Some
you,
cosmetic, but not, how many miles do you think?
yeah, I have that. It's low. Do you use you only use that to haul things when you need to haul them and for the most part don't use it?
We have used it occasionally for transporting witnesses, that lack transportation for trials, picking up people at airports, things like that. The investigator has used it for, it's been used more in the last year and it has probably in the previous 3 or 4 for, doing some work related to his role as investigator. It traditionally was used when there was no contracted deputy coroners, the attorneys fulfilled the role on rotations. And when a specific attorney was on rotation, they would take the vehicle and drive it for the week. The absent, going to the grocery store, things like that.
Does it get used for coroner services?
At this point, very little.
Okay. So my question lies then, if it's poor on maintenance and you only use it sparingly, would it be too much of a hassle for the prosecutor's office to just check out a fleet vehicle whenever you need it?
We have no intention of or request to keep that vehicle.
So he's
Well,
trying
that's
to
what I'm
get rid
saying,
of.
going forward. Just
Rob?
It hasn't been mentioned. I just want to make sure that people realize there's also a vehicle that the expectation was it would flow to the
Coroner's
coroner's
office,
Right.
as well as the VRNR that goes with it, right? Because you've got enough to buy a new one in there?
Well, that information was from 5 years ago. I imagine the cost of replacements have increased in the last 5 years, but if there's been interest accruing, that's been well managed, of course. I'm sure there's enough money for a replacement somewhere. Right.
It is 63,000 miles on it, and the 24 year-end balance is roughly 52,000.
But my question is, would any person we hired as a coroner, would they really be using it to haul bodies, or are we just,
Well, generally, it was not used to haul bodies.
Or-
That was only in exceptional circumstances.
they use that to take that to a crime scene?
More likely, it was hauling body parts.
Well, that's why I said pieces
Right.
earlier. I was trying to be less
I'd say-
abrasive. But we
There's
would-
nothing abrasive of a
the-
statement of fact. right?
the coroner would still need to go to the scene of
Right.
and they would need a vehicle to get there.
Mr. Van Cleve.
Any disrespect. I don't mean to be a smart aleck. We've had this conversation. Casey and I brought this to you. Jen and I brought this to you. PH brought
And
this
it's
to you.
going round. and
We are
round.
closer to making decision today than we've ever been.
Clear direction on what I'm supposed to advertise today. It's a good discussion. It just keeps leading to.
We're right there. We're at the cusp. There's almost full agreement amongst the board right now. The PAs come with hopefully a 0.2 with the background and the knowledge. I think we're right there. It feels really positive. And I think that if we can all agree, if we can get Skamania to come on board in the next week or two, we go out for a full-time FTE. If they don't want to play, we go out for a 0.6 FTE and hope the 0.2 stands. Then we can come in later out in the budget cycle, because that's what we're talking about, and we can hopefully reduce 40% off of this.
In a perfect world, when would you want the person to start? Number one, now, January 1, probably not January 1. I mean, I have no idea.
I think with having the prosecutor willing to help the transition and having a 0.2 also coming from the prosecutor's office, if they started January 1, it wouldn't be terrible. It'd be something that could be manageable.
Only if they have extensive.
If they have
experience and-
extensive background and knowledge.
I
If
think
they
it kind of
don't, we need
depends
it
on
sooner.
experience. It could be a month early as far as I'm concerned, depending on where they're at. If I gotta pay somebody to sit in an office.
So if we're running it back though, say we want them to start November 1, if we go out for advertisement in a week, how long do we have enough time to do it and do the interviews and everything else?
Typically, we close it 3 or 4 weeks, depending on, interviews, setting up
Better-
interviews.
Better go for December 1.
So I guess my answer is, the first things first, she needs to talk to Skamania County, see if Skamania County is willing to pay 40% of the overall cost. And we'll make a decision on what we're posting for next week.
And that would be Jake.
I don't know,
He's
I
gonna go
don't know,
back to
I don't know if we can get them to, they need to have a meeting and have a conversation. But
Mhm.
what I need to be able to do is go to them and say, hey, look, here's our offer. Do you want a part of it or not? Otherwise, we're going for 0.6. So I need to work with Jen at least and get, here's our numbers. Because what you're saying is it's not the person, it's of the department, which we need to incorporate the 0.2 in there.
It's actually technically an office. It's a county official.
It's a county official. I was talking about the 0.2 from your side. So those
Which
costs.
again is just a preliminary discussion.
Right.
There's nothing binding, but.
Would it be a county official if we hired them and not a department? It's only a county official if they go to election, right?
No, it's enumerated as a county officer.
Whether it's hired or not, no matter what, it's a county.
So if they're hired, they don't work for the Board of Commissioners and they don't report to the Board of Commissioners?
Not getting into that, but under the statute that sets up county officers, the coroner is listed as a county officer.
Do you want to give it some time?
Well, then
Can-
it's soon to follow, not today, obviously. Where you're gonna put them, where are they located? Jeff Hunter's been here a couple of times saying, you wanna put them here, you wanna put them there, I mean.
Staff's already got that all figured out. You just gotta lay it in front of us and we'll say yes.
So Jake, do you think you can get back to Skamania County
I
so they
will-
can meet next week?
I
and
will have a conversation so that they can meet next week. I can also, if Jen and I can get together and come up with the numbers of what that'll be with a rough estimate so
Well,
that
when
they can
he's
build
done,
it
we
into.
can kind of look at those numbers. I don't want to continue wasting his time
Right.
if we don't have any more questions.
Any other
for him.
questions for me?
Thank you. This has been excellent.
For the
And,
fun.
All right, thank you. Have a nice
Yeah.
day.
Bye-bye.
and thank you more importantly for being willing to continue to reduce your budget and to help the county.
Steady over time.
I know.
So when is our next one? 3 o'clock?
Well, it's 3:01.
We are done with our schedule. But I
So do you have,
Well, somebody's sitting here. If he's sitting here, he's.
Sacrificing.
do you
himself.
have the actual corner numbers that you put in the budget that we can kind of, because Jake says he wants to sit with you and go over the numbers. Can we
Let's do it right
that
now.
now?
Yeah, let's do it right now all together.
He has it in that new,
Well, I'm not seeing it and she's not paying attention to me, so I don't know where it is.
this one, Jen. Is that where actual corner?
Where are your
numbers?
corner bars numbers? It's in that thing? Is that
Yeah.
the thing you just gave us today?
Yes.
Did I have to go in there?
God,
Yep.
where are you going? You don't want to be the corner?
What am I, a
Do you need-
misogynist?
What-
No, I'll get
Did
it.
you?
Can we help you with something?
Yeah,
Scott?
did you have something you want?
David. Well,
Oh.
I do, and I will since you asked.
What's in the box?
I didn't think there was bribes allowed to the Board of Commissioners, but apparently gummy worm are an appropriate bribe.
So you must have been a state
No, across the street.
What do you
Oh my
want?
gosh.
I came to support.
I love it. Thank you. That's mine. Don't judge it. It's not, it's our dessert from lunch. Mhm.
So David will not hear this, but I came to support the prosecuting attorney because they provided incredible service to us. Rebecca and David, weekly we meet with them. They provide excellent guidance to us and we rely on them and just have appreciation. So I saw them talking. I heard Commissioner Christopher say that you accept bribes that are gummy worms. And I thought, hey, if I can help support their budget so they continue to support us, I would be glad to do that. So that's why I was here. What's that?
Stuff goes
I
on.
heard it. I did. Hey, man of action. So thank you. And thank you to David and Rebecca.
Now you know what the bribe is for.
Yeah, uh-oh.
I'm just mentioning it. Not implying anything.
Okay. So
Thank you, Scott.
on the corner side, let's move that vehicle over there and create a VRNR rate for that we can add into it, that Skamania could come up, that we could, when I go to Skamania and be like, okay, here's the number. So,
And
huh?
I would like,
At 0.4?
The VRNR.
Okay, but we need to add that in there. On here?
No, right here. She gave us this sheet. It's a new packet you got today. So here's everything for the corner.
I couldn't load everything into the budget, the creative budget, because we don't have all of the bars, because we don't have the resolution, board hasn't made any decisions yet, so.
10, 5, 2, 55.
I will say, whenever we do take possession of this vehicle, I would like to know, because I'd like to borrow the key and go look at it.
Okay, so this is why I wanted him here.
I'll
The
send it to the
corner
detail shop.
professional services,
But
he had made a
condition-
comment that it was like $12,000 for our deputy coroners. But yet we have 55,000 in here under professional services, which I think that it's rolled up into. If I go to Skamania County, I'm gonna say, hey, we'll cover our professional services, you cover yours, so that needs to be rolled out of there. The other part of the professional services is I think those coroner costs, the whatever
Yeah, but
else
who-
goes in there.
Who's hiring professional services? They'll be contractors.
Well, that's why you guys let him go before I'd finished everything.
Oh.
Pick us out.
Estimated that.
What, any idea what page you're on? Since
not very
you've done
far
the
back.
pages?
Page
Oh,
33,
had it.
page 33.
Passed it. So anyway, it's good for you guys.
I think you just sleight of handed one of my gummy worms.
Okay, and then your numbers include a halftime, so 0.5 office person. If we did a 0.2, like with his, it would be a little bit less.
What number have you attempted to change so far, so I can catch up?
So, you wanna drop this 12. Right?
You think we can hire a one?
No, I don't know. That's the problem. I don't,
No, he's offering that from his office,
that's not,
Over and over again, it's very.
depending on who we hire. Mhm.
okay.
Well, first
so-
off, I don't think we need the 0.2 other than for help and training.
And I don't want to drop
After
it.
that, if they go away, I'm okay.
I don't want to drop it to 12 because I don't know what all he included in there. Why did it come in at 550? You had that conversation, right, Jen?
He talked, that was 55 from his professional service line out of his original budget, which he explained was,
Got medical examiner, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that included the medical, so we can't drop it to 12. I think 12 was just what our subcontractors
What,
or deputy.
what line are you looking at? So I can be a part of our conversation. Okay,
563-141.
I'm sorry.
And the vehicle, the VRNR, what's on there?
On the very bottom.
It's $2,000, okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Two, 6, 5, 9, 9.
so next question, they don't have any repairs or leases. Does that mean they're never gonna need a copier? Oh, sorry, rents and leases.
Keep in mind, the first year, things are gonna be higher rates.
Transitioning, got it.
Supplies isn't going to be 10 right now.
But in the same regard, I don't see you getting communications, which I'm sure the guys are gonna need a cell phone
Okay,
for $720.
so what I can go is tell them is we're willing to hire a full-time coroner. We'll have up to a 0.5 office person,
No, I'm not on the office person.
up to
I'm not any office person.
Mm.
no office person, even
I
the
think the guy's
0.2.
gonna be sitting around picking his nose or girl. I don't think they have any work.
I do. They have an incredible, can you imagine how much paperwork comes with a coroner?
He just said they put in about anywhere from 5 to 30 hours a week total for all of their employees. 5 to
No,
30.
There's
that-
just two
that-
of them. That's just him and the
That was
deputy.
for the. I understand that.
Whoever's doing coroner work in his office, between 5 and 30 hours a week. He said right there, he doesn't think there needs to be an office person.
But yeah, he said there's a 0.2.
That'll help us if we need help.
Okay, what I would
Okay.
rather be able to do is go down there because they need to make a decision just like
Mhm.
we need to make a decision. And I can say, look, we don't think it's a full-time FTE. We know yours isn't a full-time FTE. We've worked out that it's gonna be $265,000 all in for a coroner and a 0.5 FTE. We're not sure if we need the 0.5 FTE. It might be a 0.2 FTE and it might work out depending on who the coroner
And
is.
Adam would know on the paperwork too.
And Adam would know, but we're willing to pay 0.6 if you're willing to pay 0.4. And then, so we would both have a coroner and it'd be 106,000 to you guys that you could build into your budget. Is that what you want to do? Yes or no?
Yes.
And if the answer is no, we're gonna go out for a 0.6. But I need to know. And you guys need to know because
Well,
they
I
have
don't
to
know why
hire
you're
you.
asking them the
Yes.
question. They don't make the decisions.
Why are we, where'd that come from? I thought he said he didn't say.
He said 0.6.
I run the numbers because Klickitat
What
County has
does
23,000 people.
0.6 mean?
They have 10,000 people. And so if you add them together and divide by the per number of people, it's 0.6 and 0.4.
How many hours a week is that?
That'd be full-time. So
0.6.
0.6 FTE.
Okay.
So if they say no, then we go out for a 0.6 because as Dan says, it's not a full-time position.
I guess my point is,
Okay.
my take is it doesn't need the office staff. So I'm not game on hiring office staff, and I'll be a no if you go with the office staff route. If you want to hire the full-time FTE and take advantage of that on-call 0.2
To teach them the
for the
paperwork.
time being, I'm fine with that. But it, not a guarantee that it's there for the next 3 years in the budget. I'm willing to try that because it might help our person.
I like 0.6 because if it changes, we can go up. But I think you should ask Mania County what their opinion on what that paperwork and stuff is too. Get it from Adam and from them, what they've been doing, how much.
Okay.
How much is it?
I would argue we're talking about adding staff again.
There's technicalities in that paperwork. I think we better make sure that we get it done right. And
Hence the reason
you
for
imagine.
paying the extra
Because
over
that,
there to train that person.
that paperwork sometimes is your justifications for lawsuits and things, for murders, for whatever else. There's a lot. of
Okay,
them.
so the next question is, do you think we're gonna hire a part-time FTE to be a clerical admin assistant that's gonna be fully qualified at the paper work you're talking about? Or are they gonna need to be trained? If they're gonna be
I think
trained,
I
the
know
coroner
a
can be
few
trained.
people that have said they'd like to apply, that
For
they have some
The
background
coroner or the office person?
for the coroner and they have enough background that they.
We're
know-
talking the office person.
We're talking about.
Well,
Do you want to
I'm
do the
saying
paperwork?
they know enough about the paperwork that they could get through some of it, but I really think they're gonna need office. Not full-time, but I think,
I think we are running into the same problem that has caused us the budget problem that we're currently sitting at.
and we don't have to make the decision today. I'd like more investigation on the paper. If we can wait till Jake comes back with Skamania County's
So
opinion.
the thing that I guess, moving forward, because we're still talking about the budget. We don't know what this position is. We don't know what the rental workload is. We got more information today from the PA that we've had in a long time on how much he actually thinks it is. For us, it's like upwards of a 0.6. That I can work with.
I don't know. It's upwards
I
of
would
0.6.
much rather go out and try to hire for a full-time FTE, working with Skamania County to get the best possible candidate that wants to be a full-time FTE.
Yep.
Than try to go out for a 0.6 and not get somebody, or get somebody that you're gonna have to spend the next 3 years training.
I
And
don't
so, like-
disagree with that, but if they're getting the office person,
You want the
I think we're gonna have people stand around holding signs, nothing to do.
And that's a change. I'm just, for the budget wise though, we're building it in right now so that that's a cost. If we can get $106,000 off of the overall cost, we've just saved $100,000, which is better than we've done all day today.
Well, yeah, that's fine, but
Okay.
it still doesn't
If we
account
can
for
get-
the part-time office staff that I'm opposed to.
And then if we get any further and we take the office person away, Jeff's just gonna take that darn money.
If you wanna add the office person in there, I'm a no. So do what you want.
Can we just check with Skamania County and let me know what they say on office? How heavy is that burden? And then, can we, 2 years later, if we have an expansion and things are crazy and they need the help, can we add an office person later?
I have no problem with hiring one employee. And if that employee comes in here in March and starts going, you guys are nuts.
Mhm.
Hire me somebody, make a case. To me, I'm okay with hearing them out. But it's a little harder to hire somebody that sits around and does nothing and then you gotta terminate them 6 months from now because they don't do anything.
Jen, if we take the 0.5 office person out, how much does it reduce it from 265,000?
That's how I would sell it, is one employee, the coroner will add the 0.2.
55, that's.
If they need more, come forward with more, we'll entertain it then. I'm okay with putting that in there if they can justify it. I'm not gonna put it in when we don't know.
Okay.
Maybe they can be part-time economic development, part-time coroner assistant. I don't,
It's a split, natural resources.
I'm sorry, but that's what we're gonna have to do. Going forward, there's gonna be people that work half-time in auditor's office and half-time in the treasurer's office. You're gonna have to make decisions. It's my point. You're gonna have to make decisions going forward. Whether you do it now or later is a different story.
Where's your number at now?
Okay. So,
That's the hard part. It's hard for me to subtract somewhere when we're still adding.
okay. I guess the easiest thing to do is no matter what, it's a 0.6. If it's a 0.6 and a 0.4, that's 126,600 for us, total cost to the county. The 0.4 for them is $84,400. I think they'll jump all over it personally.
Me too.
Okay?
Yep.
And that is with no office person.
Yep.
That includes the 55,000 professional services. We can figure that out and make it work.
Yep, as long as they can come back if they're buried, I'm good.
Yeah, the only thing that might monkey that wrench up is we already have a bunch of money into the VR&R. So, but whatever, if we've got to supply the first vehicle because we have the money, whatever. Make
We're
that-
also going to supply the place for them to stay.
Yeah.
And so we're not
But the-
including that in there.
Yeah,
And
but
that's fine. They're getting a better deal and they need it. And we're good neighbors and we work with them all the time. Which means we have just saved $100,000 today. Thank you. We only have 2.4 million left to go. Huh?
we removed the halftime employee and we're making Skamania County pay for part of the full-time.
What? Right, so we're down to 211,000. 55,000. No matter what, that's where we're at. We're gonna, and if they say no, then we reduce the 211 by 40%. Well, no, just by, it wouldn't reduce by the 40%, it would only reduce by the wages going down to 0.6.
Whatever, we don't need to finalize the coroner budget for some time, so I'm okay with the numbers being funky.
But at least we saved some money and finished the
Rob
problem.
needs to know so they can advertise them.
Not until next week, we don't. So,
Or you can post it as 0.6 to 1.0.
we can wait a week. Waiting a week ain't, I know you guys sometimes don't want to wait a week. It's only a week. Let's let them talk to Skamania, let them bring it up on Tuesday and talk about it on Tuesday. Hopefully we have an answer by Thursday. And it ain't gonna hurt us even if it takes 2 weeks, but I don't want to make it longer than that.
I would say it right back. You shouldn't pass a moratorium until you've seen it. So it is, I know, I'm just playing now.
Start trouble.
It's the gummy worms. It's the gummy worms.
Get off the candy. No.
All right. Jen, what do you want to talk about now?
I'll
Or I'm
just
going home.
bite my tongue.
All right. Since we're all agreeable, what are the big things? Dan just brought it up. People are going to start job sharing. Do you really want to have that conversation right now?
No, not that conversation.
You just have whatever conversation you want.
Because we aren't gonna go through and we're doing a budget right now. We're not gonna change a whole program and make people job share now.
How are you gonna come up with $2.5 million, Lori? $2.4 million.
Okay.
Sorry, $2.3925 million.
So- Agreeing with
Nine,
Mr.
nine.
Christopher. And
Can't happen.
and a tough one that we could make for the day that hasn't been filled is we could suspend the economic development admin job right
Not hire for it?
now.
I believe it needs to be looked at and evaluated to make sure that that person is actually doing office manager duties. And it wasn't just elevated to
But
try to
interviews.
keep Christine or whatever her name was, which is what I think happened there. And then we need to evaluate whether that's a full-time job or a half-time job.
I know nothing about the department, so I'll just sit over here and be quiet.
Where are you at in that process?
department's not the same.
I know.
No, it's not.
That have been in that position after first and last.
I'm well aware.
Bingo, bango, bongo. Bingo, bango, bongo.
So you've heard, you want to stop the hiring process. If you were to stop the hiring process, are you saying that the rest of the office staff need to hold down the front? Or are you saying that that needs to be job shared between somewhere else? What is your thoughts?
I think the hiring process needs to be stopped until this board can have discussions with staff and evaluate whether the position needs to be filled. Does it need to be filled with a halftime? Can it be filled with a
How we
clerical
come in.
admin and not a office manager? And have those discussions. But that's the same way I felt over the past, I don't know, 10 filling of open positions, so. Since January.
You approved the number, I think you approved 3 at the same time.
Yes, it was that one. It was building and planning receptionist, which I still don't understand because they sit next to each other. And I think it was one of yours, wasn't it? Yeah, I don't know which one it was, but a building or a planning?
So you're saying one, it might be the hiring process for completed it, I'll have to check.
Because that up there to me, have we had the discussion on whether that could be a job share? Or maybe the planning person moves into building because building is self-sufficient? As far as budget goes, it's still a job share and that lowers the planning. That's a whole structural that doesn't lay anybody off.
Yes. Yeah. See where he's
So
at.
have they done interviews? Can we see if he's down there? He's-
He's on here. He's on here.
He's
Richard.
probably panicking. He'll have to scrape his heart off the floor.
I can't talk. I can't talk.
I wouldn't do all the questioning over the internet. If you're gonna do it, I don't know.
Apparently
I
it's
just have
okay.
to know how far he is in the process. I don't want what they have.
See, the hard part for me is that I do not want to lay people off. It would be much easier to control who you hire,
Mhm.
job shuffle org chart so that nobody gets laid off.
Okay,
So we can wait till next week and
so
talk
if
to
he's
Richard.
sick, they're not hiring somebody right now. What happens, speaking of,
Decision, if they're not made an offer to somebody, you want to put it on pause.
that's.
I
can
voted
we
no
do
on
that?
the hire, so they're gonna need to give you the answer.
If they're in interviews, they may make an offer before you meet.
I'd like to put it on pause and talk about it.
Yeah, it needs to be too. I voted no on it, so I don't have
You
a voice
voted-
in this. I voted
Of
no on
course
the
you have a
rehire.
voice in this.
I voted no on the rehire.
Doesn't matter, you still have a voice in this.
Well,
Put him in a pause. Find out where
if
we're
you,
at.
if you find that there was a mistake made, you can correct the mistake made. If you don't correct the mistake made.
So, two things. Number one is, are we leaning that this is a thing that can be job shared amongst somebody else? Or are we leaning that this is just shouldn't be an office manager position because of the change in those departments over the course of time? Because we have to have a reason for it to not be one, right?
Chart boxes are totally.
What do you think?
I need to specifically know, just knowing that position over time from being here, what actually that person does and how much they do. I know there was
Oh.
one, yeah, stop. That stopped. But I know there was some frustration about staying busy in that position and,
What they are doing, what they should be doing, not necessarily.
right. The
Or what they're
necessity
trained to
of it.
do or competent to do.
Who's training? Who's
You don't have anybody to train anymore.
clerical in the office to train clerical staff. And the department, relatively speaking, is also very, very new. None of the employees have been there
Mhm.
very long.
We're gonna
And so
send,
they're still trying to figure out their roles
Mhm.
and things.
we're gonna send them to the boot camp of Fluffy Bunny.
Couple of them.
It's a 2-week course. And when you come out, you'll be graduated to still not be an office manager. So I guess the other question is logically speaking, how do you job share that position? Do you want to have someone at the front desk? Do we want to have it like WSU where there's sometimes nobody there at the front desk? How do you want to do it? What?
She got back to me, she said, Richard's upstairs in meeting, but they have an interview tomorrow.
Mhm.
So they have not job offer.
Not if they have an interview, but if you wait till tomorrow, they might.
Actually, it's 0.8, 0.2 solid waste, but after the previous one left, we didn't.
they were focused on training the last one with their stuff. So it's really only 0.8. Solid waste grounds.
Right.
So if there was ever a part-time at a 5/10, would they get 2/10 from solid waste?
I think the discussion with, well, we kept it that way. I think what Fleur was gonna do before he left was if solid waste moved that, didn't need that, or found another way to do it, he was gonna ask for more overnight dollars to make that full time.
I think we're maxed out on $9 now, or we may not now that we have him doing natural resources, but
No, we're not maxed out.
because we were before we shifted into natural resources.
Okay,
I guess
so
my point is the most it is a part-time, and if it's part-time and solid waste grants can pay for 0.2 of it, at least it's only hurting me by 0.3. Now, whether that is a job share with some other department that maybe we can only do a half-time instead of a full-time needs to be analyzed. I'm not saying necessarily not have anybody in there. But is it a full-time? Is it a part-time? Is it a no time? I mean, obviously we can't get by without a WSU receptionist, but look, here we are. I'm not hearing a lot of complaints from anybody.
We talked about this too. Important to remember, there's nobody that just sits there waiting for the phone to ring. They have other duties. I know in that department, they were doing all the Eagle stuff, paying all the grant management. A lot of that stuff was pushed back out to other staff when that left. But in neither of these buildings is anybody just sitting around waiting for the phone to ring. They all have other duties to do. So sure, maybe you can combine one, but then there's duties that have to be reassigned to somewhere else. They just happen to sit up front. Doesn't mean that that's all they do.
Well, and did they reconstitute the grant management and stuff to Chelsea and Keaton?
Yeah, I think.
And it used to be that way.
Who's doing it
And I did
now,
that with
is what you're saying?
Mackenzie. I did that with Mackenzie. We, instead of having that front desk person do
Yeah.
that, Mackenzie learned all of the Eagle and the state. She does all the grant stuff. And I think Keaton has learned the natural resources. Pretty Chelsea's listening. I think they do all their own grant
Right.
stuff.
Which
So
makes
I think
sense.
they have moved that away. from
And
that
I would
position.
imagine the person they just had in there that left probably didn't create the budget. That was probably Richard
But
that
he
went
was
over.
in the
so-
learning mode. There was a
Right,
lot
but
to
my
learn.
point is we got away with not having to have an office manager create the budget. So just one of many.
So I guess the conversation somebody needs to have with Richard is, are we saying that this is moving from an office manager to an admin assistant? And that needs to be a conversation that he needs to let somebody know if they're still gonna interview and it's potentially part-time, so it goes from a full-time office manager to a part-time office administrator? Or are we
I
having
think
the
that discussion
conversation?
is between Richard and you three.
I know,
Yeah.
but I'm asking my
Mhm.
seatmates.
Those are all questions.
Where do you guys fit? Because you said, it sounds like you're thinking part-time, half-time, office
I'm
administrator.
thinking nothing until I have a conversation with the individual, the director, and they can sell me on what is the minimum required that they need to do to get their job done.
Okay,
So.
Well,
you
maybe
know,
we
if that
can-
stops an interview process tomorrow. I was a no on the hire period, so if you want to stop the interview, stop the interview. If you don't. I mean, I've given my opinion on it 17 times. I don't know that I can give it again.
Well, in interest of how that department has rolled and how it has been in the last year, and watching the work that's done and where the work is migrated to, that's why I suggested that'd be money we could save. I think they can function without that. It could be added back in later, a year from now or something,
Or
if they
test
start
it.
building up.
You can always test it.
Yeah.
And just say, nope, we're not gonna do it. You guys need to figure it out.
And do you have economic development, natural resources,
becomes too
the
much of a problem.
sheet to find out how much savings that could be if we
Oh, I
took
almost
any of
wanna
these
give you a high
decisions?
five. I do,
Don't high five.
Yes.
down low.
No, I don't. do
I'm so proud of you.
Oh my God, I'm gonna faint. I'm so thankful. No.
What did he put in those gummy bears?
They make those medicinal ones, I think.
That's all. I had more than my allotted share of CBD gummies, is that what you're saying? No, my goal for budget season is to wear a happy shirt each budget to keep me,
Keep you happy.
So,
try to keep me in a happy mood.
so then add natural resources and solid waste.
Which $0.09 pays for the economic development wages and benefits.
That's a curiosity I have too. Does
Solid
0.09
waste
pay
has
for
not
any
been-
part of that
No.
receptionist slash office?
Reallocated.
Right.
If it pays for 3/10 and solid waste pays for 2/10, it ain't costing me anything to have a halftime.
Did you find what pays, Jen?
I mean, solid
Where's that
waste
paid
is
from?
still landfill dollars.
No, it's
Oh,
grant
right.
fund.
Is
It's
it?
grant fund, isn't it, Rob?
We get solid, yeah.
The 0.2 is grant fund?
A little swift, yeah, but we haven't been
But
doing
they've
it.
not been contributing because they haven't been doing.
We haven't been using our,
Right, Mackenzie's been doing.
yeah.
So you just rolled it into McKinsey,
I rolled the work into McKinsey,
but not the money into McKinsey? Because
Right.
McKinsey's fully grant funded too, though, right?
correct.
Right. So that's my point. If the state grant will pay for 0.2, if we find out Quesapita is paying for 0.3, give them half time. Doesn't cost me anything. It ain't saving me any money. to cut
I
it
don't-
completely.
Yes, it is.
I don't think solid waste needs it at this point. To do it just to get the state to pay for it, I'm just not sure there's enough work there. McKinsey's doing it all,
Yeah.
so.
All right.
So we could do it if you want to just do it because you got a way to pay for it.
The other,
If you don't need it, you don't need it. It's
Yes,
Whether
but
you
the-
have a way to pay for it or not, if it's not needed, it's not needed.
but the benefit is if you have somebody else that knows the duty, if Mackenzie falls off the face of the planet tomorrow, she's the only person that knows how to do her job. If there was somebody else
General purpose.
doing parts of it, you might still be able to function. So
Okay.
there's, I can see what you got going there, but.
Did
that's
you
my
hear that,
question.
Dan?
Huh?
$35,000 general.
So to
purpose.
eliminate the whole position, we'd save $35,000 to the general fund.
But there must be Quesapita in there.
Yeah, there's Quesapita in it.
Yes, it's $0.09 that Quesapita has.
I didn't know 0.09
Five
paid for
35.
any of the office manager. I thought 0.09 was paying for Keaton and Chelsea.
I believe that they had approved, shoot, back when Dave was still here, approved for all of the salaries. So they get like,
Which I think was didn't you vote against the Quesapita budget because you felt that the
Yeah, but
percentage
that
goes
was,
to-
that
that
wasn't
was
for
for
office managers. That was the addition of
Keaton's-
Keaton.
Keaton's position.
Yeah, so it must have been done before us.
And I didn't think we were using
I
it for
take
the
it
office manager.
$215,000 is what $0.09 puts in here, and their wages and benefits is $220.
That must cover the directors, mostly the director.
Now, I don't know
See,
if
I
that
think we're
agreement
off
was
base here now.
increases
I know.
with any PEB increases and stuff like
The
that,
numbers
because that
are-
would be likely the
I
difference.
think-
Cause like Richard is very little Quesapita, it's all grant.
Because Chelsea's position is covered by the ADP grant. Is that what you call it?
That's what I said.
ADP?
So it's, I think we're guessing too much at this point.
Okay,
Wanna
well,
wait-
we can
wait
have
and
this
talk to Richard?
conversation when Richard comes in and we can go through it.
Yeah. but
What
you
is the
need
other
to-
big one?
You need to decide whether you're gonna tell him not to hire somebody.
I think the simple answer is don't put out an offer until we have a conversation.
He can interview, but don't offer.
And that's a,
It'd be set up.
that's a
for
simple
interviews.
thing that
And then somebody needs to notify him of that.
Rob's gonna do it.
Thank you, Rob.
Well, I'm sure Chelsea's up there telling him now, but, right, Chelsea? Oh,
As long as somebody
she went
passes
home.
Wait,
it on.
her kids are sick too?
No, she was sick.
Oh,
Yes, you did tell us.
He wasn't sick until we started talking and now there's.
Now
Mark
he's
Wilson
here.
more.
Don't take my money.
sounds like HR needs to talk to Richard.
So another potential that we don't have to do is the second half of the WSU contract. We can preserve Harley. Rob was at about a 70,000 and we would save about 30.
What was that again? I'm sorry.
You're right.
Don't
Yes, sir.
complete the second half of the.
For this year, the current year we're
WSU.
in?
going forward.
Well, we're
Is
talking
there
about
a
twenty
pro-
twenty-five budget. Cause you have 70 for Harley and 30 for whatever else comes up.
That's right. Yeah, both this year, next year.
So you
We're gonna-
could pull the 30 for whatever else comes up is what you're saying.
There's gonna be 30 left roughly this year because there's not enough time to
Yeah.
spend it. And then next year, the 30 was to cover all the other stuff in addition to
Right. And
4-H.
we've always
If there is
dedicated
other
100,
stuff.
so we could back that back
Yeah,
down.
but you don't have to
70.
spend it. But the way we drafted it, if you returned it back to them, was on that 30, you had to pre-approve everything before they spend it. So don't have to cut it. You can cut it or just leave it in there and not spend it, however you want to do it.
They don't have a
They don't have a person anyway.
person anyway.
I
and it
would say
doesn't
you
sound like
remove
they're
the
even gonna
30 and
hire.
if they have a person and we have a project, then we can add it in via supplement.
The two votes?
That's my vote.
Yes.
So did you send those back to
Mhm.
them to look at? We should
And I
probably
haven't heard
notify them of
anything.
the change that.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh, that's two hard decisions in a row. I'm so happy.
So now you won't be happy. Last year, we cut the 150,000 landfill, 50,000 per district. We could do it again this year.
What are you talking about?
it's not in there.
It's not
Not in there this year?
It was only ever done
Correct.
1 year before you ever got here.
Okay,
I was a one time, I was hoping it would be yearly, but it was one.
it's one time.
That
Okay,
is sitting in cumulative reserve as a gentleman's handshake currently.
that's in
Gentleman and ladies handshake. I thought that was Richard for some reason.
there.
Now you're gonna be brought up on harassment charges. And now you won't be happy. Why won't I be happy?
Well,
Okay, what's your
not
next
mad at
one?
me about the park stuff. Next stuff is really hard to talk about.
Okay,
Oh,
So,
by the way, I talked to Rob, and if we are gonna talk about any kind of org chart changes for any positions that are union, we should be able to do that in executive or closed session, because there will be at least some bargaining. Just so you know,
thank you.
take that going forward.
Okay, what do you got?
you guys do some. I'm gonna think about this for a little bit.
Oh, I just said
I'm
that because
not
I thought
dropping
you
it.
might bring it up.
Yeah.
So I wanted to throw that
An
out there
org
so you can
chart means
bring that.
changing, lowering or changing people's
Altering-
positions. It doesn't mean their workload, what they're doing for their work within that.
No, because anything falls into other duties as a side.
Yeah. If you're removing someone from an org chart,
Yeah, that would be.
that would qualify for closed.
If
was
it's,
questioning-
if it's a position that's represented.
Correct.
Mhm.
Isn't that funny how you can do that for, you can go into closed session if it's represented, but if it's not represented, you have to have it. for the
Well, that's
whole world?
because you have to worry about them filing a grievance and ramifications of such and blah, blah, blah. So hence the reason you gotta go into closed.
Okay, what else you got?
Nothing. I've done two. I want to think about some and I'm still looking, but you guys need to
I'm
give me
curious
some.
what the one you want to talk about.
No.
Any, okay. You-
Does it work for closed session though?
Is it union related? We have,
See,
so
I'm not
all our
sure.
unions are 911, sheriff, jail, and public works. Any other unions? That's our only unions, right? Okay. So any of those.
Yeah, it potentially could be.
So you might be able to get it closed. I would pull Rob outside the room and ask him.
Okay.
The other question would be.
And if you want to, I've got one for two for that.
Okay.
The other question I would have is what about the other currently open position for the permit tech upstairs? Do you want to put a hold off on that until you can have a discussion with building and planning and seeing if you can consolidate to save that one FTE 120 grand payroll?
I don't think it's 120 grand.
Wages and benefits. It's gonna
Even
be
with
100.
wages and benefits, I don't even think it's.
I might be, yeah.
I mean, these are
Could be 80, 90.
$22 an hour max positions. I mean, we're saving pittance here.
80 grand pittance.
At a 2.5, yeah, it's gonna be tough.
For 80 grand help. I would much rather us slow down and evaluate an open spot than tell somebody later, we're sorry, we screwed up, you need to be let go.
No, I hear you. I
Or even if
definitely-
it's not us doing it and it's next year them doing it.
I understand, I hear you.
So it's, to me, it's, if we can slow down a little bit on those, I don't think the sky is falling. and
Okay.
have that discussion.
You got any levers that are bigger than 80 grand?
There's no levers out there. It's only hard decisions.
Okay, you got it. Well, you got any levers of hard decisions that are worthy of talking about that are gonna be more than 80 grand? That you can see in here?
The only issues I currently see that are any kind of bigger numbers are reevaluating positions that have been filled in the last 3 years that were historically not filled before.
What positions have been filled in the last 3 years that haven't been filled? What? Oh, okay. I don't see any there that haven't been filled. Right, you already cut that one.
My point is, those are what
Okay.
I think should be reevaluated.
Okay, any others?
Because to me, before you start looking at any reevaluated for org chart boxes that are currently full, you have to figure out which ones are public health and safety. And then everything else is a service, and you're almost ranking which services are more important than other services, which is very hard for 3 people to do.
Well, that's what we're hired to do.
I don't disagree. But it's much easier if they've proven that they went a year or 2 years without that box being full. You can survive. Might be hard, but you can survive.
What did I miss?
Nothing,
So I,
except for the tack you put on your chair.
Rob educated me and it has nothing to do
Oh, the hell no.
with executive, but it has nothing to do with union or anything. But I also, he brought up some things I need to ask some more questions about it before I bring it up.
And weren't you gonna ask for that 25,000 back from Jeff?
Yeah. You told me to do it.
You really want to keep sitting through this because you know you're going to lose the 25 by the time we
So
get done.
what did I miss from you two?
Nothing.
Nothing. Oh, do you want to do an executive?
Oh, the other thing that I brought up to him is I still think it would be smart. Your position is filled, the election position? Too late. The one in building planning for permit tech hasn't been. So they filled that one, open one up there. Oh, lost your opportunity.
Be covered, wouldn't it be covered? Under their self-sustaining.
Potentially, but you can always roll the permit detection from planning over there and make the open spot on the planning side and roll job duties accordingly, or
Good.
combine offices, or there's all sorts of things you can do.
Every year are they,
Correct.
that's why they're in the general fund, because there's a
Right, sometimes
flow, and so sometimes the general fund has to.
kick into the kitty.
No, but yes, since they're self-funded, but it doesn't mean you can't play with org chart boxes or job descriptions.
One thing I
Between
know
the two.
about those.
But it's full,
positions,
it's full.
I've been around planning for a lot of years and just watched and worked with both those positions up there. I feel like they both have very distinct positions with a lot of permit things they do, education and information they do. And a lot of times when one's busy with one, one's busy with the other, they're running. I would be reluctant to combine that one. I think it'd be a tough pull. It'd be a
Well-
very busy job.
General fund in the courthouse. If you're taking those two off the list, Public Works is off the list. Economic Development just took a whack, plus the rest of its case.
Hold on, why is Public Works off the list?
This is road fund.
No,
You don't
you've
get
got
that
a whole
money.
bunch. You've got buildings and grounds.
You got the buildings and grounds piece, but we'll cover that one.
Yeah.
I don't know how much you're gonna butcher an IT or a HR that isn't. I would argue that most of our money is spent across the street.
You vote for what?
I said most of our money is spent across the street.
In the general fund.
In the
almost
general
all of
fund,
it,
right.
almost all of it.
Statutorily required
Yeah.
clerk or.
I don't disagree. Did, some of them are statutorily required on how many employees they get too,
Right.
or how many, or some of them are, how many executives they get.
No, no,
like
no.
the Sheriff's office.
That's
But some of
positions,
them-
that's not.
Okay, so, but also some of them don't have that. So your office may have 42 in it and it could have 8. For example. Correct.
I think the one you're talking about isn't statutorily required. It's allowed, but it
allowed.
doesn't, but the funding isn't part of the statutory requirement.
Well, that's news to me.
So,
but
yeah, it's
okay.
a formula
It
that,
sounds like we'll cross that bridge when we get there and I don't know why we're not talking about it now.
You want to? Let's talk about it.
I don't know. Sounds like I just learned something that I didn't know before.
But
Your hard levers haven't moved very far, so if those are hard levels.
Well, the hard levers now are technically removing people that are currently in a job, and I didn't vote for them to be in a job, so I'm not removing them.
there's an unfunded mandate.
Just tell people to stop dying.
Well, that's what we're trying to do is get money from the
Right.
legislature to kick in that would cover it. But that's not gonna be until at the bare minimum of June of next year, probably funding until July, that you might get kicked out for next year, but you can't budget for it. It'd be nice if we could, but right now it's a hope and a prayer. And if it comes in at the end, that makes us in a better position to make up for the next 0.25% interest rate drop.
Another way to fund it. So the public is, before you make structural changes to long existing services, you're gonna fund that first year a different way to
Absolutely. And that's one of them. I have no problem saying we're gonna fund the coroner's position of 100 and whatever thousand out of the, out of cumulative reserve, because we hope that there's gonna be a
Don't
funding
tell me
package.
cumulative reserve.
I didn't say emergency
You
reserve.
said cumulative.
I said
You
cumulative.
reserves. We can talk about inquiring of the little hint that we got earlier about some job sharing over here and see what that idea is, to see whether the board is interested in trying to take that county-wide to save some money. But if they chose to do that, they might actually have to be part of it. And I don't know if we're going to do that.
My right honorable friend would like to withdraw her comment about the floating pool on behalf of the 2 electeds here.
Greg and I talk about a lot of things.
We're just not ever gonna mention it in public again.
That's right.
Well.
Kind of did. Some of us already knew about it, so. Because I think that was the guidance that everybody that sat through the budget was in, is to look for things like that when we left last year.
One of the problems with government is that we don't manage, we react. So I think having discussions,
And we're always running for reelection.
looking forward is a smarter way to manage, to be prepared to adapt and adjust. So Greg and I have had conversations, probably mostly prompted by me, because I'm the troublemaker. Doesn't mean it's a good idea, it's just discussion.
See, I would argue the problem with government is the people that have to make the hard decisions have to run for reelection, and they're afraid of making hard decisions because it may not look good during reelection.
I said one of the problems with that.
Okay.
There's a list.
So are you saying you don't wanna make any decisions? Cause you're running for reelection? I'm not, so
I'm the
I
only
can.
one that's tried to make hard decisions in the last 3 years.
Number
And
19.
you've made hard decisions. They just were on the wrong side of the budget wheel.
Well, pontificating doesn't solve
That's a new word.
My hard decisions, remove budget deficit, not add to it.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, Jake, did you need an executive session about something?
It ain't gonna save much. I think we can save it for a little bit.
Yes,
Okay.
and no.
So the other
If it-
thing,
If it stirs conversation to other hard decisions, it might be worth having. Because otherwise, we're gonna be here in November still wondering.
so I would say the elephant in the room again, since we're talking about this and preparing for the future. When I look at the sheriff's, overall sheriff's budget, knowing it hasn't been cut out, we were,
Well, he's going right to that.
well, this is where the money's at. We're talking big levers here. And we need to have the conversation. Current year amended budget is 5.5. We know that we're gonna be over. We're talking about sheriff's budget,
I would like to.
okay?
I'm gonna just say, I'd like to, when we're talking about the sheriff's budget, actually talk about only the portion that will be his budget that he will have control of for 2025.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at. So it was prior year actual is 5.6, current year amended is 5.5. We have a current estimate that it's gonna be over budget by quite a bit because this funding looks like it's gonna run out in mid-November. So it could be anywhere between 200 plus. So if you add 200 plus to that, that's 5.5 to 5.75.
Right, but you're factoring in the jail, and I would say remove the jail. 'Cause you've got enough.
Yeah.
Then that's gonna have the jail in it.
I know, and we need to get the jail out.
Today.
Oh, did you do that?
The sheriff only, that's what I would recommend. Cause I think the general public's
You
getting
didn't tell us that when you
bad
handed it to us.
numbers, cause we're clumping
Yeah.
everything together.
Oh.
Yeah.
My bad. What page number that it doesn't have page numbers on it, is it?
Yeah, what page number?
I don't see a single page number.
Her sheets have them.
The margin.
It's alphabetized?
Oh, that.
Okay.
Department of Correction. Is it under D or C?
Oh, in the dark blue, got it.
Why are there no page numbers?
DEM?
Community services. Coroner. Oh, it's right after coroner.
Well, and on this one, I can promise you that if I disagree, I'm just gonna tell you I disagree, and I'm not gonna get into big, long, nasty debate.
Thank you.
Why is that?
Because I don't think arguments help us get anywhere. So,
That's,
yeah, but what number page is that?
Department of Corrections first.
It's under corner, it's real easy.
Add what?
Currently there is.
I like these other budget pages
Might
better.
help.
Currently, there's about $115,000 of unpaid KVH bills, going through August. So
But is
Okay,
that going
but
to be
that's gonna
paid
get
this
paid
year or
this year.
next year?
it is, but it's going, it also would increase the average of expense. Wasn't in there the first
So it'll
time.
change your average for 2025,
It would.
okay?
Okay. But we also hoping that in 2025, the 1115 will kick in, so the number that we actually pay to KVH will actually go down to almost zero.
I would agree to that, because if we can get the grant funding for some of the nursing stuff, we might limit our KVH stuff, so I don't know that it's actually going up. It could technically go down.
Yeah, and that's one that the potential $2 million grant
Mhm.
that we have a good chance of might actually go a long ways to fixing our budget. And that's why I think it's a good conversation to look at the expenses, but then hoping that there's gonna be revenues on the opposite side.
Don't disagree. I think it's quite possible that the budget goes from 1.8 to 3 million, but we actually only put 1.7 of county funds into it.
Or hopefully
It could
even
actually be a
less.
savings.
I hope it's gonna be a savings.
But we will see. I doubt it, but at least it won't be as big a dress.
Leave what at 100,000? Which one are we on? What number?
The inmate medical is at 100,000 for 2025.
100,000. And what are we currently at for this year?
Well, at June, we were at, 136, and then there's another 115 going through August, so.
That's over how many years?
There's a tiny little piece of it that's 2023, the rest of it's.
Right, but
There's
is
new
that a
accounts.
historical average or is that just 5 years of backlog?
No.
No,
The outstanding billing is for this year's bill.
Hasn't been paid.
so if we were to go off of the monthly average from the most recent spreadsheet that I received, it was a roughly about 30,000 a month.
30,000 a month.
That's never, I mean, that's 360,000 a year, which is, I've never even seen in any budget book since I've sat here a number that high.
Nope, but KVH gave me a number at one point in time that was somewhere, and I'm gonna throw it out there. It was a $200,000 number.
I
But
get that,
because
but I
of-
guess I'll be the elephant in the room.
One of those, right?
But
Are we sure KVH's billing is correct?
Yeah.
So we're only talking about expenses, right? So we
I've
have to
had
pay
various
it
issues
and then we
with
send a
KVH
bill.
billing.
now we have to cover the expenses, but then we can bill the cities for that.
Or Medicaid.
So
or
in the
whatever.
revenue side, I added a couple new bars numbers. In the big sheets that you have in your black book. I just threw some numbers in there because those contracts need to be, renegotiated. So, not much.
In fairness to the sheriff's budget and KVH, 807 is lingering from last year, and about 27K of the outstanding balance looks to not be the ultimate responsibility of the sheriff's office, with their state or Goldendale, but our contracts say that we will front the cost.
Right.
and then
So the cost
Absolutely.
still has to be on the expense
still
side.
have to
Still
be
have to show on the expense.
and offset revenue.
But it was for last year, you said.
No.
No, the $807.30.
So
That's what I said, there's, 800.
I will say that knowing that we've got the 1115 coming at some point, knowing that with a different jail commander and a different conversation between the jail, the prosecuting attorney, and putting together a little group that the people who do get sent up to the hospital might have some sort of medical furlough or something of the nature in which their regular insurance would kick in until the 1115. I think $100,000 is a fine estimate for right now.
That's why I went with it.
100,000.
So I'm fine with that. Mr. Christopher?
Okay.
Hoping that it'll be less.
Floating.
I'm okay with that for now, because we don't know.
We've had Skyline medical bills, we've had Klickitat medical bills.
Yep.
We have all of the pharmacy medical
Yeah.
bills.
Yep.
KVH is probably the largest component, but it's not the entirety of those.
I threw together this jail budget with the understanding that it would change as soon as a jail commander was hired. We probably deal with it in a supplemental process.
Yeah, this is supplemental all over it.
Yeah,
I think the 20,000 jail miscellaneous training is probably a good place to start for just
Hang
putting
on,
the
you gotta let
budget.
me find things. I said, I'm having trouble working through this sheet. That's not the big book type sheet. So
it's the exact same order as the big book.
23 is over here and 25 is over here in this book. This book's this way.
That was for easier reading when you looked at it on your computer.
I'm just telling you, it's confusing me because I'm not used to this approach. So I might be moving a little slower than
Okay,
y'all.
so on regular wages you have here, did you include the commander in there?
I do not have a solid offer number yet, so this is let me go pull it. This is including. I've not made any adjustments from your interview because I don't have.
This just, does it cover anything or is this without management?
It is.
Or does it have a base
what?
number of management?
This is with management? Got it.
Is that a yes? It has some base
Yes,
number in
it has a base number in it, yes.
Got it.
Okay. So we're thinking that the end of this year, it's gonna be 2.129, and that includes, does that include the additional medical?
Yeah, I would say that's pretty close, but it's
okay.
not. I'm gonna. Pretty sure that's just doubling. Yeah, it's just doubling what was spent in the first half of the year, which is, yeah, I would say 136 in the first half, so it's just doubled.
Nikki, that, currently the jail administrators. Currently comes out of the sheriff's admin budget, not the jail.
Yeah, I know.
You're looking at that.
Yeah.
That's in the resolution.
But that funds are gonna come over with it.
Now, what I would recommend for this jail budget, being the guy that doesn't want supplementals, on this one, I really, really want a supplemental. I really, really want to estimate these on as low as we think they can possibly be and try to make the new commander come in and tell us that this is completely wrong. I don't want them to have this big pile of cash and spend it all and say, no, we need that every year.
I think the one unknown, probably a lot unknown, but one unknown is we could have 3 months of new jail commander this year. The $2.2 million grant, if it's awarded, good chance it will be. I think I heard April, May, you're not gonna wanna go 6 or 7 months without some increased level of medical. If we don't pretty much know now, it's not where it should be. So I think.
We need to put that in here.
Right, but I guess my argument is we have two numbers. We have the budget historically at 1.8. The budget projection at 2.5. I would rather set the 2025 budget closer to the 1.8, 2 mil, 2.1 versus the 2.5, because I don't want to build too much excess in there that's easy to spend and then you're gonna have trouble taking it later.
228.
And we have not 1.8, it's gonna be 2.1. We're going from 2.129 to 2.28. So
1.8 was based on what was budgeted, but after you add the supplementals.
that's how we got to 2.129.
Difference. Difference will be. It'll be under you. The money will be under your control. So jail commander shouldn't spend it without. You're gonna have to set up, you have Scott come here once a week. I'm assuming the new jail commander is gonna be reporting to the commissioners on a regular basis. So spending all of that money without your knowing about it would be very difficult.
Can you go back to the personnel?
I'd rather him run out of money in November and have to ask. That way he's trained from the get-go of. I don't want to build it with any fluff is my point.
Okay, so this has one records clerk. Correction sergeant, corporal, operator.
You need me to make it bigger?
Okay. Okay. I would personally like to put in here, either a contract or something on the medical side. Do we have the medical side? Nowhere in here do we have, so like the Brian B contract didn't get brought over?
Should be.
Yeah, it's 50.
50,000? Okay, I think we're gonna have to either create a spot in there, but that's gonna be more than 50,000
For a, what?
for medical in the jail.
For a contract?
Whether we contract it or hire something, however we do it, it's gonna be more than 50,000. And we need to budget for that. And I want to put it in there, not have to supplement for it.
The hard part for me is because it depends on how much you're getting, what you're getting. It's a whole bunch of variables we don't even know.
This is
You're
still,
just saying build it in there.
this is still just putting a
on
budget
the safe
placeholder
side.
in so that we can make an estimate that, because no matter what, there's gonna be a budget supplemental, there's gonna be multiple, because when we go in there and start working
Yeah,
on
but
it,
they
there's-
might be able to route from Peter to pay Paul on there too.
only if we give them the money to do that.
As I said, there might be a little fluff in there. It's the way we're.
There's probably not gonna be fluff no matter
And
what.
we
I
can,
wouldn't short medical.
No, you're not. He would just, no, you wouldn't be because he can just take it out of jail repairs and maintenance and spend it on medical. He can take everything here and spend it on medical, everything below my hand, spend it on medical.
Okay, I
Not
think
just the number in there. They can take it from
the
wherever they
easiest
want.
way to do it, knowing that we don't know how to do it, is we
I-
take a nurse position out of public health, take whatever that cost is for that line and we stick it in here, and that's what we do for a full-time nurse. Knowing that it might not be a full-time nurse, it might be a part-time nurse, it might be a contract position, but whatever that cost is, we build that in as a safety measure, so at least it's built in there and what we're telling the public is honest.
under the medical line or staff?
Either way, I would just put it in there as a placeholder.
I would prefer
Increase
not to
medical.
have it as staff. I'd prefer to have it as a contract, so I'm not having to pay all the other stuff. I'm fine with $100,000. I think that is a good, safe estimate. Versus, 130 for an RN, 160 for an RN. I'm fine with 100, but you get adding full-time nurses, I don't know that that's.
Well, I think the other thing is when that $2 million, I mean, the goal would hopefully be
Oh,
that.
once you get it, that's fine. Build it, friend. It's you're paid for
Right,
by
but we
state.
gotta, but we need to build it into the budget
For something.
for something that's going to, because when you go for the grant, you need to say, this is what we're gonna spend the grant on. If it's in your budget already, you can say, this is what we're spending it.
Jen, the first supplemental is the hearings in April, so the funds would be late April, early May, so it's not March. You're
Right.
5 months into the year before you have a chance for supplemental, so if they're too low, how are they gonna spend it?
What's the difference we're talking about between $100 and what public health spends on a nurse?
You're pulling that up, right?
Yeah, it's up.
All in
We're
98,000.
actually getting a lot accomplished today, I think,
And
compared to our first one.
That's the plan.
these supplemental dates are at Heather and my discretion, really. So if we need to push that first one up, I suppose we can. The problem is you just start the year and we really don't know what's going on with the rest of the departments. So
Well,
I
that's
don't
my
wanna
point. I
short-
don't see why $100,000 couldn't get us till the supplemental.
Really?
To know what we do, so we-
What do they pay? What is public?
And
health
if you
pay?
up this
You've got-
$50,000, now you gotta up your 2.5 million you need to find by $50,000.
It's not
So
2.5.
quit adding money in.
They- At least 6 months. 6 to 7 months.
You keep adding to it, we're gonna get there.
I think, so what I'm seeing is $100,000 full in on the public health nurse. And so we've got 50,000, let's bump it to 100. That's where Dan said he wanted to be
I
anyways.
didn't say I wanted to be there. That's that's the most I feel comfortable with.
Where do you want to be?
I personally think $50,000 is a good start, but I can understand 100, so I'm not opposed to it. Get higher than that, I'm like, yeah, now we're just building in fluff that we're not sure we're even gonna spend. And when you're already tight on cash, I think there's gonna be other fluff that they can rob from Peter to pay Paul to get that number to 150 an hour. So I'm comfortable with 100.
Okay. Great conversation. Okay. I'm gonna go through the rest of it, and I think, you did a great job. So thank you for pulling it out. That was gonna be my request, and you already anticipated the request.
Do these compare with what's in the big book on jail that I can just go side by side and I can kind of look at these pages instead of this page? Because my brain is not working with this page. So if I can do my math in here, that would be great.
Well, I think what we're gonna end up doing is from my perspective, the coroner position needs to be paid either out of the general fund, fund balance, or out of cumulative reserve. I prefer cumulative reserve, so I can go to the state and be like, look, this is an unfunded mandate. You're actually making me dip into reserves here. You guys need to kick in your portion. And that's a good conversation.
we have
By
to go
doing
reach
that,
out.
what we can do is then we can take our number from 2.5 down to 2.35.
Because salmon recovery started as a
Question.
unfunded mandate.
Do we have to, by county
Very
policy,
beginning.
put in 250,000 in cumulative reserve, or can we only put in 100,000 in a given year?
Does it go into cumulative or emergency?
Uh-oh.
I told him to come down. But it goes into emergency. No. But we
Oh,
also
yeah,
pull
but
out.
I think there's sometimes you put
Put in
250 in
and
and take
pull out.
250 out.
Mhm.
Yep.
For the court, we gain in balance
Yes,
before and.
right. But we've always pulled out a cumulative reserve for the airport project, right? We use 0.09 for, no, for our portion that we send to the Dows, we pull that out of cumulative reserve, right? Each year?
No. Operation and maintenance of the Dallas Port Airport. Yes.
Yes, that comes out of, so we put 250 in, but then we pull 75 out, and that's how we've always done that. And it's just,
Sorry, I was thinking airport.
Lori wants to have a conversation with you.
Okay.
Would you like candy first?
All right, yeah. Comfort animal to squeeze, I might need it.
I would start the conversation,
Go ahead.
but for some reason my mic broke.
Uh-oh.
You gotta turn it on.
Yeah, look, he's got it up. You guys are the biggest chickens. So we're looking for money.
Okay,
And so we had a conversation, a hard conversation today about your front desk position.
okay.
So we need to know what that position does. I do, for sure. What work does that person provide for you?
And who's currently doing that work right now?
Currently nobody.
So
So,
nobody's
Wait,
answering the
wait,
phone,
nobody's doing the work?
paying any
oh,
bills,
yeah, so we have Chelsea that's doubling down on it, that's
Mhm.
answering the phone and everything. Usually when it comes to scanning documents, records keeping, going through the training for that, the invoices and all that, Chelsea's really been basically double tasked. So she was the one that was able to learn everything from Lynn before Lynn was let go. And so that just leaves us with, once Courtney decided to leave, then that leaves us with that, so.
So
I apologize. I'm just speaking frankly, Rob. I apologize.
I don't take the credit to be the bad guy, since it's my idea to bring up this conversation.
I should have used my words better. I
have
realized.
questions.
Sorry, I apologize.
When that position was always paid at
Yeah.
this level, but Kirsten, I believe is her name, they wanted to get her a raise so she wouldn't leave, so they bumped it to here. She left anyway, and since she left, we're still paying here. I am of the personal belief that that is not an office manager position, that if it's anything, it's a clerical admin position, which is a lower pay grade. And I also question whether it's a 40-hour week position, or whether some, if not all of those job duties could be absorbed by the people that are in that part to try to save our money. So that's what brought this conversation. As you're aware, I voted no on filling the vacant position. You may not.
I was not aware.
I
Yeah.
voted no on filling the
Okay.
vacant position until we could brainstorm on whether
Yeah.
it was needed, what the pay levels were, and all that kind of stuff. So drop this nuclear bomb down, and that's why we're having this discussion. Take full credit.
All right, so for the position, I guess you could make it part-time. And we could divvy out those job duties amongst the three of us with me, Keaton and Chelsea. You are correct that historically speaking with Kirsten, she was kind of the admin assistant, and the additional duties that she brought on within the solid waste department, as well as the additional duties of doing everything for reimbursements for all of the departments, kind of helped her rate at that office manager position. And then Lynn had it, she did her work. She passed that knowledge basically just over to Chelsea. So Chelsea's the only one with really is in-depth knowledge, but none of us have Kayenta experience, or I don't get to have a Kayenta license apparently, but we've been working with Pam. And so we've been able to hold things down, if that makes sense, with the assistance of Public Works. But I would, however the board wants to go, I'm good with, but I do have an interview with a gentleman tomorrow. And so it might be worthwhile for me to have if we're gonna make it 32 hours a week, 24 hours a week for the full FTE, that might be some good information for tomorrow.
So when you look at the job duties as classified, do you think that that's an office manager position, or is that an office assistant position?
I think it could be argued, especially to begin with, it's an office assistant position. If you're just starting out.
If you're not bringing all what Kirsten brought to the table.
Mm-hmm.
And you think it could
And
be a
with the-
0.5 FTE office assistant?
Yeah, I think we could do 0.5 or I would prefer 0.75, but if we gotta go 0.5. Yeah.
We could negotiate.
Yeah. So we're familiar with the fact that we have a very tight budget. So I think we're all willing to, I think the entire department, all three of us, when I say the whole department, I think we're all willing to kind of step up and help take over some of those roles. So if we go 0.5, but I would say having somebody at the desk, or at least I'll have to talk to IT about maybe getting the phone calls transferred over to one of us,
Because the other question we came up with was 0.09 funds. And I know we went to Klickitat and had 0.09 funds spent on Keaton. But I guess I would question whether the board chose to do the halftime employee, whether it could go to the Klickitat board and get the money that it's now saving on Keaton, because Keaton's being paid from natural resources, reallocated, or if it needed to be reallocated, to use that for the halftime.
I think for next year, so I guess there's two ways you could think about it, short-term and long-term. If we're looking at having an employee long-term, having that lower rate at the administrative assistant and just being open about that and transparent with whomever that employee might be is going to be more beneficial over a long period, because you could take the amount from 0.09, and you are correct, you could reallocate that, because that dollar amount that was approved by Klickitat and by extension the county commissioners wasn't tied to a specific position. It was just a full dollar amount, but that's only going to last us at 1 year. So we'll be at the same
conversation.
We'll be at the same conversation next year.
By Klickitat, that was a one-time 1 year.
So so we have next week, or perhaps the week following that, you'll have the contract for SBDC. That'll be a 3-year contract. But the Klickitat, we approve those 0.09 wages every year.
But it's just a matter of going back to Klickitat and getting it.
Yeah.
Because it should even be, if we go to Klickitat and ask them to pay for a part-time office admin at 0.5, it's still cheaper than what they were paying for Keaton.
Yeah. Yeah, we're still gonna come in below the $215,000 that we requested at a 0.09.
So if the board so chose to do part-time office administrative assistant, whether that's a 1-2 or whatever, I would then recommend that it would be with the intention of going to Klickitat to get it funded by Klickitat and not come out of general.
One added thing when we talk about the job duties and everything, and I forgot to bring this up, is we do have the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, which can be a handful. So that's something that the office manager has typically kind of led the charge on. So,
It's only once a year though.
so it's once a year, but we have the invoices that come in
Mhm.
periodically and ensuring that those invoices are correct and the events are actually being held and the follow-up on that.
Have to go back to KCP if it falls under that dollar amount they've already authorized.
No, if we're underneath that $215,000, we don't need to go back to KCP for the .09.
We don't have to go back every year.
No,
No,
we have to
we-
go back every year for the next year's budget cycle.
But if you were, if it was suddenly gonna be over, you would have to go have another conversation.
Yeah,
is what you-
so if we came out at like 230,000, I'd have to come back to KCP and say, can I have $15,000 extra?
So if
But-
we agree right now that it's gonna be we're gonna start with a halftime FTE so that they can, and then if they need more time, we'll have that conversation, and it's gonna be an administrative assistant position. Clerical admin, he has conversations tomorrow. He needs to be able to go in and say, hey, thank you for coming and interviewing, but this is what this position's actually gonna be. Do you wanna have this interview? And this is where we're gonna be. And he needs to know right now. Do you have any others on the hook, or how many?
Well,
did you get?
I got one all-star is all I can say. So one person is very qualified and willing to work with the original budget that we have.
But may not be willing.
Basically at our pay range, the minimum.
This is the other question I think we need to have when we start looking at potential reducing clerical admins to part-time, which we did in HR. So this is not an exception to the rule. We need to have a little planning so that when we hire somebody, it's not here's a part-time job with no benefits, feel free to try to pay your rent off it. It's we have two part-time jobs. They equal a full-time. Do you want that? In this scenario, we don't really have that to offer yet because we haven't.
Historically, I would say the office manager position divvies out her salary or their salary to the lead entity program. Part of it over to lodging tax, and then the rest of it historically solid waste, but since that's been kind of separated, typically it's .09.
So in terms of actual savings to the county general fund, Jen came up with like 35,000, I think. But when you count in that some of it comes out of the lead entity grant, that is a reimbursement, the actual savings to the general fund by going down is not going to be hardly anything. And I think that's something that we need to recognize, is you may be able to pay a greater percentage, if not all of Keaton's position with the lead entity grant. And so and I think we increased the lead entity grant at the state level enough that it does cover all of Keaton's position pretty much.
Yeah, it's $85,000. Went from 75 to 85.
So it doesn't, yeah, it's not gonna do much different. I mean, we're not gonna be savings to the general fund hardly.
Jen, didn't you come up with 55,000? You looked at it, what, it was 35 minute one.
Jen's willing to remove the general fund allocation. But I would still question whether it's a full-time job. I mean, HR at first was complaining that they had a full-time job, don't cut. They haven't been back anywhere.
Huh?
I think it,
So the lead entity grant is for the salmon recovery projects. It's 85,000 a year.
It's covering a good portion. That's what I'm saying. Because some of that got billed to the office manager. Some of the lead entity grant did get billed to the office manager over the years.
I think what's going
I
on
don't
in
know.
your office too is the reconfiguration of your office. And I think there are things to be done that haven't gelled and all landed and really built up what that position can do for you and will do for you in the future.
Mhm. I would say for the office manager position, historically speaking, before Kirsten, from my understanding, when I spoke with Denny Newell, my predecessor, is every department was in charge of their own invoices and
Yep.
reimbursements and all of those things. So it's not like
Yeah.
hasn't been done before.
So I guess we need to make a decision, and you think that, Because this is a good lead in for everybody else and trying to, we're all here together and we're all willing to make sacrifices. Thinking we can take it down to a clerical admin and a 0.5 and shoot for that, and hopefully we get it filled.
Yeah, I think we can do that. I know out of the group that we have right now, out of those 12 applicants that have applied for the position, I know that there's a couple of applicants that would be willing to take the
Probably
position.
recommend box B clerk, admin 1 and 2.
Yep.
A lot of them are 1, 2, and 3, but a lot of times I'll add the 3 later, so I think 1 and 2 get a little flexibility.
I'm a 1 and 2 part-time, and if we need to research to see if there's county funds going to that, or if we're gonna be able to case feed it, and if we're gonna be case feeding it, I'm fine with part-time clerical admin 1.
Are you talking part-time? Are you talking?
No, that's what I was saying.
Okay.
He said part-time. I'm
Okay.
going with what staff's kind of recommending that they can manage, knowing that
Yeah, I think-
everybody's gonna be tight.
Marine Corps background, we do more or less. So however y'all want to play it, I'm game. So.
Thank you, Rich.
Are we good? All right,
Yeah.
thanks.
Thank
I
you.
apologize. for all-
And I'm sorry for putting you in this position for your interview tomorrow.
Yeah, not a big deal. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, that's how you run quickly before something else happens, by the way.
Yeah, Jeff.
Jeff's just hanging.
You're still sitting here, there should be something else that comes up on you.
It's safe to be in there.
The longer he sits here, you
He's
might lose
sitting
it.
on it.
I don't know. If you're in the room, you get singled out.
So Jen, can we, I don't know that you have time, but can we figure out a way to verify that, there is extra, I'm sure there is, but I kind of want to be able to verify that there's extra case PETA money in there so that we can remove that whatever 3555 general fund out of there. Anytime type. Eyeballs and.
But that's just the total. That doesn't tell you where it's actually getting moved. That would be a Excel sheet that Richard should have. Yeah,
Right.
Richard should have the Excel sheet of where it goes. Hopefully.
So it all sounds good. I just kind of wanted some confirmation. But if that's the case, it should lower our general fund or.
Yeah, and I
landfill or
don't
whatever
think
they're
KCP would have a problem funding.
using.
Staff
It really
position.
doesn't use that much of our county funds in that entire department.
So when we changed the agreement for the landfill, we used to have money that got shoved into economic development automatically that was part of the agreement. When we made the changes to the contract, that's no longer the case, correct? Because now we just get a flat. Well, remember that conversation with the landfill? It used to be everything was parceled out, and then when we went to it and we said, no, it's just a flat number, this is what it is. Get rid of all the rest of it, we'll figure it
I
out on
don't
the inside.
think any of it is mandated. to
Any
be
longer.
used in a certain section.
Any longer.
It's not part of the
But we
contract that
still
you must
deposit
spend
the
this
same.
and this.
We still, when we deposit the money, deposit it as we have, I mean, not that it has to go there.
Right, it's not mandated to be spent there, and I don't know that it ever was.
They give us money for lots of other things.
Right, because here it shows admin fees, and there was this thing that we would just slam, like, it was like 200,000 that would go in there every. Okay, I don't remember why it used to feel like 2,000.
Oh, it used to.
Oh,
Since, since Richard taking over, I've assisted with those budgets. And what was happening in prior years was building fund balance.
Yep.
So going above the expense. So I've adjusted those to just balance the budget instead of building fund balance.
I think that's how we got the money for some of the grants to all the really small, super small grants, was through that.
The only
All that stuff.
reservations I have of still continuing to keep this position open and allowing Richard to interview for it is as we go through the budget cycle, we might find some other clerical admin that needs to turn to part-time, that we're now kicking the part-time, when we could have said, okay, you're still full-time, you're just working half the time there and half the time.
Well, then we can tell him to hold off on giving the offer he can interview, but he can't give an offer.
But you have to giving that guidance. That's not what he left.
Well, you hadn't brought it up yet.
So I brought it up the first time. I said, there might be other positions like this that ideally is not, who's gonna wanna work a full-time or a part-time job and then go out to work at Holton's for the other half? We need to analyze this thing, and if that's half-time there and half-time there, or half-time there and half-time in Heather's office,
We find,
at least we're offering them a full-time position.
we find a lot of people who are willing to work half-time that are like at retirement or
missed that.
post-retirement that are
Maybe,
actually
but
really.
You might have a current employee, full-time, and you might reduce their staff to half-time. And it'd be nice to say, we are reducing you to half-time, but we're giving you.
That's why if you think that we should tell them to do the interview, but not give a
I don't
conditional
think we should
offer.
fill the position until we're moving farther along the budget. It ain't life or death for them.
Well, as long as they got Chelsea still. I
Okay.
agree. So is that, how do you feel? Don't say give an offer?
No. Give us some bandwidth, don't give an offer.
Don't give an offer. Okay. He wanted to keep going. We're all working together, trying to
I
compromise.
got a little bit, that's all they gave, and then I tried again, and they gave the rest.
It's
Because
a strategy.
They're gonna have to make hard decisions on other positions. The easiest one to make that hard decision on is on the
You know,
We can.
it's really sad. We're cutting all the,
Full-time, but it's.
Yeah.
Somewhere
Yeah.
else.
it still doesn't even
That's
affect
still
the
best
budget.
case scenario.
No.
Still doesn't affect the budget because it all comes out of grid.
Oh, you weren't shaking your head. I was shaking my head. Oh, okay. Just checking.
We're gonna be busy.
Well, that's the point. I would have preferred to do this without having to make changes that have names on them.
Okay. Next big thing I can think of, just to throw that out there, I remember when, I think last year, we told Public Works, shouldn't be expecting any, landfill dollars in the road fund, and I think they put 225 or 250 in again. I'm not 225 in, and I want to hear what they have to say, but I think the direction from the board last year was, I'm sorry, this is the last year, we're gonna need that money. So
I hope they're listening to this. Dan's gonna come to your defense. If you remember right, a year or two ago, if they didn't have at least something, they might have gotten an audit finding or something. So if your intention is just to put it to zero, I think it would be wise to put it to 50,000, so they at least have something to fall back on instead of getting that audit finding. Hold that into your own head for when we talk to them, but I remember something like that because I was always taken to zero. And they had some incidents that came up, which I have a hand up. There was something that came up that it was damn lucky they had it. So it was like, oh, well, that's interesting.
They are preparing road for workshop on the 3rd and are scheduled for the 3rd in the afternoon. So if we can table that one to the.
I think
Yeah,
they
that's what I'm
should
saying.
get
Just
Or-
hold this in your head.
They are listening, but.
I don't necessarily
so
like the two.
I appreciate that being thrown out there so that they're aware, so that they could prepare for the 3rd, but they are on the 3rd for that discussion. They are on next Thursday in the afternoon, tentative 1:30, depending on Commissioner Anderson's schedule for buildings and grounds, and then the capital project or the capital funds and Dasport wastewater.
Good. Thank you.
Wow, can you believe that? I actually came to their defense on that. Been gunning for it for 3 years.
We did that all.
I didn't defend all of it. I defended a small fraction.
On vacation. Taking a while.
That's a perfect time to have it. Jen can't text him and have him run down here and yell at me. I actually figured that's what it was.
He's doing a good job.
She won't come down without backup. So are they, capital, is that Is that the time where they're gonna talk about fairground leases and all that is during capital, or is that during, buildings and ground stuff, or? Okay,
CIP, the capital improvement plan, buildings and grounds would also include the non-capital plan, improvement plans, and, buildings and grounds would be the general fund.
okay.
And 401, Gulfport wastewater, as a reminder, that is an extremely tentative budget that we receive in PUD's budget, which we don't get.
Always is, and then there's the surprise at the end of the year for way more than what it was supposed to be.
They're to get it to us by October, mid-October, but
Okay.
sometimes it's late, so.
Who else is on next week? Buildings and grounds.
So that's the afternoon. What was scheduled in the morning, at 9:30 is senior services, and then adult probation at 10. And I stopped scheduling anybody because on Tuesday was when I knew that Mr. Peterson would not be here, so I haven't gone forward with scheduling anybody else at this point in time. And
So can we,
Hey,
is
I
there?
did enough speaking today. I can be gone. Lori just has to take my role.
You heard it right there. You said
What's
you.
wrong with you two?
You're like ultra quiet during the budget.
Mhm.
Is there any way, since we have now a gap, that instead of starting early, we can start at 10 and do Courtney and senior services?
Time, and I know she's really busy, she did have limited availability, so I'm okay with starting at 9:30, and then we could take some time between Ben and lunch to kind of go think through things with us. I mean, you can beat me up about my budget, I'll throw Rob up the wall and what HR, but I mean, we could go through things and talk about any other questions for that time, if you'd like.
Are we talking about next week?
Yeah.
Next Thursday? And what time are you wanting? So I posted 8:30, I can change it.
9:30.
9:30? Okay, I'll
Another one, since we're throwing out all the big things, and this is gonna be one of the big ugly ones, is Klickitat County has chosen to have two district courts for a very long time, a west side and an east side district court. And if we're talking millions of dollars,
I think you have some statutory things there. You better have.
well,
Judges and-
but that's what I'm saying though, is you have to have district court, but you don't necessarily, we're one of the only counties in the state that has a west side and east district court.
That seems to me, I didn't know we had that option. That's a lever, obviously. It's a lever.
Not an option. We've talked about this before.
I haven't talked about it. Nobody's ever talked about it to me. I thought that was a statutory requirement the whole time.
So other counties only have one.
Doesn't matter.
And so the reason I bring that up is it's just, we know that with this change, and I know the judge in West District Court disagrees with the interpretation that's currently being used on the transporting of individuals over there and back. But if we get down to a really tight point, it's a lot cheaper if you have West District Court providing court services here in this building, so we're not transporting the individuals at all the way down there. Because we can't do the darn Zooms, which is totally fine if they agree. So it's just something that needs to be looked at in terms of the long range, because I'm sorry, we haven't saved enough money yet today.
Well,
I wouldn't be totally, I mean, there were offsetting increased expenditures as well. That route.
yeah. Well, and you might add one more employee to the court you're keeping, and I get it, but there is no doubt that you can run one thing for cheaper than you can run two. So while I appreciate bringing up the topic, because it's a hard discussion, and I personally like talking about hard discussions. I think they need to be had. So,
And it's
yeah.
a lever that I wouldn't pull that this year. I think it's a lever that when we look at, and because I'm sorry, when I'm just running the numbers, it's gonna be a simple thing of, we're gonna end up using some fund balance, and we're gonna end up using some cumulative reserves, and we might have to pull a lever on revenues, all to try to whittle out this $2.5 million. knowing that the conversation beginning next year is going to be the sheriff's department and the rest of all of public safety is gonna have to come together because it's only gonna get worse. Remember, this 12% that we have is only gonna get worse next year. The whole team, as a team, is gonna have to come together and have the conversation and build two business plans. One business plan is gonna say, if we run a public safety levy, this is what we will have. These are the services that you'll have. If a public safety levy fails, this is how many people won't be here. This is how many services will have to get pulled together. And it needs to be done in a logical, rational manner. It's not a plan that I'm willing to do because we don't have the time. We've already done the darn, about killed our staff trying to do the jail this year. But it's the only option that I see when you look at the true numbers, because we're all honest about, we're playing with strings when we really need to be moving ropes.
I would argue that for the same reason why I said government refuses to make hard decisions, because there's always people up for election. I think that's the only time government could be willing to make hard decisions is when two of them may not be sitting here next year. So I'm game to talk about it. Because if it's the right decision going forward to the county, whatever that conversation is, that is our job, why we sit in this chair.
I don't care if I did decide to run for reelection. I'm always willing to have the hard conversation. Because doing the right thing is what we're set here to do. Luckily, I'm not, so I don't have to worry about it.
How much did we get ends of the day?
You're the auditor. You haven't been keeping track?
We're nowhere close. And technically, we pulled one hard lever and then we gave half of it back. But no, not for him, economic development.
We
But
actually,
that half back is Case.
I think we're at 2.325 because of the coroner discussion and decision. And if we agree that the coroner discussion decision, and that's gonna come out of cumulative reserve, and so you're gonna transfer that in as a revenue, into this grand scheme of thing, we're actually down to 2 point, whatever that is.
We haven't agreed to that, but I'm not entirely opposed to it. Where I am opposed to using reserves to manage things that should have been managed long ago. That one is a new development, so it almost justifies in my mind for that. But
And which is the whole conversation that
I said, because of
this
that argument
afternoon
on
with
that
LSC.
issue, I'm not technically opposed to running reserves for. Tentatively, yes.
I'm at 2.2. I mean, Jen's gonna run all the numbers. 2.5.
I thought it was 2.7.
No, it was 2.5 because we'd already increased the landfill to 8.7 to make up the difference between 2.8 and 2.5.
Yeah.
We didn't. You started at 5 and got us down there closer.
Well, we're lower than that because the prosecutor said he's giving up some FTE. We just don't know what number that is.
Yeah, on the. No, but still the casual on that he said should be, from full-time to half, so all the benefits go away and half of the, I mean, that's.
So you might drop 30 grand or something.
No, that should
I'm
be
aware.
50, 60
Because it's
grand,
like $127,000 position.
all in, yeah, it's probably
No, I think
close to
that's
60.
just wages. I don't think that's benefits.
No, it's a step.
No, it was.
Granted, it was very small type up there, so my eyes could be
Oh.
playing tricks on me. I'm 10 feet farther back than you. So it was 125. I thought 127. See, I'm not bad.
125 for what?
I said 127 and you said no, and she said 125.
For what?
That wage.
Oh, all in? Yeah, so you're saving probably 60.
Well, of the 125, 30 of it's benefits. Well, at least 25, so now you're at 100, and then you cut the wages, you're down 50, you're saving probably 60, 70.
Total savings.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's amazing what half an FTE will do.
Well, when they're higher paid FTEs that are actually out of the general fund.
Don't disagree. You might remember I was a no on that one too. If you don't, you do now. Also have buyer's remorse on lifting all those salaries. Because it obviously didn't help it.
There's always COLAs too. How much do we have set aside for COLAs for non-represented? 600?
Yeah, but how much of
700?
that do we have any control over?
We have a control, that's non-represented. We have all the control over that.
I wouldn't talk about that till we get through some other stuff.
No, I don't want to talk about it right now, but it's a big lever that previous boards had to pull because they were in the same position.
But again.
And they
you
did
might-
it for a year.
You might be forcing them to go join a union and then it'll cost you more money. And I
But
know
that-
one person that's made that threat multiple times.
Or with benefits going up and no cost of living when they're actually.
Okay. I currently have $765,000 set aside for COLAs.
What percentage is that at? Or do you know?
Do I have my?
See, I don't see a 3, I see a 2.5, a 2. You can't pick a hat.
Just remember, it's gonna be an interesting conversation. You're gonna have to say, do we raise taxes and give people COLAs?
No, I don't say we raise taxes, I say we remove some employee positions that you guys have filled.
Okay, so I did not make that change. 623,500 is
With the new COLA.
the new COLA. And that is covering all. But.
I would be
Wait,
curious.
But Mr. King said that you budgeted COLAs in your. Yes, so.
Wait a second. No,
Your unions, yes, so I included represented and not represented just.
In this?
case. Yeah.
That's when are we gonna know what the union number is? What is it?
Yeah, I would.
So the union number is 2.5 increase, even though he budgeted 4.
2.5 minimum. Yes, I did 2.5.
So if we decide 2.5, his number's going down.
Yes.
So the most non-represented would be is 2.5.
And this number is going down. Figure out, calculate what he had budgeted, and make sure that everybody else who has union employees have that budgeted within their budget.
I would like to know.
2.5.
Okay, I would like to know going forward what the non-represented what dollar number would be at 2 and at 2.5.
I already have that for you and it's in the smart.
Can't read your damn smart sheet.
Okay, so non-represented at 2 is 309. Non-represented at 2.5 is 386.
Of which we can choose to squirrel it all away. 309, squirrel it all away, knowing we're never gonna spend 309 because there's gonna be open positions, blah, 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 blah. That, can we not technically just squirrel away 150?
I was working on coming up with a percentage from last year, and what I anticipated this year was kind of hoping I would get a little bit more. I just recently asked the directors and electeds to take a look at their wages and benefits for COLAs. So, I quickly did a figure. we use a pretty small percentage.
That's my point.
Rounding up with the general fund only, I see approximately $150,000 being used, of the 450 that was set aside, but I haven't gone through all of the special revenue funds to make sure.
But that was at a higher COLA percentage too, that I'm talking. I'm talking 2%, you're talking 4%.
Yeah, but it would be the same budget math. So I put away 4% last time, you know, I would put away 2.5% this time. It's the same, but the percentage of what we use of that, I don't want to throw out a percentage yet because I haven't been able to go back and look at 23 and I haven't been able to check in with the grant funded departments. I don't anticipate, public health.
Right. I guess my point is, if the number's 309, I can't imagine us actually spending or needing money for more than 150. So to me, it's really, you're talking about 150. And for employee morale and threat of no more unions and fair and equal treatment between union and non-union, 150 is budget dust. Make a damn decision and do the 150. And find it somewhere else.
I was gonna bring that forward as an option to reduce this once I was able to figure out what average of percentage. We've only done this for 2 years, so understand that could be,
Well, your lever was gone before we started. You just didn't know it. I didn't like your lever last year or the year before, so.
for you last year, so this whole thing was 6 million.
You get her mumbling down there, you get her all upset. I can hear that.
Madam Chair, I'm tempted to say we did a good job and walk away before somebody starts mumbling and
Or bumble.
getting hot. Oh, Bumble, I miss you.
I say mumble or bumble, one or the other.
Into that, again,
Before we start talking about colas again and scaring the hell out of everybody, I'd like to get all the information.
Yeah.
Was that an
Thank you.
actual motion, sir? Or was that, you said you were tempted to make a motion? You haven't done it yet. You was tempted.
I wanted to give you an option. Anything else you wanted?
I'm good.
I'm good today.
It's a good start and it's much better end of the day than I expected it at the beginning of the day.
Good time.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to adjourn the regular meeting.
So moved.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I thought I'd trip her up with the so moved.
No,
I
I hear
didn't-
that all
I
the
didn't
time at
trip
other
her up.
meetings now. My guys on
I didn't even get a look to the left.
Mid-Columbia Economic, no, the housing people do that all the time. Housing on that board. Yeah, they use so moved all the time. So does Arn from Cowlitz County. Arn loves so moved.
You need to order at lunch next time. And you need to order at lunch. I told you, you just stay work. Yes.